Good morning, all. Good morning. Good morning. Ooh, a bit loud there, aren't I? Been blowing your eardrums out. Just noticed my UV meters banging it around. There you go. Knock it back a bit, and I'll stop shouting. Good morning, all. Got a few people in this morning. I would notice it. I put it on good morning. Hello, morning, James, this morning, because he's always the first in. I beat him to it. So we'll say some good morning. Morning, James. Morning, Tom. Good morning, Tom. And the Dolphins are here. Morning, Pico. Bridgetech. Hello. Howdy doody. Gilsha Show. I can still not pronounce that. That's my illiteracy. EDM. Good morning, Sean. Morning, Andy. Andy is in the house. Andy is in the house. House. Good morning, Andy. And it's sunny. Is it sunny down in Wales today? And Edinburgh, hello, howdy doody. And I think that's about everybody. Good morning. Good morning. I need to start off with an apology this morning. 12 hours stream. Do you know today and tomorrow, I am going to warn you, because I didn't work yesterday. I was doing some DIY. Well, I did work, but I did quite a bit of DIY yesterday. Hence the injury. So I have got kind of carryovers from last week, carryovers from weekend, and some work yesterday, and I've had some dropped off today. I've had some picked up as well. So we're gonna start on the one which was still on the bench on Friday. We're gonna finish this one, which we did there. So the shelves are looking a little empty. It's because I've got I've got 3 laptops on the shelves, James, but I have got through the other room. I have got 2 desktops through there, and maybe some other bits and bobs coming in. So. So yeah, I think there's a Windows install on there, which is the silver one. That's a full thermal strip down and everything. That's a year old, that one. He's got 100 degrees. We streamed his conversation the other day, in fairness. So that's that one. He's hitting 100 degrees. It's less than a year old. So we need to have a look, see if that's just a thermal issue or whether there's a hardware issue on it as well. But he's also saying he's got some BIOS issues. You're an 8 in my name every time. No, sorry. It's Glisha. So you did tell me how to say it, and I can't. Can I just call you Gil? I can't pronounce it. I am dyslexic, so if I am getting it wrong, I do apologise. I do struggle with decoding letters and words. Anyway, moving on to that one there. Yeah, that one's that one, so it's got a bit of testing on there. And then that one, I really ain't got a clue, I can't remember. And then I've got some more coming in today as well. So the idea today, like it is, I've still got this one down here as well. Oh, we did start last week, and he has messaged me to say any news. So I've got that one to do. That's a chipset. So idea today is just to work until we're done. So whether that's 1 p.m. or 1 a.m, we're going to work, unless I fall asleep. We'll get to the 12-hour limit, so we'll get to 11 p.m. at the very latest, because I don't want to go over 12 hours, because YouTube does silly things if you get over 12 hours. So we won't. We might get up to there if work permits, but other than that, you will see a steady decline in conversation, steady decline in my no, what's that word when you can't articulate words? Communication, no, that's not the word. It's up there somewhere. I'm looking at the ceiling. I've wrote up words down on the ceiling. Comprehension. And we all know how it goes in the last few hours. I just start poking things, sparks fly, smoke happens, and we get there. How did the decorating go? It went okay, Sebastian. I decided to pour hot glue all over my finger, and it took the skin. You can't really, it's the wrong finger. I won't show you which finger it is, because obviously it's there. But I spilt hot glue, and it took an inch piece of skin clean off. So that was my war wound yesterday. So I've had to have a little, and I've got no funny face sticky plasters. I've had to have a boring Tesco, I think it's Asda this one, smart price, sticking plaster on it. So a bit sad, but successfully done everything we need to do. There's a bit of electrics to wire up and move around. And started it Sunday, finished it yesterday. Long day yesterday. I was exhausted. Oh, so tired. Showing that chap Pinky, I know. Morning, Proddy Tacky. Yeah, there we go. So I will apologise, gents, because I did promise everybody this time last week, I think it was, that if we could get to 1,000 subs, I would stop streaming. Well, we're at 1,028, I think it is, as of yesterday, and I'm still streaming. So I'm apologising. I'm going to continue streaming. I'm now going to set the target of me finishing streaming at 2,000 subs. So there it is. There's another target. We get to 2,000 subs. That's me done and dusted. So we're gonna move the target. Why is my 11 o'clock? That would start streaming. 1,050, we need to go. Yeah, well, there's still the giveaway on James Fix's Discord. If James is in, he's more than welcome to post the link on Discord, and you could win some of my merch. You just need to head over to JFix Discord, go to the giveaway section, click on the little exploder thing, big party popper thing. I don't know what they're called, confetti cannon. Oh. And you can, 3 lucky winners will be able to choose. I think there's only 23 entries, so you've got probably 1 in 8 chance, 1 in 7 chance to do it. And then you can pick something from my online store, and I will ship it out. And worldwide shipping is included, as long as it's not going to cost me like, $60 to send a $3 item, if that's what you choose, or whatever. But it'll come directly from Fourth Wall, who does the eBay stuff, does the YouTube stuff. So it'll just get shipped out directly from them. So if you fancy doing that, just pop over there, hit the like and subscribe on James as well, if you don't mind, if you're not already a member. Join his Discord, go over and hit that, and you could pick something that you wanted. And hopefully, when we get to 2,000 subs, I can then pack in and say, job's done. Job's done. But we all know what's going to happen then. We're all going to... We'll get to 3,000 subs. So I had a productive week though. Been looking at something a little bit similar but a bit left field. I've been studying and doing some research on solar panels, and there's some around the world. Certainly, I think it's more so in Europe and the States, called plug-in solar or balcony solar, and the solar panels, as the name suggests, is balcony. Hang them over your balcony in a warm thing. And to well done, Andy, you could be the proud owner of a Dirt Diggler Dolphin mug. Dirt Diggler Dolphin trainer mug. There you go. And it says on there, as in Florida, Miami and Grimsby. There we go. Good luck to everyone. So yeah, going to do a solar one. So I've got a small single story extension at the back, which I used to use in an office. And I'm going to put 2 or maybe 3 panels on there, and they come down to a small inverter, and it actually plugs into any UK mains 13 amp socket, and the way it works, it detects a 50 hertz signal, and then the inverter switches on and passes current and voltage back down the cable from the solar panels and actually feeds it into your mains wiring. So in essence, you're getting mains from the grid, and you're getting mains from the solar power. So your electrical appliance will just kind of drink whatever it drinks to the maximum of this, and when it runs out of solar power, because it's 800 watt maximum, it'll start taking it from the grid as well. So it does that. They reckon, Falcon in Discord did say, I know he's a viewer on here as well, Falcon Fixes, he was saying he's paid back within a couple of years. And the nice thing is they're not permanent, so you hook them on and you can put them on fence panels. A lot of people put them vertically on fences and things like that, and it literally, you just plug it into one of your mains outputs, and away you go. It's as simple as that. And they're about, depending where you shop and what you shop and everything else, somewhere between sort of 350, it's cheapest I've seen it for a full setup, up to about 600 without a battery, I will say. So gonna get some of those and try and do a bit of a stream on one of those, or a video on one of those. I was talking to another content creator. I've spoke to a couple in fairness, but one of them I spoke to at length about it, and they look so easy to do. I'm just not a great lover of heights, so yeah, there might be a joint collab stream coming up with that as well, which would be a good one. So we'll see how that goes. Good morning, Tom. Morning, Gibbon. Good morning, good morning, good morning. So yeah, I thought that would be a bit of an interesting one. Certainly, if I can run my office off solar, because I work during the day, and it has forecasted in the UK our summer is going to be on the 7th of July between 11:30 and 11:45 a.m. in the morning, that one 15-minute spell. So hopefully, fingers crossed, we'll generate some electricity in that 15 minutes, because that's the UK summer this year. But joking apart, this weekend, 28 degrees in London. I think it was saying about 26 from where I am down there. So yeah, nice weather. Further up north you go, colder it gets. But we all know that because you're climbing a mountain. Solar panel voltage is slightly higher than the mains voltage, so it uses the solar power. Yeah, it does. It pushes it through, doesn't it? That's how they manage to backfeed it into the grid. Anything you don't use, what it's generating, it basically gets pushed back into the grid, but you can't get a feed-in tariff on a plug-and-play system. Aldi and Lidl. Lidl have rolled them out in Europe for their middle aisle kits. They're going to roll them out in the UK as well. Now it's become legal in there. Good morning, Bitgo. Didn't want to disturb your... No, you never disturb me. So when he started... I was starting work early. So yeah, that would be a good one. And I think there is quite a few videos out there. Some very professional videos out there as well. Not too sure whether some of those are sponsored. Not saying they are because they're professional, because you know there's a lot of amazing creators out here who make good content which aren't sponsored. But I'm just in the process of either going battery or non-battery. I would like battery, but it kind of doubles the cost, and it obviously then doubles the recoup time to some degree, or puts a little bit on the recoup time. So I might go no battery, see how it goes, with the option of putting a battery in. Absolutely. Falcon's here. Good morning, Falcon. I'm just talking about you, Falcon, with what you were saying on Discord to me about the solar. We're just saying you'd got some set up a few years ago, and you said it took a couple of years to pay back on that one. I have been doing a lot more checking on it, Falcon, and watching quite a lot more videos and things like that. And unfortunately, the battery systems are now out of stock everywhere. I'd fitted my own small 3-panel solar system. Yeah, you said you got good results with it as well. They look, honestly, guys, they look really easy. I would love to know, I know you said you put them on a vertical wall. I'd love to know exactly how the roof ones are fitted, because I'm going to put them on probably about 37 degrees. I think my sloping roof is only single story, so it's step ladders to get on. And it's a new extension, so it's nice and stable and everything else. And it's got big, thick tiles on, so there's no danger of anything really on there. But I think they just kind of you lift the tile, put the thing in, slide the tile back down, which locks the bracket in, and then they screw to the brackets. So yeah, but yeah, excited. I'm hoping to maybe order some this week. There's about a 6-week wait time on panels and gear, but the prices are really going up. I started looking last week, and between last week and this week, they've gone up by about £20 per kit. Which on a £400 kit is starting to creep up there. You've got to get it down for roof construction. I thought there'd just be like one universal one. Once it's all set up, you'll be getting an electric car. My next thing is some type of... I need to change my car because it's just not economical, my car. But I only probably do about 3,000 mile a year. It's a 2-litre turbo petrol mini. And I'm lucky... I mean, I drive like a granddad. I tell you now, guys, I drive so steadily, it's unbelievable. But if I can get any more than 35 to a gallon out of it, because I do very short journeys, it's crazy. So I am considering an electric and just a small run around. I don't need one with a massive range on it because I really don't go anywhere. So, yeah. Morning, Mike. Anyway, getting an electrician to look at the consumer unit, I highly recommend it first before ordering, buddy, unless you know... Stu, what I've done with that in my office, which I only got done last year, they put me a second consumer unit in, and they've replaced the existing consumer unit because I had it moved, because it was kind of down here in the garage, and I moved it right up there. So they have moved it a bit and put a new one in, and they've put a second one in up there. So electrics got done last year, and I got them to put a slightly bigger consumer unit in with additional spurs as well, additional things in, whatever you call them, RCD sockets. So they did it all last year, and it's a relatively newish house. I mean, it's not mega new, it's about 20-year-old, so wiring should still be adequate. But they do limit it to 800 watts for fear of that, which is, what's that, about 2 amps, something like that, and we can go up to 13 amps. Most residential, I mean, some electricians out there will know better than I do, they usually have a 32 amp RCD breaker, do they, on the thing, and the wiring's rated for about 25 amp or something, constant current, I think, on a ring main, which is probably what this house is. So the 800 watt, which is what they set as the limit on the panel output on the inverters, is well within it. They've done it so low to make sure that even if you're plugging it into older housing wiring, you're going to be pretty much well protected. Yeah, 800 watt. Yeah, it is. You're right on that, EDM. 800 watt, which should really do me. I was looking at my energy spikes, because I work from home, obviously, in here. I work from one room. There's only me who lives here, so there's me working here, and it'll probably cover the cost of probably about 90 to 95% of the electric I use in this room, even when I'm streaming, because a lot of the stuff really doesn't take a lot. You know, like a PC is probably the most hungry thing. I reckon I'm probably using, with the PC and the monitors, somewhere around sort of 700-800 watts. I can see it on me app, in fairness. So I'm hoping that with that, and maybe a bit of additional kind of standby on other things, like I've got my server upstairs and my routers upstairs and things like that, and just TVs on standby and whatnot. I'm hoping it covers about 90% of my electric use. Obviously it won't cover anything when the sun's not out, but any savings better than nothing. And I'm seeing, even if it's a £300 to £500 investment today, I'm seeing it as a bit of a, I want to do it as not a hobby as such, but I'm doing it because I want to do it rather than a massive cost saving. And the beauty is, by the looks of it, you can simply take it with you if you do decide to move house. So because it's non-fixed and it's just plug and play. So I at the moment aren't seeing a lot of drawbacks. But yeah, you're right, 800 watt is the maximum you can do it. Some people were saying with some of the systems you can tweak it to about 1200 watts, so you can get about 50% more than what they're recommended. But I think you start, like anything, you start pushing it outside its safety limits there, don't you? Our CCB breakers can handle. Is that what it is, EDM? You have to get dedicated socket, as I'm reading. I'm not down on the 18th edition. Yeah, where I'm planning on putting it, I have a dedicated RCD socket for outside at the moment for when they had a lawnmower. But my back garden is so tiny because obviously extensions eating most of it, and the socket currently doesn't work. The switch is blown. I bought a new socket to fit on it. So my thought is, I'm going to ring the electrician who helped me do this office, who wired all this up, and just get him to check it and just see if that one will be adequate. Because I think that one is on a separate breaker as well, because the extension got put on its own breaker in the main fuse board. Worst case, and this is ultra worst case, I'll get the electrician to run some armoured cable from the office, because I'm at the front of the house in garage conversion at the front, because the garage is kind of integral to the house, at the front, and the solar panels going on the back. It's probably, I don't know, 15 meters worth of cable, something like that. So I know it's not the cheapest thing, but run some armoured cable down to there and put it on its own fused spur as such, down where the panels are going to connect and the inverter is, and then run it directly to my own consumer unit, because I've got a separate one for the office, and kind of do it like that. So don't know yet. Don't know. There's a few different things, but yeah, I'm certainly looking into it. I think I'm going to buy the parts, because the parts are obviously going up in the price. The installation I'm going to look into, but yeah, I will keep you informed, guys. But if anybody has any information on it or thing, please let me know, because more information I've got, the better it is. Yeah, it is something that I've been thinking of for a while. So yeah. Anyway, gents. Anyway, we will have a look on here. We've got this one I started last week, and it came in because it was basically not working, and we thought it was a graphics card. So we took graphics card out and we put a temporary card in it. Still didn't work. We then Took the graphics card out completely and run it on internal graphics, and it worked. We then put that graphics card in, and it worked. We then took that back out, put that graphics card in, and it stopped working. So we took this graphics card back out, tried it on internal graphics, didn't work. Tried it on that card, didn't work. I'm like, oh, so reset the BIOS, took the stick of RAM out, sorry, and it started working on internal graphics. Then it started working on here, then it started working on here. So this is just fault process we were going through. So we got it working on there, just with one stick of RAM. Did another reboot and it stopped working again. So I swapped to the CPU and everything worked. And it worked like that. And I spoke to the customer, I says, I think it's your CPU what's gone. So the thing was, I said, I'll see if I can get you a CPU. But it's an old CPU. It is, where is it now? 6th Gen i5. That's the CPU which came out of it, if we can see. So 6th Gen i5 came out of it. And I've put I think I put a 7th Gen i7 in it, just as a temporary thing, just to try it. And it seemed to work. And I can't remember. Bear with me 1 second, guys. I've got a telephone call coming through. PC repairs. Hello.
Hello, I still haven't received that invoice for you from the working for us.
I sent it, oh, cracky, I sent it 2 days after you pick it up, Richard. It's not going into your spam folder, is it?
Can you resend it for me? I haven't seen it at all.
Okay, I can. I can't do it at the moment, but I will. I'll make a note of it, and I will. Spare me 1 second, Richard. Yeah, I sent it a couple of days after I did it. Invoice. Yeah, it was. I think I did it on. I think I did them all on the Saturday actually, because I did about 5 or 6. Whatever one you sent me. Whatever one you sent me. I mean, if you want to retext it, I think I've still got it on your text message from before. But yeah, it comes from a program. That's all. It comes straight from me account software, so it should have come through. But I'll have a look.
I'll have a quick check in the spam folder just in case it's gone in there.
Yeah, just drop me.
PC Doctor on it.
It should do, or it'll say something like that. Yeah. It might come from Free Agent, which is my accounting software. But if it has, just drop me a message. If not, I'll get one resent to you. But I mean, it'll go to the same email address and everything. So I'll double check one you sent me that I've typed it right. But yeah, it was definitely done. Yeah, as I say, it's the one what you text me the other day. I can't remember which one it is, but I'll have a look. But if you want to text me an email address again, I'll confirm it. All right, cheers, bye bye. Right, sorry about that. Oh. We've got a 5070 coming later. Today, can we fit? Who's that? Should be there around 12. Busy morning. Yeah, no problem. Oh, yeah. Yes, that's fine. Right, wants me to fit. Oh, crikey. Sorry. Somebody wanting to bring. That's fine. Fit his graphics card for him. So that's done. Can't remember what I was saying. 12:17. Yes, I can't remember where I'm up to with this one. I can't remember whether it was working 100% with that. So we're basically just going to try and see if it is all working, and see where we go from there. So we'll get an HDMI cable out. Oh, I think it got to 6:30 and I was just tired, so I ended up thinking I'll leave it because it was. I was just tired last week. It was just absolutely shattered trying to get stuff done. I'm getting new next door neighbours, strangely enough. And you might not believe this. It's I'm going to spoil that. I'm going to ruin this. Let's rewind this. I'm getting some new. I'm getting some new next door neighbours. It's a family of ants. Yeah, you heard me right, ants. Apparently 5 of them are moving in straight away, and then another 5 are joining them, and then there'll be tenants. I said I'd ruin it. It should be 10 ants, shouldn't it? Oh my gosh, yeah. We'll pretend I didn't say that. Anyway, let's. Somebody at the door. Just 1 second, guys. Somebody at my front door. Okay, that one is got a few issues with that one. He has got a gaming laptop, big beast of a laptop, that one as well. It's the is that the 10-15 amp power supply? What's on that? I'll look at power supply on that. 17 amp power supply. What? 17 amp power supply for a laptop. He's got it shutting down after about 15 minutes of gaming, but also its screen's pink. So screen could be a screen, pinkness could be a loose cable. Shutting down after 15 minutes. Don't think it's heat related, because I think anything getting that hot would probably do it quicker than 15 to 20 minutes. But we'll test that. And he says it's a complete shut off, just like they've flicked the switch, but there's no battery on it. Battery's missing, so it could be a power related issue, trying to demand too much and it can't, and it won't throttle. It'll just kind of go off if the power adapt's a bit iffy. Certainly if it's trying to pull 17 amps. What? Anyway, oh, did he mute? I have muted GT. Sorry, I just mute when customers come in, because you never know if they're going to start sending a load of their personal details. So just for data protection, I just hit the mute button, just to protect their privacy more than anything else. I do say to them at the door that I am streaming, so the face will be on, but microphones will be off. I do occasionally put microphones on if they are happy with it, or if it's somebody I think is getting violent and aggressive, for my protection in that respect. I've done that a few times when we've had violent people or aggressive people in the office, but more often than not, it's usually just to protect theirs, because I'll be asking them personal details like the full name, telephone number, obviously we don't want that publicising, and passwords and whatnot. So so that's why I do that. Anyway, let's get back onto where we are with this. So we'll press reset, we'll turn that on, and we will see if we can get some type of post on here. Let me grab Keeley. So we've got the replacement CPU, which is the i7 CPU, and we'll see if we can get this done. So we've got i7 in. I've to stop it flagging a fault up, I've left the old cooler just propped up there, but that's not actually doing it, apart from spinning fan, just so it doesn't give me a fault, because it was faulting, and their GPU. So this is in essence their same setup, but with that I have, or I'm going to disconnect the hard drives, because I just don't want the hard drive spinning up each and every time and corrupting any of the data. So we'll try it with this. We'll try it on a Windows PE environment, and we'll see where we go. So right, that's now on. I don't get aggressive customers, but I'm 6'1" and 265 pounds. Well, I'm a good 6 foot, and I'm about 98 kilos. So I would say some of the customers which have been aggressive have been trying to be intimidative, aggressive, rather than anything else. And it depends on it. Do you know what? When you get to a certain age, you just don't need. You don't need stress, you don't need crap, you don't need hassle. If they want to get, tetchy with themselves, let them get tetchy with themselves. I'm not here to fall out with anyone. And whatnot. But anyway, right, we'll post this. This is the one where graphics card, actually thinking about it, fans were spinning at different speeds, and also the fans were still spinning when it was connected to HDMI, even with power supply off. So we've got a post sign there. Let me turn microscope on so we can see what we are looking at. Microscope. There we go. So we have Pikachu. So it is running on that. So let's get booted to a test environment and see where we go. Big Bang MC. My PC, every time, turn on like the first check, then start. Yeah, it will. It's a bit strange, really. Why this is doing like it's doing it. Let's just see if we can get back into BIOS. Obviously, diagnostics is looking at a change of state. It's now beeping because I put a speaker in, so I can hear the beep. it's looking for a change of state when you're doing diagnostics. So anything which changes what result you were getting is a positive thing, so you can start drawing conclusions. So that's what I was after. So we'll run a test environment. That's what I'm just booting into now. We'll run this and we'll just see if we can get any anything really. I can't run too much heat stress because I've only got the. If you look down here, I've only got this kind of stuck on with a bit of heat, a bit of thermal paste. So it will absorb some of it, but it will overheat relatively quickly. But this is the i7 one that I've substituted. So I think if we can get this in, it'll be a lot better. I did look at maybe doing more of an upgrade for him, so getting a board and moving up to 10th gen Intel. But I had the chips, but didn't have the board, and that was the same with other chips that I'd had. Because I just thought, a 6 to a 7 is probably not going to give him that much improvement. But he weren't bothered about improvement, he was just bothered about it getting working. Mine is doing the Windows update, but it's stable, thank God. I'm touching it. I will work, yeah. They've just released another patch, haven't they, for Windows, that if it detects a failed update, it will do an automatic rollback. And then the update what they've put out for that has got an issue in it, so it were not being able to roll back the rollback that it was putting in as a rollback. So that's Microsoft for you, isn't it? Crazy. So anyway, let's see if we can get some info on what this is. Just pull that up. I just want to do a graphics test on it. I think this was overheating when I looked at it the other day because of that. And we'll do a memory test as well. Just see if we can get the memory up and running. Come on. I have two BIOS, and I think that turn off and on, switch it to another BIOS, and then the board. I was a dual BIOS system. Just remove one of the chips and see if it works. Or just because you'll have a backup, you'll have a normal BIOS and a backup BIOS, won't you? Can't you just remove one of the chips? Would that do that? Let's just slip this on HDMI so we've got rid of my ugly face. Morning, Nextinator. Howdy doody doody doody. How are you looking at the weekend? I know it's Tuesday, but I didn't stream yesterday. It works so I don't want to play with it too much. If it ain't broke, don't mend it. That's my philosophy. That is definitely my philosophy. I got a 2 weekend. Woo! You got 2 weekends off? Is that what you're saying? Proditica. Are you off for 2 weekends? I'm going to do a memory test on this. 80%. I don't want to really stress it too much because the core will get very hot very quick. No 2 weekends off. Woohoo! 2 weeks off. Oh wow! 2 week holiday. Have you got anything planned then? Pog. What's Pog? Yeah, I'm on holiday. Oh, on holiday and watching me. Look at this. I could think of better things to do on holiday. 2 weeks off. Are you away then, or are you staying at home? Is it a home holiday? So you're on holiday from work, but you're not going away. That's my usual case. I'm only going to give this a minute because anything flagging up on RAM should have flagged up by now, as a rule. Having a chill. You're away as well. Ooh, very nice. I nearly said, have you gone somewhere nice? But you don't purposely book somewhere horrible, do you? It's amazing that, isn't it? You know, somebody said, oh, I've just come back from holiday. Oh, did you have a good time? Did you go somewhere nice? Now, I specifically looked through travel agents until I found something I didn't want to go on. But that'd be a camping holiday, wouldn't it, for most people? I cannot understand for life. Sorry if you're a camper, but I cannot understand for life of me why people do camping. You spend all your life getting your house exactly like you want it. Warm, cosy, safe, secure, beautiful. You live in it for 50 weeks a year because it's nice, comfortable and everything else. You spend your energy and your time getting your house nice and right. And then for 2 weeks a year, you decide to go live under a sheet in the middle of nowhere, surrounded by wild animals and something which is damp and cold and wet. Why? It's not enjoyable. Not enjoyable. It might be enjoyable when you go out for a walk and everything like that. Book an hotel. Book an hotel. Yes, the cooler is just thinking bob down. The actual cooler for it is there. Some people do book an holiday just for the Instagram photos. Yeah, I'm on 5 weeks of my HMRC enforced holiday. Well, that could be a story that we need to know, but I won't ask. I agree, PCD. Camper people spend 50k converting vans, 5-star hotels, and much cheaper. And some, yeah, I know. I honestly don't get why people. I get camper vans to some degree, but it still wouldn't be a holiday for me. If I go on holiday, I would want it to be better than what I live in. So I'd want a comfortable, or the same. So I'd want a comfortable bed. I'd want a nice view. I'd want pampering for 2 weeks because you're spending the money to do it. I don't want to pee in a bucket in the middle at night. Sorry. Always go to either house or hotel. Yeah. Yeah. I Airbnbs, hotels, every day. But it gives me so much stress trying to pick a hotel because if you look on TripAdvisor for a hotel, every hotel's got bad reviews. Every hotel has got bad reviews. So you go and you say, oh, pick the wrong one. So it really does put my stress levels up trying to find it. But I think we all experience that. Right, I'm going to turn this off, take the cooler out, put the customer's cooler on, and then give it a proper thermal test and just see if we are keeping it cool. You went over the VAT threshold, Tom. In March, had to register and apply for deregistration. They take 40 days to reply. That's crazy, isn't it? Fortunately, I'm not near the VAT threshold. Tent on top of a mountain. I know James likes it. James is a bit of a camper. I know it's hotels aren't for everybody because some people will think, why stay in an hotel? I want the thing to open it, to open tent on a morning and everything else. But I think it's just what you want from an holiday, isn't it? I was talking to somebody the other day, and they'd been on a safari. Now a safari, they went on safari to Africa. Now to me, that is something that I wouldn't do because the way they were telling me, cracky. So let me just give this a quick blow outside of me. 1 second, just do it outside so I don't breathe out dusting. Yeah, safari really wouldn't cut it for me. They were saying that when they went to bed at night, they had bats in the rafters. They were in tree houses. The base of the tree houses were kind of wooden slats, so there were gaps so they could see things below it. Things like that, full of mosquitoes and everything like that. I'm like, and how much were this? Oh, about 10 grand. I'm like, 10 grand to do all that? Fair dues, you see a lion, a hippo, a giraffe, an elephant, whatever. But you can go to a zoo and see all them and still go home and lay in your nice, comfortable bed without fear of dying. I don't know. I know it's an experience, but there's certain experiences I probably would put amongst others. That's like 90k now. I couldn't do this as a job. Seeing, moving, icky, eat things with other people's skin flakes. That's why you get gloves. Do you know what, Nextinator? This computer is clean compared to some. I have some on other videos and they are appalling. And some customers are oblivious to the fact that the computers get so dirty inside. I appreciate that, but you just think certainly laptops. Yeah, some laptops, you see, you just think now you can see the keyboard on here has been how can you put it, used, and you just think, why don't you just wipe it before you bring it to me? One of them had something like yogurt splattered over it in a diagonal fashion, and it went like a stream of it. So that must have been when he was watching his I don't know, something on internet. That's all we thought. But yeah, I did work on that one with gloves. To say that. And whatnot. Right, let me stick a bit of thermal paste on here. Don't need too much because it's already got some on from and I'm using that test one, so it is just a little bit. And we will use the high quality Intel CPU cooler, but we need to reopen this. Yeah, clip it up. If you're wondering about these, if you want to know how we do this, if you look at these simply push into the board, and then that comes down, opens the thing up, which clamps it into the board hole. But obviously, it kind of goes a bit like that. So you need to release it back through. To release it back through, you need to lift that little. I'll do this on camera. If you lift that little peg, you'll see it suddenly. I can get it up. That's an age thing. Get up. Oh, that one's done. That'll be why. So this one next. Lift that. There you go. See it come all the way up. Oops, no, you didn't. So that one's all the way up. This one isn't. I just need to see if I can get under there. And then it slides all the way up, which releases it all together. Twist that. Last one. Sometimes when you're doing these, it feels like there's 5 of them rather than 4 of them. I got my girlfriend a waterproof washable keyboard because she keeps spilling drinks on it. Yeah, again, it amazes me the amount of people which will say, yeah, we've spilt some on it. Logitech K310. Is it actually waterproof? I lost many keyboards to spilling drinks over them, to be fair. Yeah, this. Well, when I was saying it was yogurt, let's please use your imagination. It wasn't yogurt. And the customer brought it to me in that state, and you just think, yeah, we know what you've been viewing. But hey, so we need to push these into the board now. That one's got a broken piece on it. That one's not going in. So we'll probably need to replace this. It's got a broken leg in it. If you look at that, the leg is broke off just there. I know it's out of focus, but that's just a piece of plastic. So one of these legs will not go in all the way. So when these are new, these go in wonderful. But when they're used, they don't. So we're going to have to replace the cooler for him as well. Any guesses on what cooler I'm going to recommend? I'll tell you now. I've got one on the shelf, which will be a damn sight better than he's currently got. Well, it's only got 3 legs working on it, so it's got to be better than what he's currently got. We're going to use the Thermal Take Cooler. If anyone saw Adam IT do his the other day, he did the classic thing like I've done on several, where he forgot to take the sticker off. But it's a good indication how well thermal paste actually works. So because he only had, if you leave your sticker on your cooler, even though it's literally stuck with glue to it, and it's a microscopic, I don't know, 1/4 millimeter thick, it just kills all your cooling. So it just shows you the way the coolers actually do operate efficiently with a bit of thermal paste. But it needs to be in direct contact, because without that thermal paste, you'd have similar effect. Don't think you've ever run a boxed cooler. You mean a boxed cooler as in a standard cooler from Intel and whatnot? I've never fitted one, should I say. Well, I fitted some AMD ones, because AMD ones, in fairness, I don't think AMD coolers, standard ones, are not too bad. They tend to do the job hell of a lot better than these cheap, crappy, horrible, and I mean so cheap aluminium ones from Intel. I do not know for the life of me how they can think that is anything decent for a cooler other than for a Celeron. It's a design they did 20 years ago, and they thought, well, we'll leave it like that. Yeah, they are. They do run at high speed because there's a lot more thermal mass to get the temperature away on the Wraith coolers. There's a couple of different designs of them as well, isn't there? I'll get that plugged in there. I'll see if this works. If I fit an AMD one with 300 series, but it was noisy. Yeah, they're just at high speed, aren't they, all the time? It's all to do with thermal mass and then airflow across the actual heatsink. But at least they have a chunk of copper inside to help absorb and dissipate some of the thermal soak, really, what's coming through. Get this back in and get that plugged in. It's still not going to perform brilliantly because the heatsink is still not effectively down all the way because that leg has broke, as we saw. But we'll get those done, and we will just see if we can do a half test on some of the systems to make sure this CPU is working for him. And if it is, I can then just say he needs a cooler as well, so we can ring the customer. So we'll keep an eye out in bottom right hand corner and see if we get a picture. There we go. Now something's making a noise. It is that. No, it is USB 3 cable. There we go. Moved it out of the way. On, we have picture. Uncle Soren, be proud. Did a good stream on Sunday morning, did Uncle Soren. Run setup, F1. We're in here, F7, go over to just save, and we'll just let it do that, and we'll give it a quick reboot, and we'll boot into Sergic and do a bit of testing. Thanks to JFix and Max Power as well. Managed to get my beaters reliably working, as you'll see in the top right hand corner. They're connected fine this morning. Max suggested me disabling COM port 1, which seems to have sorted the problem out, because COM port 1 is just for BIOS updates and things like that. So yeah, big thanks to him. That has alleviated such a issue which I was having. So we'll get this booted, we'll get that booted. Managed to get my mod thing working. Had to enclose it and plug it back USB board. What was that what you got working? A M.dot thing working. Had to get enclosure for it and plug it in the back of the USB. I've used some of those M.dot enclosures, and they're not too bad. I've got 2 or 3 of them. I use them as portable hard drives. Oh, I presume you just mean things like these, don't you? These M.dot enclosures, which are USB-C compatible, and they just have the drive inside. You put it in there, and it turns it into there. Yeah, you're limited by your USB-C transfer rates on that, which in theory aren't much different. If you've got a decent USB-C port and cable, aren't really much different to old SATA. So you're probably not dropping a lot of performance with one of those. But they will overheat because the controllers in those little boards aren't the best. Yeah, no keyboard detected. Press F1 to continue. Yeah, that's a good one. Or the Simpsons one where it goes, to start, press any key. Oh, where's the any key? Yeah. Anyway, let's get back onto. Let's get back onto here. Yeah, I had to put these head pads on the other side. Ah, right, okay. Right, let's just stick a whatchamacallit back on, and let's put 11 on. Morning, chill. I still don't know whether my commands are working, so I apologise if you are using the commands and they're not working. I'm not even going to get into why it's not working. Heat pads on either side. Yeah, mine's got one heat pad on mine. If you're using it long-term use, yeah, I mean, they get pretty warm anyway, but M.2 Gen 4s, if you heatsink them too much, e.g. they stay too cool, they drop performance, they need to be in that sweet spot of temperature, which is a difficult one to kind of judge and whatnot. Morning, Grass, as well. I didn't see you coming earlier. Good morning, good morning, good morning. My laptop is like 8 years old. a good gaming laptop, just super slow. Will a factory... If it's 8 years old, gotcha, 1248. If it's 8 years old, if it works, boot into Windows, download something called Crystal Disk Info. I'll show you on here. And what Crystal Disk Info offers is a health status on your disk. Because the thing is, it may be at that age have a mechanical drive, or it may have both drives, mechanical or SSD. But it should give you an idea. There's info and there's marker, you want info. So this will read the smart information from your disk. It's only seeing my USB here, but it'll tell you operating temperature, it'll tell you how many times it's been turned on and off, and it should give you a good indication of health. Not always, but it will give you a good indication of health. So if that is showing good indication there of health status, if it's showing cautious in yellow or red, obviously you found your culprit. Have a look at here. Your power on hours, if you hold your mouse over it, will tell you how long it's run. So this is not how old it is. If you think about this bit like a mileometer on a car. So you've got an age of a car and you've got how many miles it's run. Well, if your car's 30-year-old and only done 100 miles, obviously engine's probably going to be a lot better than a 10-year-old car what's done 200,000 miles. So forget about your age, look at your hours used. Normally, most discs will have a healthy enough lifestyle between 3 and 5 years, and that's why you'll start seeing some issues. On SSDs, this will give you a percentage. I would normally say if you're into 80%, consider replacing it, because that's 2 times out of 10 it is actually failing. Morning, Max, just talking about you. So have a look at age is just a number. Yeah, it just is a number. Just is. Have a look at that as a culprit if it's into 80s, because it is failing, because that's a compounded thing. So if you're doing 10 transactions and you'll be doing hundreds of thousands of transactions per second, but if you're doing 10 transactions, it's failing twice, let's say. So that twice, when you compound that back out, so on 100 transactions, it's failing 20 times. So on then 20, it'll then fail another 4 times, let's say. So it's a compounded thing as well. So it tries to keep your speed up and everything else, so it'll generate more heat and get hotter, which then degrades it even further. So it's a snowball effect. So even if that is coming back as good, if it's a mechanical disk or an SSD, you can then run the other tool what these offer, which I won't run because I'm on a whatchamacallit, which is Crystal Disk Mart. Both these tools are free. As an indication, you can then run this tool. You can select SSD up there, but it's for NVMEs, not SATA. And this will do a read-write test. This will be quite slow because A, it's running right into a memory stick, a USB memory stick, and I'm through a USB port as well. So my memory stick is a good quality memory stick. These memory sticks are about £180 each. They're good quality memory sticks, 1 terabyte stick. So on QDepth 1, if that is a mechanical disk, you want to see a minimum of 150. If it's a NVMe, you should be talking 2.5 to 5. If it's a SATA SSD, I would say somewhere between sort of 280 to 400. If it's much less than that, you need to start looking. And then when it gets onto the right, they should not mirror each other identical, but they should be reasonably close. So if that's 400 there, I would expect that to be somewhere between sort of 380 upwards. If that suddenly comes back as 10, you've obviously got an issue. We had one the other day which was reading fine, but it wasn't writing. And then you can see progressively as you get further down onto the different queue depth how it reads and writes data, they get slower and slower. But the indication is, so this is because it's a USB memory stick, so don't get too hung up about mine. So if this was a conventional hard drive, I'd be saying there's an issue with the SSD. That's why you've got that issue. So just have a look at that as well. These will all be a little bit different costs. Again, it's USB. Down here, you will often have a low number. Again, if it's mechanical, probably point something. If it's a SATA SSD, probably somewhere around 2 or 3. If it's an NVMe, maybe around sort of 50 to 70. But it's just taking an idea on where it is. So again, if this was a conventional disk, I'd be saying there's an issue with that disk on the right side of here. So that could be causing slowness and whatnot. You may have more than one disk. It might be a setup where you've got a If it's an Intel chip, you might have an Optane drive or something like that. So it's just a case of doing the test and seeing what the tests reveal rather than taking one test as a given. But yeah, give that a go. Anyway, what if it says 98% good? I'm still good, I hope. It's an M2 with 31,918 hours. Wow. I would still, right, some NVMe's, you've got to take a bit of sensibility in Glow Show. You might be pulling me chain a little bit there, I don't know, but I've seen SSDs which are still saying 99% good and they've done 50,000 hours. I would say a 50,000 hour drive, or in your case 32,000 hour drive, will have lost more than 2%. Because obviously it's reading that smart information from the chip inside. So if that chip's got corrupted or something like that, that can then start giving you spurious readings. That's why I was saying Crystal Disk Info, as much as it's good, isn't a categorically one tool fits all. It's not a silver bullet to diagnose. You've then got to start doing the speed test and looking for other symptoms. And I'll often say this on stream, that Crystal Disk Info is a bit like your onboard computer on a car. That you'll pull this information up and you'll go, everything's fine. Well, it is. It'll tell you if you've got an issue with your engine sensor on your airflow, let's say. It might say it's not flowing correct, but it won't tell you if your passenger window's been smashed. But we'll know that because when it rains, you get wet. So it's drawing it from other experience, from other factors. The other factor on that one would be doing a speed test and seeing if your results from your speed test of your drive fall in line where you would expect them to be. And then you can start doing other bits. You can dig a bit deeper into other bits. But you can also boot it from a temporary SSD, something like that, and just see if your speed increases, because it could be software related. But 32,000 hours, I would say it's had a life. It's been around block a couple of times. Super slow unless I have it plugged into the wall. Right, that could be a power related issue then, because your laptop will throttle itself if you've got your power management on, so you might have it on a low power management setting. So let me just start this off while I'm rabbiting. I want to do a memory test. You might have it on a power management setting where it goes onto low power mode when it's connected on battery, because a lot of laptops are self-configured like that. And I think one at Windows Update turned it on. But some high performance laptops only give you maximum performances if you've got a healthy battery and it's connected to power, because it'll draw the current from both sides, because of the way the circuitry is kind of configured inside. So yeah, that could be a power management thing. It's doubtful being a heat thing on that one. I am scared for my C now. Yeah, don't get too worried. But yeah, my C is 64% good. Wow. I would be saying you're on borrowed time at 64%. I think the lowest I've ever seen one is 32%, and it was still turning on. Weren't functioning. You can't really say it functions at that, but it was turning on. Need to collect some dollars, looks like, for me. New NVMe with my PC. Are you in the UK? I don't know if you're in the UK, Gulsha. I've got some NVMe's. If you are in the UK, I'm happy to post you one out. I've got quite a few if you need one. They're all different healths and sizes, but happy to say if you're in the UK, I'll sling you one in the post. It's just international shipping is just crazy. Once you've tested 6 GB with NVRAM RAID or 15 GB with RAM cache, you need to go back to SATA drives. Yeah, the RAM cache, I've tried RAM cache before, and it's quite buggy, isn't it? I think this is going to perform okay. Let's just do a GPU. Can't do a GPU test. We'll do a CPU, quick CPU test on this. I think this will overheat. Yeah, I have used RAM cache before, and I never find RAM cache. My station, what I'm using here, used to have 128 GB of RAM, so I use a RAM cache piece of software. If you're not too sure what a RAM cache is, it works a bit like an Optane drive, in the respect that what an Optane drive does, because they used to put mechanical drives in computers which were slow, they put a very tiny, generally 16, 32 GB NVMe M2 drive to work as a cache. So Windows had basically, it worked like additional RAM, but obviously a lot slower. So it'd load it from there into your NVMe, it'd manipulate it, and then Windows could bang it back down to there quick, so it wasn't waiting for the drive, and then that'd filter it down to the mechanical drive. So in essence, you speeded the computer up. You got near SATA performance for it, but they wore out because they were doing all the mechanical stuff. So they were really good quality drives in a whole, but they wear out because they're doing everything all the time. And because they were so small, the write tolerance was good, but the write tolerance on such a small capacity, it just wore it out really, really quick. So they were kind of a stopgap. We used to have hybrid drives as well, which basically have RAM chips built into it, but they just work as a cache drive. So what RAM cache did, if you didn't have an Optane drive, so an AMD system, for example, you could download a piece of software and it'd allocate some of your RAM through software and use your RAM as a basic, an Optane drive for your hard drive. And it works similar to that, but they're always quite buggy, and I never really got good performance. I found it a lot better, Max, just using Stripe mode if you had more than one drive. And my system here, I've got numerous SATA SSDs in Stripe configuration to give me a big drive. And good thing about that, you're using all the SATA channels rather than limiting yourself on one. Oh, you're in Serbia. Yeah, it's a long way. I could always try and tie it to a pigeon and send it over, but I don't think it'll ever get there. Sorry about that. Swap to a new one, clone it. I would say if it's at 64%, do it sooner rather than later if funds permit. If not, make an image of your drive onto a portable drive, so at least you've got an image of it in case it does go down, and you're not starting from day one again. Right, so this seems to be performing pretty much okay. Let me just see if hardware info's in it. I don't know if it is. Yeah, it is. So I want to just we don't want full mode. We want sensors only. Okay. Yeah, its temperatures are going to be high because its cooler is knackered. Really, that leg's broke off. I wouldn't fit a new one of these. Not that I've got one anyway. I'll recommend that he goes to a Peerless Assassin, but obviously his cost is going to be more. So that one there is actually the gap to the maximum permittable temperature. So it's 72 degrees. Obviously this has got 100 degree cutoff for this CPU because it's those drivers together to give you the max T-max basically. So CPU sat at 28 degrees. Even under stress testing, it only went to 53. So it is actually still cooling it, even though it's only got 3 legs going down into the board. But vibrations will just, yeah, it'll just overheat over time, just with vibrations. Shut this down. We'll boot up with his drives in, and we'll see where that takes us. Oh dear. Right, let's connect his drives back up. Still going to boot into a temporary OS. Plug that one in down there. He's got an SSD and a mechanical drive. Need to plug his. Can't get in. Just turn the computer off. Drain. Pop his graphics card out. By the time I've messed around trying to get down here, I need to put his BIOS battery back in as well. That's right, it keeps asking me to reset. So I'll stick him his little BIOS battery back in. Need to order some more of those. I've fitted lots though the last few days. This is so difficult to. There we go, sight. Down. Plug in, plug on, turn on, tune in, wash out. Rinse and repeat. We'll go into BIOS. We want that one. We'll keep on bashing the delete key until we get into BIOS, and then we'll select the USB again, boot into a Windows test environment, and we'll just see if we can get any further with some of that. F1 to run setup, and then we'll select a temporary boot thing. So F7, go over to boot. Down here at the bottom, we'll select that one, which is my memory stick. Yep, and then we'll select Sergic Streliak. It should be very much at the bottom. We'll just boot into that again. Windows 11 profile. Get rid of my ugly face off there. Asus In Search of Incredible. We did a BIOS update the other day on this as well. What you showed me for that, I remember now. Arnold was on Lead Farmer, and he did a BIOS update with me, and just held my hand all the way through it. And yeah, it was so difficult for me because I don't normally do the intricacies, because we had to strip a header out of the BIOS. So we downloaded the BIOS file, we extracted the BIOS file, we then stripped a header out of the BIOS file, we got the new BIOS file, we injected the header back into the all the BIOS information back into it, and compiled it into a bin, and then rewrote the new one to the chip. And that could have solved it as well. So we run Crystal Disk Info as well. Good afternoon. How the devil are you? Jaw ECDJ, if that's how you pronounce it. So we can see now, we've now got the other disk showing. We've got C drive, which obviously his SSD showing us good. He's hardly doing anything with that. 310 days, so a year's worth of use. He has read quite a bit of data, but again, the read tolerances, if you believed them, is pretty good. So he should be okay with that. His D drive, being a mechanical drive, will not show you read and write data. It'll just tell you power on hours. So similar age, but obviously a little bit older, and turned on 2,754 times, as opposed to this one 2,773. So that one's been turned on more, but done less hours. So anyway, both drive performing healthily. We'll do a quick check on them, like I was saying earlier, just to see. Oh, no, wrong button. I need mark, not info. Mark, and we'll just launch that again, because we can do both at once, because they're on separate buses and they're separate disks. So we can do two at once, and you will see. So we'll put his, I think it was D drive. Have a look, just double check. D drive, yeah, D drive is that, and C drive is other. So I won't do a gigabyte because it'll take ages. We'll just strip that down to 512 on NVMe and 256 on the mechanical, and we'll just do that once. So mechanical one's on right hand side of the screen, SSD, and they're both on SATA bus. So we'll just see. So even though both disks were reporting as good, we should start seeing similarities in here, and this will give us an indication whether there is anything, any other big issues with that. So it's pretty healthy. There might be a cache on the, I think it probably is a cache on the mechanical disk, which is this one. That's why those figures are pretty similar. I very much doubt the SSD's got a cache, and it'll be a DRAM-less, cache-less SSD, because I think it's a cheap Chinese brand. So they're really good now. That's got a cache in it to some degree, because it's not an NVMe, that's SSD. So that's really good. So you can see how this is dropping off. That could be a couple of reasons, because it had filled its cache up and then it was trying to do it. So I think that one there is artificially high. If we run the test at a bigger sample of data writing, we would see that more in line with probably down towards here to do that. So we just have to comparable numbers left to right. These will push the temperatures up a little bit as well. So if we put, just while that's doing its bit, certainly on SSDs you can see it a little bit more. So 29 degrees on the SSD. It's not really working it too hard. That one may not have a temperature grade on it. They don't normally. But yeah, 29 degrees. So it's not really even working it. It's working okay for it. So again, I think these are certainly within tolerances. Yeah, that is low, but they are going to be a lot lower. But mechanical disc, depending on the structure of the mechanical disc, and I can't remember, there's two types of build structure on mechanical disc, and I can't remember what they're called. But one, when it gets down to Q depth 3 and Q depth 4, does tend to struggle more so than the other. And again, I think that's artificially high. So we'll ignore that. But as you can see, left to right, they're more or less in line. Yeah, there's some discrepancy, but I think they're pretty much where it is. That's a really good performance for a SATA SSD. So that might be a cache drive as well to do that. So I would say on here, if we go to shutdown, and we'll go back to that one. I think this is just a case of whether I need to speak to a customer who's at work to see if he wants that. Sid Hershey, hello. Jumped on your stream the other day. Your emojis at the bottom of the screen, I think it was your stream I jumped on, with the little emojis at the bottom of the screen are awesome. I was trying to get myself a dolphin emoji. Which a lot of my chat will know why. Because if you don't know, I'm a part-time dolphin trainer. I train in Miami, Florida and Grimsby, and I talk to the fishers. They were brilliant, honestly. If anybody doesn't know, go check Sid out on his stream. Jump in, show him some love, hit the like button on his subscribe on his stream. Brilliant creative. We're doing a very complex audio on Flare, way over my head. But he's got little emojis, so when you say anything in chat or you join chat, you get your own little emoji walking across the bottom of the screen. So all emojis are giving it a big dance across the bottom of the screen. It was brilliant. So yeah, really enjoyed that bit. Really enjoyed that. Right, so we'll get this one to one side, guys. I might try and ring the customer now on this one. Just see if he does want this cooler fitting. Might as well do it whilst I've got it on the desk. Right there. Let me get my telephono up and dial his telephono number, because that's always useful. Can't get through to him unless I dial the telephone number. That number don't look long enough. Oh no, it's ringing. Might put you on mute for a second. Yeah, good, thanks. Is it good to talk? Brilliant. So your replacement CPU has turned up, and I've just finished the testing on it, and everything seems fine with it. It's an i7 that I've put in there, so a bit better than what you had before on there. But one of the things I have noticed just on rebuilding, one of your legs on your cooler they have little push pins. It's going to be really difficult to explain this. Yeah, I'm not very good at explaining this, but basically they push through the board to the pins, and then you kind of put another pin through the centre down through it, and it kind of opens it up. A bit like if you ever used a raw plug on a plasterboard wall, when you're screwing, it kind of opens the raw plug on the inside to stop it pulling out. It's that sort of concept, or like a rivet or something. Anyway, one of the legs on that has broke, so you probably need, well, you do need a new cooler. I've tested it with Cool What's On, and it is actually maintaining a temperature, but I'll tell you now, with one leg not holding it down, it will overheat, it will cause big issues, it'll vibrate its way loose and things like that. It definitely needs a cooler on there. That could have been a contributing factor to why the old CPU had suffered, because obviously if it is vibrating loose, it'll create an air gap, which will ruin your thermals and things like that. Now, I don't fit the ones which are in there because they're standard coolers from Intel, and they are absolutely shocking. I do keep others in stock, and I have got one sat on the shelf if you wanted me to put one in. Yeah. Well, I'm happy leaving it on with the, well, not happy with leaving it on with the 3, let's put it like that, but just so you're aware that one of your legs is broke, and it will cause thermal issues, and obviously if something does end up going with, which is related to that, you're going to have the expense for replacing that part and the cooler as well. So I probably wouldn't leave it too long, let's put it like that. yeah, yeah. But as we discussed the other day, because it is a used CPU as well, I can't put any warranty on it or anything like that. It is just a used item. So whether you get an hour, a week, a year, 10 years out of it, it is what it is with a used item on that one, because obviously you can't buy these chips new anymore. So it is a used item. So yeah, I'll get it all rebuilt. I'll do some further testing in it just to make sure once I've got the case and everything else on, it is nice and stable. And then I'll drop you a text message when it is all ready. No worries at all. Speak to you soon. Cheers then. Bye-bye now. Okay, guys. Right, so he's happy to not have the cooler fitted. I think you all heard what I said, which was 3 legs is going to cause issues. So he's happy to accept the reliability and responsibility of that. And obviously, with it being a used CPU, what I've had to get him, we've had to do that. I did see a subscription come through because I had a dancing avocado, I think, came on the screen, which is my Twitch one. So whoever that was on Twitch, thank you so much for that. On there, but yeah, he's going to take it as it is, and then you heard what I said. Liability, it's a used item, can't really guarantee anything which is used, so he's happy with all that as well. So we will get this one rebuilt, we'll get the case on, we'll get it all done. I'll give it another quick thermal test. As long as it works, job's a proverbial fifth of fish. We'll move on to the next. We have got a few more to choose there. Oh, Russ is in. Finish all your subathon 3 days long. Woohoo! All finished with your subathon 3 days long. Have you done a subathon? They have little games too. Can do. Great with chat and keeps things fun. Yeah, I stayed in and watched a little bit, and then my phone started ringing, which is normal case when I watch streams during the day. So I did see that some of the little characters were interacting with each other on that. I've got some of these screws in. I didn't use my screwdriver this morning. No idea where that is. Where the heck did I put my screwdriver? Hey, look at me being organised. Not got a screwdriver inside. There we go. Oh. So it's Russ's birthday today. If nobody knows, Russie Russ is birthday today. So please make sure you wish Russie Russ happy birthday. It is his birthday. And I know he likes it when people wish him happy birthday as well. He likes it even more if you pop over to his channel and hit that subscribe button. Cracking streamer. And well deserved. He's on his way to 1,000 subscriptions. And he deserves every single solitary last one of those. And so on. Let's see if we can get these in. I was looking at Mick the other day, chill and relax as well. 257 subs, I think Mick's on as well. Another cracking streamer, like so many are as well. There we go. Yep, happy birthday. Oh, Slothtech, another streamer. Another streamer as well, Slothtech. Mick. Yeah, so there's plenty of streamers in there. We all need to show these guys appreciation, because even if it's not your forte, it's somebody's forte, and we need to make sure people stream all the time. Get that pushed in as far as we can, just to make sure that those are nice and down. Not gonna be able to do much more with that, but he's happy accepting the responsibility. That's all connected. That's connected. Let's stick his case back on. Do. And there we go. This has got actual screws in the I don't know if these are original screws or not, but they look like house screws. I don't know if it's screws in them. Somebody's replaced the screws with out of the little whatchamacallits with those. There we go. Oh, PCDD is the subscriber stalker. He knows how many each channel. I keep an eye on everybody. Well, I will keep an eye on Russ and MK Fix. Initially, weren't I? To do that, I did. I did send Stez, from I can't remember what his channel's called now. Stez Fixes or whatever it is. A message, an email the other day. And I read it back 2 or 3 times after I wrote it, and it even made me giggle. I've not had a response yet, but yeah, I think it's one of them. I just happen to look when I'm on it because when you're new to streaming, you want to see how you're doing against the peers, and it gives you something to aim for. So yeah, just watch out, James. You're on my next target on the list. And then here comes Joey, here comes Linus, here comes Mr. Beast. They're all coming down. Oh, it's Chazzy. I did catch a bit of Chaz's stream yesterday as well. Only a bit because I was busy. I think I caught a bit whilst I was eating my dinner. I was at 99 subs before my last stream. I got you to 100 subs. Oh, you went down. You were at 99. I subbed, which took you to 100 because I've just set up a YouTube Premium account, and I subbed, and it should have took you to 100. 100 subs on that one, cows. Did it go through? It should have gone through. I could have sworn I took you to. I'm not logged in. I can't because I'm not logged in on this phone on my YouTube Premium account. So I thought I'd done it. Anyway, flick that over. Yeah, this is the customer desktop. Oh, we don't want to see that. We don't want to see that. So we'll do that. We'll just shut his computer down. Right, everyone shut their eyes a minute. There we go. And we need to... It's this silly HDMI one. I always drag the wrong one off. Do that, press enter. And we're going to shut down. We're going to shut down. We'll shut down anyway. So we'll call this one done because customer doesn't want any more work doing. And we will get on to the next job when that shuts down. Probably a bit slow, but that's his mechanical drive. That's his build. I'll drop him a text message later on and tell him he's ready for collection. Go on, shut down. All done. Sling that there. Right. Oh, put that on my knee. Tape his telephone number and his whatchamacallit to the case so we don't lose it. And he can come for this one and come and get it. There we go. Pico, hello. I used to do exactly the same, cows. I know what you mean. You used to get one, you used to get one overnight and then you log in and you've lost 3. And it's like, what? How did that happen? The prognosis of this box, we started this last Friday. And it was basically a blown CPU. I had to change his CPU. It's only a 6th gen i5. Ouch. So I've got an i7 for him, and I put him an i7 in. It was that, but really strange because it was working. Yeah, obviously, like I explained about diagnostics, you look for a change of state. So it was giving me changes of state at different points with different components. So it was then trying to narrow it down to one specific component. Right, let me go stick this in the other room, and then we will do, I think, laptop next. I've got a laptop to fully strip down and do a full thermal test and thermal service on. This is the one where he's doing that. Right, just bear me 1 second because I need to answer this phone because this is one of my customers. Hi, Les. How are you? Oh dear me. Never good being frustrated. Oh dear. Right, you'd have to drop it off with me, Les, because there's a bit of work I need to do beforehand, so you can drop it off today if you wish. I'll get the work done today, hopefully today, if not latest tomorrow for you. and then once it's done, you can then come back if you wish. I'll explain what needs to happen, and then you've got a choice then in coming back once it's done to sit down and run through bits and bobs. But that takes about 2 hours. That, so probably looking at way my diary's scheduled now, probably Thursday at the earliest for that bit. Ooh. Okay. Right. How are you fixed? What day is it today? Tuesday. How are you fixed on Wednesday morning, first thing? Okay, okay. Could you drop your laptop off today and I can do what I need to do? I'll explain to you. Yeah, I'll explain to you what the other situation is, and then it's your choice whether you want to come back for that or not. 'Cause obviously, it's advisable, but not everybody does it. But that takes somewhere between an hour and a half to 2.5 hours really to do that with that sit down bit. So we can do all that bits and bobs for you. But I'll drop you a text now because obviously I've moved since last time. I'm no longer behind you as we were on about on Saturday. So I'll drop you a text, Les, and then I'll see you when you come round. All right, see you soon. Bye bye now. Right, this is a customer of mine who has been compromised. He has, I can't multitask, gents. I'm just texting my address across. He used to live behind me, and I moved house. He's an elderly gentleman. I think he's in his 80s, and he lives in Spain 9 months a year. But he got compromised a couple of weeks ago, and they've started sending emails out from his email accounts. So they've got access to his email accounts and other accounts and things like this. So I said, well, turn your computer off just in case there's any remote software on there. Last thing you want to do is get on there, and we'll give the laptop a full clean, get rid of everything, reset it all back up, and then I can run through some other pointers that he needs to do. I don't know whether they'll do them all. It's about an hour and a half to 2.5 hours for most people when we sit down and run through it all. So I'll run through all IT security side. I'll run through how you really should be doing your your purchase online, how you separate your digital identities from your real identities, and things like that. So it is something I've done well over 100 times with people. Not everybody takes me up on it. Not everybody who does take me up on it sees it being right. All I normally say to people is, if you do some of it, any of it, or all of it, it's better than not doing any of it. And that's the way I kind of say it. And if you sit down and do it all, yes, it's a lot of work. And the people which do it all will cut the spam out by about 95%, and they'll cut the chance of getting compromised or scammed by a good 80%, just from structuring their digital security world slightly different. And it's only a handful of changes, but yeah, if we all did it, scammers would have little or no thing. And just talking about scammers, do you know I got the guy ring back last week? Well, strangely enough, I think it was Thursday or Friday. I weren't streaming. It must have been Friday because I don't think I was streaming. And I got the same call centre ring back, but this time a girl. And she it was really funny because she said, "Oh, how are you doing today?" I said, "Well, I'm not too good, really. I'm a bit depressed." I says, "Wife's just found out I'm sleeping with his sister. I don't really know what to do and everything else." So this conversation went on, and then she kind of brought it back to card thing. I said, "Well, what do you think I should do?" So she suggested I went on holiday and booked a holiday. I says, "I'm going to take you up on that." Basically, take you up on that. I'm going to book a holiday. I'm going to see if wife's sister wants to come on holiday with me. I think that's a brilliant idea. No, I don't mean take them all. I mean go on holiday with your wife. I said, "No, you've said it now. I think I'll go on holiday with wife and wife's sister. I'm going to book it now and get this done and get this done and get this sorted. I think that's the right thing to do. I'm actually going to tell them that we're going to do this." I said, "I'm going to do that straight away." And I said, "Thank you very much. I'm going now." I hung up. She rang me back within about 10 seconds to say, Don't ring them, don't suggest that. I'm not telling you to do it." She was panicking like hell. Did girl, bless her, because she thought she'd give me this advice about taking both wife and wife's sister on holiday. That's how we're doing that. It's all made up and fabricated. But she had a conscience. I don't know where that went. But yeah. Anyway, we'll get this in. We'll get this tuck in here.
when Les comes, I will need to have a chat with him. I will mute the microphone again when I have a chat with him, for obvious reasons. But hopefully we'll get him done either way. So we'll get this one took, we'll get the laptop, and we'll make start that. So give me 2 ticks. Give me 2 ticks, gents. Forgot to put microphone back on. Give me 2 ticks. Right, let's get this microphone back on and get this one done. Which one with thermal service? I think this was thermal service. Yes, it is. Now, we did speak to this lad on stream. He called and we popped him on stream, or my side of conversation. So we should have a good idea of what's issue with this if you did tune in last week. But the story behind this one is it's just come up to the end of its warranty period. I think he's got about 4 days left on his warranty now. And it's overheating. It's hitting 100 degrees on testing. And he's consistently hitting it in games and it's throttling back. So he's not happy. So he's spoken to Acer, whoever, I think it's an Asus, and they've said, yeah, send it to us, but we'll need it for at least 21 days. He don't want to wait 21 days. So he rang me. And I said, well, he's knowledgeable, he's informed. He knows there's a BIOS issue with this particular model where the BIOS issue are reporting erroneous information on temperatures. So it could be a BIOS issue. He had several bits installed which was monitoring temperatures and also some tweaking software. I think it was, did they have Ryzen Master or something on it as well? So I suggested getting rid of it all and just using hardware info. So we've just got a more or less a system which is a bit more stable. Because the problem is some of these tweaking softwares, even though you haven't got it activated, can still have an impact on how it's working. So he's got rid of that, but he says it's still peaking at 100 degrees. Now I did explain to him that we can do a full thermal service, but it's not necessarily guaranteed that A, it'll repair it. B, because he's been running at these temperatures consistently high, it could have caused some damage to the CPU, GPU, or RAM, VRAM and things like that, or other components. Because obviously it's not been able to disperse the heat. More importantly, it could have started degrading the solder, because it'll be lead-free solder, heating up and cooling down to those temperatures and sustaining at 100 degrees plus. Can have an impact on the solder joints, so it can make them brittle. So when we get welcome, hello. So when we release the pressure of the heat sinks, because it'll have twin heat sinks on it and at least 2 fans, I would have thought, because it's an i9, it's an Intel i9, this 13th gen, which we all know has got the microcodecs issue for overheating. It can release the pressure, which could cause a crack to form on one of the solder balls. I have made it perfectly clear to him that if that is the case, he would then need to send it to somebody else, because I cannot do this for the CPU reballing or possibly reflowing GPU and other bits and bobs. And it will invalidate his warranty. So I have been very, very, very concise and very, very clear with him about all the possible issues. Now, let's go back to the repair side. We're going to do a full strip down, strip his fans down, strip his heat sinks off, clean everything, get rid of all the thermal putty, thermal paste, thermal pads, and all these components, VRMs, RAM chips, CPU, GPU, and so on. I've got some thermal putty up there, what we're going to apply with 2 different types. and we're going to put that on. He has told me that it is not liquid metal, because I was very specific with him, because I won't work on computers which have got liquid metal on them. I just won't touch them. He's double checked, it's not got liquid metal. So personal choice, I don't think you should put liquid metal on your computer, please don't. This other solutions which work nearly as well, and for most people it's fine. An i9 maybe is an argument to say that it would benefit from it, but it hasn't got liquid metal. So that's what we're going to be doing today. So we'll be stress testing it before for the thermals, we'll be stress testing it after we've done all the clean. Hopefully it'll bring his thermals down a little, but with an i9, I think it's a 4060 Ti. This is just a barbecue. This is a barbecue which plays games. It's just going to burn no matter what you do. It'd be like playing games on sun. It's just going to be so warm. So anyway, let me just text. I'll text him later. That's that customer who was just on there. SATA hard drives are a thing of past. Wow, Max! Sorry, I was just looking on this picture on Discord. What Max has just sent me. So I can just show this because it's on Discord, so it's kind of a public forum. That must be something that Max Power's got in his array. So he's got 4 M2 drives. I can't see what key they are, but like M key drives, and we've got 4 M2 drives, and they are these 1, 2, 3. They're all PCI Express 4 compatible. Is the card, so that'll absorb a full PCI 16X slot on there. I mean, your drives won't actually generate up to a PCI Express 4 bandwidth anyway. I would have thought on Gen 4 anyway. Gen 5 would really struggle. But by the looks of it, in the back, can you see what's at the back as well? A collection of NVIDIA Quadro cards as well. I don't know if that's his setup or not, but that's really nice. And we've got an SLI linking all the cards up. At least 3 cards there. Very, very nice. So that's a proper gamer setup. Wow. Just bear with me 1 second, guys. The customer, I've just rebuilt the PC. It's just texted me just to say, no, I've changed mine, can you do it? So let me ring him and find out if he wants me to actually do the cooler or not. I might not be able to talk. Let me text him. The system, just to confirm, you want me to replace the cooler with a new one? Right, might need to just jump back onto that other one and just finish that one off. He texted me just as I was discussing it with you guys, and he said, well, I'd said to him on the phone that his cooler broke, so he needs a new cooler. I don't fit the standard Intel one, so it is, and I quoted him on the cooler. So he said, no, I'll not have it done. And then he's just texted me and said, hi, thanks for calling. Please go ahead and replace the broken cooler pin, please. I can't replace the broken cooler pin. It's replacing the entire thing, so I don't know. I'm now shouting it. NG. If it were 5 minutes earlier, I'd still have it on the bench, but now I can't ring him and I've texted him, so I can't do anything until he texts me back just to confirm. I basically put, I've rebuilt the system, just want to confirm you want to replace the cooler with a new one. Because I think his other text message isn't as concise as I probably needs to be on there. So anyway. Oh, don't ask Max Power how much RAM. Has he got quite a bit of RAM, James? Is that what it is? Ooh. So, what I'm going to do on here is nitro. I don't like nitros. We're going to see if we can get I think I've got a special adapter for nitro. Now, is it this one? So at least we can get the power meter on the screen, because these absolutely drink. That's an HDMI lead, that won't work. These drink current like it's going out of fashion. Oh, that's my new one for a Sony, that. No, that's not it. I think it's that one. I'm hoping. Oh, I've got a Sony one. Didn't realise I had a Sony one. Yeah, it's not that one anyway. Can't find my power lead for my power supply. I'll look in my power box. It might be there. The one you know isn't the worst. Oh no. Ah, there we go. Plug these in the correct slots. We have the Max Power software running on my system for my power, which is that one there. Yay, that one there. So we're gonna. I know full well it's a 60. It's just no. It's other one which is 17 amp. This is only. What current is this? This is 6.92. So we'll set this at 10 amp, and then we'll knock it down. We'll knock that up to 7.5 amp. Apply. So we sat at 7.5 amps, which you will be able to see just up here on the power meter, just about there, right at the top. It's a set 19.5 by 7 point whatever amps on there. This software is by Max Power. Amazing piece of software. Really, really is a nice piece of software. This is the software in its entirety. And you can just do so much. You've got memories down here, so I can select what memory I want. As you can see, I've got 1 volt, 1 amp, and I've configured these myself. So when we're doing voltage injection, I've got a 19.5 to 10 amp, and I've got a 19.5 5 amp. I've spaced them out like that, so I'm not turning it wrong one on by mistake. This will also tell me where I've set it and what it's currently drawing, and this basically turn it on and off with here. So you can see we're sat at 19.5, and there's no current on it at the moment because it's not doing anything. So that's where we are at the moment. So we'll get that put back into there. But brilliant piece of software. 7.6 amp, I've got it set to a 7.5 now, so we'll just turn this on. Now that's interesting because it's not pulling anything from my supply. So laptop's on and we're not pulling any current. Let me just see if I've got a plug which will fit in there, because it might be a connection issue. We had this the other day, didn't we? Where it was a plug and connection issue. Not that one. I think it's looks like a standard Acer, but the standard Acer is just not. It's still nothing on there. Not that one. I think that's the same as we've got in. My meter is working and my power supply is outputting into it. Just double check. Yeah, kicking out. Why ain't this interesting? Now, I just took him on his word that that was the only issue. Now, it's interesting that it's not. So many plugs, because there might be a little bit of leeway between this and his charger, but I can't see it having too much of a leeway. That was far too sloppy. That one's far too sloppy. I'm sure there's a better way of doing this rather than just keep trial and error. That one's too tight. And it's like Goldilocks, isn't it? And this one's just right. Still nothing. Oh, there we go. We've finally got current. Yeah, it was just a fitment. A fitment of my imagination. That's long there. It proves the point. The first issue do not succeed, blame somebody else. Oh, my telephone is ringing. 1 second, gents. PC repairs. Hello, Ben. Yeah, sorry, I got the text coming through reference the pin. It's not the pin that I'll be replacing, it's the entire cooler. Oh, right, sorry. Just what you're saying, the pin, I'm thinking, is he just expecting me to replace the pin? Because you can't, you see. So you want the entire cooler replacing? Yeah. No problem. I must say the cooler is an amazing cooler. I fit them on all my builds. I've got them on both my systems as well. They are awesome coolers. So, okay, I've started another computer now. So once I've done this one, I'll jump back on yours. So it should be ready probably late today, if not certainly for tomorrow. Just depending how long this one takes, because this is quite a big job what I'm going on today. Yeah, no worries at all. Speak to you soon. Cheers, Ben. Bye bye now. Right, so that was the customer with the cooler. So he wants the cooler as well. Now I don't think it is a bad connector. If I move it around like so, it's staying pretty static. I think it's the connector itself. I just not selected the right one because the tolerances. I think that's probably what it was. Got to shoot out for 10 minutes. Sounds important. Okay. Back connected to joins inside. Does the charge? Yeah, it's. I don't think these actually charge off USB. Oh, it might charge off USB-C, but yeah, it's working now anyway. Nextnator, thank you very much. Oh, it stopped again when you pulled the cable towards you. Did it? 2.5 amps. Can't say. I think it's just on a pretty much static. I think it was just my my end, because obviously these ends are a bit iffy, and that one just fits. There we go. If I push it all the way, it's now not working. There we go. It's working. It just takes a couple of seconds for it to kick in and drink it a little bit. So anyway, we're good on that. I'm just going to put you on face cam 2 minutes because you need to log in, just see, because the customer gave me his number, his pin. I just want to see, make sure there's nothing on screen that can obviously compromise any type of issues. So give me 2 seconds while I log in, and we'll see if that's going to get in. And then we'll get our test stick out and ready. No, we look pretty good on there. So let me just go into Explorer. And let me double check on here. I think my other customer is here anyway. So we'll be jumping on with that. And yeah, that'll be fine. It's got 2 drives on it. It's got a 1 terabyte and a 500. So we do have a couple of thingy bobs on here. Oh, I can hear fans revving up already. Oh yeah, fans are getting noisy. So let's get an HDMI in. So I've parked on drive as well. So when this customer comes, I will be just having a chat with him when he comes to the door. He will be coming in. He's just rung the doorbell, so I'll have to just wait a tick up whilst I plug this in. Right, so I'm just going to put you on mute for 2 minutes, guys, just while I deal with this customer, and then once he's in, we'll have a chat. it's stuff which you then need to take into consideration when you've been compromised, like you've been. You need to then take into consideration how you're going to protect yourself for the information which is possibly out there about you, and obviously the information which going forward you don't want to be putting out there. Now, what a lot of people do, and we'll just use this as a scenario, if your name is David Smith, they might met their email address david.smith1968@gmail.com. You've instantly give somebody your name and probably your year of birth from something like that. So we reveal far too much information. So what an hour and a half to 2.5 hours, it generally takes most people when you sit down with me afterwards, is to explain to you a few of the security things that you fall down, password issues, how to structure password, and how to then set your digital life up. Because anything you set up in your digital life has a real impact on your real world life. So the place what they want access to the most, all these scammers, hackers, is really your email account. Because from your email account, they can then start gaining access to other accounts. Yeah, so they can go to Amazon, for example, and go, forgot password. What Amazon will do is send an email to your email account. They've got access to your email account. Then they can then change your email address, your password, whatever they want to do, unless it's two-factor authentication. But again, all that gets covered on what two-factor authentication is. Things like this, passkeys, and other different authentication methods. So if you want to go down that route, it will be a
So do you have that on paper?
I don't, mainly because a lot of people's asked me for this, and it's because it's kind of a bit different for all people, because some people will then ask me this question, we'll go down that route. So I used to do it as a booklet and everything else, but I found it's better when it's more interactive. So I just say, bring along A4 bit of paper or booklet or something like that to write in, and I'll run through everything systematically. What you'll find is we'll get to a certain point and it'll trigger a question with you, and we'll go down that route, and then I'll bring it back and we'll go down that route. So that takes, as I say, somewhere between an hour and a half, 2 hours, but it's whether you've got time before you go back away to Spain. And probably can do it tomorrow morning first thing, but I'm talking from about 8:30ish.
That's no problem. I can be here at 8:30.
Yeah. So if I can get your computer wiped and done tonight, you're then in a good place for that anyway. Right, one thing I will say to you, if you do come tomorrow, I don't actually, this sounds really strange, I don't actually do any of it for you. And there's good reason, because I don't do anything for you, is because there's so much for you to do afterwards, because most of it is security related, e.g. usernames, passwords and things like that. A lot of it is tagged to your online security accounts and things like that. So there'll be security questions you need to answer and things like that. That's why I can't do it. And the other reason I don't do it is because you might have to do it on 20 different accounts. Okay, so if you do it on one account, you'll have a better idea if you do it on second account, and carrying that forward to do it on each subsequent account after that. So that's why it's better for me to tell you what to do, and then I'm always other end at phone.
I've done a little bit of things with my bank and things like that. I've been with them, changed the codes.
Yeah, well, I'll run through a lot of that tomorrow, but the fundamental one is your foundations on how you do it. Right. And it becomes clear. I always struggle when I start explaining it to people, because they'll go, well, just tell it, and you'll tell it, and then it leads on to this and this and this. So it's better if we kind of do it as a ground upwards sort of thing, but it will take us back to day one with your email accounts and doing it forward like that. And then by the time I've explained it all to you, hopefully it'll make a lot of sense, and then you'll go, yeah, I need to do that.
Well, I've got a complete free day tomorrow until 6 o'clock in the evening, so if you can sort me out at 8:30 to 10, 10:30 or whatever, then I've got the rest of the day to do what you're telling me to do.
You'll need more than a day. I would say break it down on a few weeks, because there'll be a lot for you to do. There'll be a lot of, and certainly
something for me to do while I'm sat in the sun.
Right, yeah, just make me jealous, why don't you? Is there a password on there? Les?
No.
No. Is antivirus don't really work on phones. A lot of antivirus companies will sell you an antivirus for your phone, or it'll come part of the package. But all it really does, certainly on an iPhone, is reroute your DNS. So reroute your DNS traffic through one of their servers and things like that. They do monitor other bits and bobs, but generally they're a bit more insular as a closed wall guard, and certainly iPhone is. So they'll reroute your DNS and see if you go into a dodgy website or something like this to try and protect you in that way. But anything on your phone, if you've got an Android or iPhone, should automatically be backed up to the cloud anyway. So if you wipe your phone, if you think they've had access to it, but again, we'll run through all this tomorrow. If you think they've had access to it, it's always advisable to do that, because there's no point leaving yourself vulnerable on one thing and then routing the way back in at alt rest.
Yeah. I've deleted that, and then I tried to pull it back, and it's just pulled. All it's pulled back is my cloud
Yeah.
email.
Yeah.
But I saw somewhere that I could access the cloud and it should, all my information should be up there, should it?
Yeah, you literally go to iCloud.com and log in with your username and password.
We do that tomorrow. That's
But
part of
again,
tomorrow,
all this is kind of rolls into everything tomorrow,
Yeah.
because it'll be done from grassroots completely different.
Yeah.
To give you, it should cut down your spam by about 90 to 95%, and it should give you about 80% protection online just by changing probably about half a dozen things.
Right.
It will make a dramatic difference.
I've not. I've had one bloke phone and tell me that he took what they sent this email out. My niece once, and
Yeah.
you've probably seen it many.
Yeah, I met many times.
And one guy's took it as gospel and he's went on to it, and he's. I'm not sure whether he's trying to scam me now, because he says that I gave him, I bought them the Amazon card and sent it to them, and then they've come back and asked me for my email, for my bank account, and so I've told them that I've said it's a gift to you, Les, and there's a card on its way to you.
Yeah.
Have a look. I haven't received the card.
Yeah.
But I haven't received anything from my email since for over 10 days now.
If it's one of your contacts who you know, I would say that he might have done it generally out of concern to help you, or help your niece, or whatever it was.
It's one I don't know very well, and I can't believe that people.
Some people do, though, because it's convincing.
I don't know this guy very well, and yet all it says is, "Hi Les, I have a problem. Can we have an email chat?"
Yeah, I would say everything that comes through,
yes,
your default setting should be suspicion, and default setting should be disbelief and not going to believe it. So unless you can have a face-to-face conversation with him, I would say treat it as suspicious.
I'm going to talk to this guy, because I do know him, but I don't know him. I can't believe that he's thought that I would ask him.
But we're all created differently, isn't it? He might have thought, do you know what, in his hour of need, I can't believe he's reached out to me and he's done a nice thing.
Yeah.
So I can see it with human nature, but again, human nature of these scammers, they'll go to any lengths. And other thing is, if he has bought this gift card and he has done anything, he's then susceptible and for their scams now, so they'll be targeting him as well, because obviously it's a snowball effect to how it happens. So
I'll give him a ring and have a chat with him.
Yeah, and if he's local, he's more than welcome to give me a ring if he's got any questions.
He's in Spain, actually.
Okay.
I've had 20 or 30 phone calls. Les, is this a scam?
Yeah.
And most of them have picked it up, and some of them I haven't spoke to for 10 years. And this guy in particular, I don't even know how he's got my email address, to be honest, because it's not on my, or he's not one of the people that I'm not.
What they'll sometimes do is send a link out in the email as well from you to your others, and as soon as they click on the link, it can also cross-infect them as well. So there's a lot of avenues, but we'll cover a lot tomorrow, Les. But I'll get yours done today, I've got this one and another one, then we'll do yours. And then I'll drop you a message when it's done, and then we'll confirm for tomorrow morning.
Look forward to it.
Yeah, all right. See you later.
Thank you.
See you later. Bye-bye. Oh, right, guys. Sorry about that. Oh, okay. Just close that down, and I just need to close this down. There's an error on this error while checking. We don't want to do this. Don't show that message again. We'll just close Discord down because we don't want it to open Discord. There we go. People getting cam so easy. Yeah, Dave, unfortunately, it's a sign at times. Sign of the times. It is. It's a lot of it is AI generated now. Or just program generated, isn't it? Holy cows. God, what car's he driving? Oh, he's coming in his Porsche. He's coming in his... Humongous is now following on Twitch. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. He's got a Porsche. And I've just heard it start about sounding like a lion roaring. Arrgh. So, right, let's see if we can get a picture on here. Right, this is his machine. Let me see if we can shift my ugly face back to one side again, and shift that back to one side. So you heard conversation. He's going to come tomorrow morning. So I'm going to be doing bits and bobs tomorrow morning for him on his machine. We'll click on there. There we go. And we will we'll see where we get sorted. And he's just 1 second, guys. My phone is ringing now. 1 second. PC repairs. What about? I've not even heard it. What have you found? Oh right, you found it, have you? That's all. I was with a customer when you rang. Sorry, Julie. All right then. See you later. Bye bye. Okay. That threw me completely. 1 second. PC repairs. Same customer. She went, ignore that message. I found it. I went, what have you found? I don't know what you found. Spoke to computer this morning. She couldn't find her power supply. Got a new power supply. It was the Sony Vaio we did last week. I had to order a new power supply. So, so guys, we are just going to run hardware info just to have a look on here. Yes, we'll run that. The fans are really ramping up. So they start sensors only. And we'll see what it is. So this is should be under no load really, apart from its self-sustained stuff. We'll just get that punched up there. We'll get that punched up there. We'll get that put on here. So his CPU is running a little bit. What's eating his CPU? He's got Roblox running, which could be a scam. So we'll get that closed down because there's some Roblox crypto miners out there. There's a lot of those. We're not connected to the internet, so he shouldn't be doing any updates. It's just having a look around the system. It's 17%, 30% under idle. It's crazy, isn't it? Absolutely crazy. But even so, you really shouldn't be hitting these temps. So we have hit 100 degrees down here a couple of times if you look. With it on Core P3. Your maximums, yeah, a couple of them are high. I mean, one of the cores is, bear in mind, this is an i9, 13th gen. So it'll have performance cores in here and so on, won't it? So it's a decent system, this. We've got 32 gig of RAM, and what GPU is it? Oops. Have some review. We've got a 4060 graphics card, so it's a nice system. This. Let's stick my. I think. So we're hitting core throttling, which is sat down here. it has hit it. It would just hit it just then, just thinking. So thermal throttling is hitting all the time. I don't think there's any point testing this, because I think I can see how they're spiking just here, just under normal. I mean, CPU's dropped back down to 0.5 of a gigahertz. If you look at on here, it's up and down. So I think we're just going to jump in and do a thermal service on here. I really don't think there's any point doing too much inspection before that. So we're going to do what the customer wants, which is a thermal service, strip down, clean everything. Hopefully it'll make it look a lot better. Pull memory stick out and we'll crack on and get this done. Come on. Still shutting down. There we go, finally shut down. So, just pull power supply out. Oh, them plugs are nice and warm. Oh, my little gold plugs are got a bit heating them. I don't know if it's because it's chilly in this orifice or not. So, I'm not sure whether the customer has ever opened this before. I can't remember whether they said they had or not. So, it might be a case of they've opened it. I don't know. We will see when we open it. I have explained to him that it invalidates his warranty. It's a bit of a... Well, it doesn't actually invalidate your warranty. It might invalidate your warranty in the fact that they say you can't do that, but it doesn't invalidate your warranty from consumer law if there's something wrong with the computer. So it invalidates your warranty from a manufacturer or a supplier if you open it. But consumer law in the UK gets a bit more complex than just, oh, you've got a warranty on and you've invalidated it. So I have explained all that to him because he wasn't aware of it all. But I have said, look, if I am opening it, taking on the basis that you've invalidated it and it won't be covered, and he's happy with that, and taking on the basis that it might just break it. I killed chat. I know, cows, you've made them all go home. They're all falling to sleep now, cows, that's what it is. They're all mesmerised. They know full well if cows is in chat when nobody else needs to talk. Oh dear, that were a good idea, weren't it? So we'll do this one. We'll do the heatsink one, what we looked at before, and then this is a... I think this is going to have other issues. Because if we can see here, it's a nice laptop this. We've got two NVMe's sat down here. We've got 2 sticks of DDR5 RAM. We've obviously got the i9 CPU sat here. We've got the GPU here, there. 2 fans, 1 cooler. I don't like the idea of just 1 cooler, and we've got a side vent of the cooler here as well. But this is spotlessly clean. So unless there's an issue with they've not put any thermal paste or something on, which I have seen before. It's dead, Jim. But not as we know it. Not as we know it, Captain. Unless they've done something stupid in factory, like I say. Oh, yeah, I do think this has been open because that came off ever so easy. That little sticky pad there. And I don't think all... Yeah, that's come off. Very, yeah, and it's got hairs on. So I think this has been opened before, and the battery connector isn't quite square either. So we'll take that off. We'll just give it a quick discharge. We'll take the battery out. Because the battery's not screwed in. So that's always a good idea. Let's position that there. That looks like we need to take the Wi-Fi card cables off and out, or Wi-Fi cables out, feed them over here, and see where we go from it. So let's pop these out first of all. Be really careful if you're taking these out. I like to put a bit of downward pressure on the clip itself, because if you just pull the cable, you can sometimes break the connector on the card. Let's took off and stick that button there. I do think this has been opened, and I think when we look in here, it will be as clean as a clean thing on a clean day. Let's unscrew the fans. This is an i9 and a 4060, so I would imagine this is a cheap laptop. If anybody wants to look at what it is an Acer V15, and the model is a 23Q22. I know, because I know people like to see what model I'm working on. I can't really see that, but can you see? 23Q22, and manufactured in 12th of November 2024. So a couple of years old, this coming up to. So it should be outside of warranty, unless it was an old stock. And it's the that's the actual ANV 155191 GP Densing cooler tube. Yeah, there is. Notice that on there. That could be somewhere where it's leaked out, and that could be why it's doing that. Also, if somebody has been in this and they've took this off and then they've gone like that, that could cause a kink, but not, that's a dent. I mean, there's no external, because it's here on the case, there's no external damage to the case. So it's a strange one. Why it's got £675 second hand. Is that what? Is that for the i9 4060? Because I would imagine there's probably a few in that, model range. I would have thought. That's one fan out. Take fans out to start with. I don't think I'd ever want to buy a gaming laptop. I know why people buy them. And he had a desktop before this, and he said he bought this because all his friends had gaming. I mean, these fans are spotlessly clean. Look at them. There's just no dirt or debris. It's like it's actually been cleaned. I mean, that's one fan. That's the other fan. Obviously, a high thingy bob fan. Yeah, the fans themselves are. I mean, that's the radiator. You can see through it. There's not a speck of blockage on that. Because I did say to him, if you are doing this, if you've got a little bit of this blocked off, because it's an i9, that's going to affect your cooling. If you've got 10% blocked off, you're going to affect your cooling by about 25%. Let's take some of these screws out. Being ever so careful not to cause any issues. Then we'll see if we can get this cooler off in one go. Because there is a possibility, I will take a picture of that cooler actually, just so I can send him it. The customer was very knowledgeable about the entire situation, about the BIOS updates and things like that. He's obviously done his research. Just going to see if we can just prise this up a little, just to help it. And what screws that I can see in here. That's that up. I don't think there's anything wrong with that paste there at all. That's paste is still wet on both of them, and the goop is still wet as well. Which I did say to him, I said, look, if this is 12 months old, there should be no reason. You can see how it's marking up. Is that paste? There should be no reason I mean, there's a little bit of missing paste here, which hasn't moved across, but I think that's because the chip actually don't need it. But the cooler's got really nice flat pattern on it. You can see where it's come down, so there's no real dry patch, which is on this side. There is a bit of a dry patch on here. If we look round here, and the CPU has got a dry patch on, so that could have been. It's just got up by 100 and also 50 quid, 75 quid. So there is a bit of a dry patch here. If you look here, where there's no paste. And on GPU, I mean, GPU looks good. There's a dry patch here, and maybe here as well. And if we compare that to where the cooler is, this is where the dry patch on the cooler for the RAM is, and you can see that one there. That's basically the liquid out of the cooler paste. So if you look at this, this is the CPU cooler, which we can't really get them both in shot, but put some lights on. Are they? Which one are my lights? No, not that one. Ouch. That one there. Turn the lights up. There we go. So you can see on here. So we've got a bit of a dry spot here, which is actually this part at cooler here, and that part at cooler is this part here, because obviously I've got it upside down because it took off. So that part here is okay, but there's certainly, if you put that into percentage terms, I would say that's probably close to 20%, which has got a dry patch on it. It's not mega dry, but it's certainly a different consistency stuff which has got it on. And if we compare that to GPU, and again, I can't get them both in shot, certainly not more for GPU. I'll see if I can do it here. So that part there will be this corner here, which is, you can see it's slightly different colour because it's drier. Certainly drier there. And I can see a depth difference on the actual paste. You can see depth difference there, where there's no paste and whatnot. Gives you an idea. So yeah, I don't think that paste has been particularly put on correctly. And if we compare this to this is still quite wet. This to me wouldn't have needed changing, but we've certainly got a dry patch. That's the one which has got missing. So that one there is actually that chip there, and it's that section there. So you can see it was actually on, or even though it's squeezed out. That one's nice and wet, and top two have got plenty on as well. So I don't think it's a RAM cooling issue. Rest at silicon pads are absolutely fine. So I think the best case we can do, we'll give this a clean up. We'll give it a thermal test. We'll test it with new paste on. We'll put some decent paste on it. We'll test it with new paste. We'll see how we go. But then we'll get thermal camera on and see if there's anything like that. Yeah, it's hitting 100 degrees just under normal standing load. He has got a lot of things running in the background. Things like Roblox and things like that, which I know are notorious. Some of these cheats and hacks, what people put on, have crypto miners in. So whether that's sitting some of his processes in the background and hiding it from Task Manager, I can't really see, but we will test things like that as well. But yeah, clearly it's a heat issue, and that's what the customer had initially said to me, that it's got a heat issue. So this is the boring part of just cleaning some of this off. Might be better if we do this under the camera, under microscope, so you guys can see a little bit more to what I am doing. There we go. It just means I can't see chat as easily when I've got microscope down. So I'm going to use the tissue from Kimtech, and then once I've got majority off, I'll use a bit of IPA and one of the other things. But yeah, that's looking cleaner already. The fans are running at full speed, even under idle. The fans are just banging up. I would have thought, yeah, it's not making its way all day down. I think I think it's a combination of some thermal paste not applied properly, but I do believe that the other issue is the dent in the heat pipe. Fortunately, we've got it on stream of me opening it and the dent being there before I even touched it. So that might be one where the customer can argue with the manufacturer to say, this is when it were opened, here's the link, have a look. We'll see how it goes from there. But evidential issues with that. So that's majority off there. We just need to do the same with the, I'm going to swap to these wipes. These wipes are brilliant. I know I keep bleating on about these. I shouldn't really get so excited about wipes, but they are wonderful. I don't want to be doing too much poking and prodding down here because there is components around the RAM chips, obviously. So we don't want to be knocking a component off, do we? That would be just crazy. Looks like the same stuff as I've got for this, so I'm not going to worry too much about the stuff surrounding it because it won't be conductive anyway. And I don't really want to be poking around too much around the side bits because I'm not going to put any more down there, and I'm not going to make it any worse. Let's put it like there. Let's get a bit of IPA on a cotton bud. Clean it down. This will be his VRAM for his GPU. As long as the die's nice and clean. Obviously that's contact patch. Same as CPU. Don't worry too much about it. As long as there's not masses amounts causing like an insulation issue around here, I would be very, very happy with those two on there. So we'll clean this heatsink off in the same manner, and then we'll get that rebuilt, give that a retest, and see where we go from there. A lot more on these. No, I haven't looked at that yet, James. Check the screws. Make sure the right screws get into the right holes down the bracket. They are, I will do when I screw it back down in the right order. The screws are all the same length as well, Dave. I didn't check the thermal camera. I'm going to rebuild it and check the thermal camera on that one, James. I just might need to put some black tape on there just to see where it's going. No, I don't think, I did say to him when I originally spoke to him, I said with the issue that he's having, it sounded more like a hardware issue, maybe a leak in heat pipe or something like that. And I think the dent has probably proved it, because obviously if they're not, it's more of an issue if there's a dent on the bottom, because obviously fluid will flow, because gravity works across the bottom. The ones at the top don't make as much of an impact, but they still have an impact to flow. It seems to me that it was not making it to the die and squishing it out. Yeah, I think that's probably what it is. It might cut some of the pressure off with that dent, but it's a strange dent because it's not actually, it's not bent, that one. So unless they've hit it with something when they've done it, because there's no actual sharp mark on it either. It's not like they've hit it with a screwdriver or something like that. So whether this has been part of manufacturing, I don't know. But it's not affected the join there. It's not come through to the back. So yeah, we are where we are. Let's clean this putty off anyway, and we can put him clean putty on, because I have said I will do this, but I don't think it'll make any difference at all. So let's get that bit of tissue. Don't want that kicking around place. We'll give this a quick wipe, and then we'll. Ugh. Blue paste is brill, but just go all over. Clean majority of this up. And we'll give this a quick spruce with a brush. Use a toothbrush on this occasion. and some IPA. I do like these wipes. These wipes are wonderful. Okay, that's clean enough for what we need to do. Everything else is absolutely spotless. Right, there is a slight dent on there as well. Slight dent on there as well. I think this is just bad manufacturing. But if you look, you probably can't see this on camera. There's a what appears to be a screw hole or something there, and a little bit of dust in there. I mean, that might be coincidental that it's around there, but there's certainly what looks to be a screw hole. Another mark on here as well. Another dent here. I can't see, again, these being too detrimental because these have been on a thick part to angled tube anyway. But it just builds a picture of right, a slight deviation there as well. That's obviously end, so that's fine, and then one there. So it could, I mean, if that's compressed it by 50%, it will be stopping performance by 50, well, not 50%, probably about 30%, because you've got 3 pipes. So that could be a contributing factor. But you would think it would have done this from new and just not recently. So I wonder whether somebody else has been in it and done something to it, and they've suggested not sending it back to the manufacturer because manufacturer will look at it and go, you've damaged it, this is customer damage. Don't know. Let's rebuild and see. Yeah, you can test it with hot air. It seems to me that there wasn't. Yeah, you can test it with hot air. It needs to test the heat sinks without putting it back onto the laptop anyway. Maybe he reads it. I've read it, Dave. Should we get the thermal camera out and just see them? Let's get my big thermal camera out, because I think this thermal camera will be a little bit better suited at what I need to show, because it's got a slightly wider vision on it. I'll get that up, and then we'll get thermal camera up. All thermal. When it boots up, and we will get thermal. Just waiting for my camera to boot. We'll get a hot air station on the die. We'll heat this and just see if it is going up there. Right, we have picture on my thermal, so let me get my camera turned on. Scope, thermal camera. Nope, we want cancel. It's a camera. I have overhead thermal like USB. I haven't used this camera in several weeks. Just bear with me. I'm just getting the camera turned on. UV camera, and it should be that one. There we go. Right. So at least I know which one we're looking at. So we'll just go back onto here. We'll get it warmed up, and then I can flick over to that one as and when we need to. Fortifix, hello, good morning. We are, and Arnold, good morning, Arnold. Good morning. We have a laptop which is severely overheated. It's coming up as 100 degrees just on idle, in fairness. Let me just offer that back down a second, see where that is sitting. Oh, that's interesting. No, it's not interesting. No, it's definitely interesting. Where that hole is, that hole in the thing. There's nothing actually underneath. It sits about here. I really don't know how he's got that hole in. Apart from if he says nobody's opened it, and I think somebody had opened it because we could see that it had got signs of being open. It could be that. So bizarre on there. That piece of whatever. And there is some thermal compound kicking around in places where I wouldn't like to see thermal compound. It's also, and now Arnold's in, it's also got a BIOS issue. Customer tells me that this laptop, which is this, which is an Acer V15 N23Q22 with a model of that ANV 155191GP, has a BIOS issue. And what the BIOS issue is, it reports wrong temperatures in the BIOS. So he says he's been on to Asus about it, Acer, sorry, and Acer says update to the latest BIOS, but people have updated on Reddit to the latest BIOS, and it's causing the same problems. It's causing the CPU to overheat. It is a i9 13th gen, so it's going to get toasty anyway with 4060. But Acer's then got back to him and said, yeah, don't do that, it causes the same issues. So he's obviously not then done that. But we're hoping to release an update over the next few months, is what they've told him. But I don't think this is a heat issue. I do think it's that issue. I think you've hit the nail on the head. So let's get some thermal heat into this. Oh, let's see where we go. He's got the latest one on the website. The second latest on the website to do this. So we'll bang. We don't need 400 degrees C. We'll bang this at 200 because that's all we really need. We don't want to cook it 180, 120. I think 130 should be fine. Bang a bit of air in it though. Right. So we'll get back onto thermal, which should be not that one. That one there. Right. Okay. So you will see. Right. So that is the pipe, which you can see on camera. So I'm just going to heat the actual got to do this wrong-handed. Oh, get that right down there. Right. So we're looking at the area where it's absorbing heat so far. It's dissipating heat like it should. There's no, I mean, I'm warming, you can see where I'm warming with a hot spot on there. You can just see the dent on screen where it crosses. Right, we're going to bang some tape on there to give it a better reflective surface to reflect off. When I find my insulation tape, so I think it's reflecting off rather than anything else. Let's stick some tape on. The fins should get hot. The fins weren't either. I'm going to stick some tape on just so we can see a better reflection. That's across the fins, and I'm going to put this on the. Bang those over the joint over there. See if that's any better. There we go. So that is basically the black tape across the thing, and then this part here is the black tape on the fins. This part here is the copper. So I would say with that, the fins are, yeah, all three there are getting hot. It's I mean, we're up to 42 degrees at the one side of the let me just get it on the pipe, what we think is a bit iffy and a bit broken. So I'm going to put this tape at either side of the hole so we can get a before and after measurement, if that makes a bit of sense. So this is before the little divot, which is 41 degrees or 40.7, after 40.2. So there is a little bit of discrepancy there, but are we seeing that on a normal heat pipe? Stick it onto middle heat pipe, because it's 3 heat pipes. So that 39.6 compared to, so there is a bit of a discrepancy before and after the, that's before the, on the centre one, which is undamaged, 39.1, 39.16 or something like that. So there's very little difference. I am on macro, Arnold, yeah, sorry. It's just there's 2 heat pipes. So that's the top heat pipe, which is damaged, and that's the bottom heat pipe there, which is not. But it's the tape I was looking at. So 39 degrees after the 38.5. So there's a discrepancy on both, but the fins are getting warm. Even this is getting warm. I'm applying heat down here. You can see the dent on there. So either side of that dent, we're only half a degree difference. Half a degree difference on this side for the same gap, even though there's no damage on here. And all these are getting hot to touch. I mean, very hot to touch. And where I've put that, that is getting up to the similar temperature to down here. And that. It's just, how hot do you reckon we should go? I mean, you can damage if you go too hot, so I don't really want to go mega hot. So we'll see if we can get a wide. I'll heat the dial. I'm heating the dial. That is pointed at the radiator fans. In fairness, I've only taped one. Let me just stick that tape on there, so at least we've got a reflective surface. Right, this is all 3 now. So that's the damaged one I'm pointing at, and then there's 2 others. And the tape near the die, that's tape before the damage. That's tape after damage. I think that's working. So I was heating here. I measured that temp and I measured this temp up here on all 3, because it's the top one out of the 3 with the dent in. And all them temps are okay. Yeah, I think that's... Yeah, that was set to... I actually set that to 180. But I wasn't direct heat. I mean, it's still more than touchable. It was getting up to 50 odd degrees. I don't want to pop the cooler. Could be a dent on pipe. Yeah, it's not actually. It's a dent rather than a bend. On that one, Arnold. Yeah, because obviously it's a dual pipe. So. You can see it's a dent, but there's no sharp impact marks. So it's not like a screwdriver. Because I thought somebody tried to lift it off and maybe bent it, which is the usual case. But it's only one pipe out of the 2, so they'd have bent both. But there is a couple of other marks on it anyway. I think either way, I've got to rebuild it. So I think we rebuild it. We'll put new thermal paste on, which is what I've agreed with customer I'll do anyway. We'll test it and see if that makes any better. The thermal paste wasn't amazingly applied, but we'll just make sure I get mine as best I possibly can get it. So let's get him some decent thermal compound out. Where I find it. Let me see what I've got in my little box of tricks. Ouch. I thought I had some MX6 left over. Let me just see if I have. Might be at the bottom of here. I've got some Noctua. That Noctua paste is brilliant. Really good. I might use that Noctua paste. I love that stuff. As everyday stuff. Yeah, I'm going to use that Noctua stuff because I really rate that. Really like that Noctua stuff. Let's stick these back over here. Right, I'm going to do it a bit different to what they did it because I'm going to spread this out. Because I think that bit cold just lurking. Yeah, seems okay. If you look at other vids of thermal pipes on thermal camera, yeah, I've tested them a few times on different machines, and that don't look too out of the ordinary from what I've seen in the past from things. I'm just going to spread this a little bit just to make sure we've got a. Can't spread it too much because it just don't like being spread. But I think it just gives it a bit more of a fighting chance to cover the entire die. And when you do put a bit of compression on, it just eases it all down. There we go. So we've put him his new thermal goop on. So as you can see, it's nicely spread on there. So when we put a bit of pressure on, that will just spread out a bit easier. So we've certainly not got any dry patches, which is a good thing. Let me get my thermal paste out for this. My liquid putty. I don't think I've got a plunger for this. It's my big plunger, and I've not got one. Where's that one? There it is. I have to make do with that one. Yeah, definitely not going to fit. Stick a screwdriver in. See if we can get a squirt of this on, and then we can mould it round. So the good thing about this, as opposed to a pad, which it's gone on other places, is that it can be a lot more forgiving, let's say, to how, when, where. So I've just put a nice blob on each one of them. As you can see, a bit of a Mr. Whippet. We'll give that a quick tease, just so it is covering all the pads. I'm not going to spread this out like I did with the thing. I'm actually going to leave it purposefully raised. Soft peaks if you were making a meringue. You're a bit of a chef. I like this stuff better if you do spread it a little bit, because it encourages it to kind of go into its right home and right place. Does make a bit of a mess. It will firm up over time, so don't worry too much about it looking quite runny. Oh, you flirt. Who's flirting? I'm here lurking, saying here. So we'll get this back down. I'm trying to get this in first time. The last thing you want to do is get it wrong and have to put it somewhere else. Okay. So we've now located that. I'm going to put a couple of screws in just to hold it. These screws are all the same size. You do get numbers on the screws. If you are wondering how you, again, we've got all different people in chat. So you've got number 1 here. The next one's number 3. And then if we look round, you've got what looks like a 4, a 2, a 5, a 7. There'll be a 6 kicking around somewhere. So we're gonna follow these. When I put these in, I locate the screw in, and then I hold the screwdriver at the bottom. And what this will do, if you hold it at the bottom, it stops it suddenly skipping out the screw and digging into the board. So I just screw it a couple of times to hold it in, and then I move on to another screw. And then same premise, down a couple of times. So, and then same premise, down a couple of times. So we get all 4 there. And that's just so we're putting equal pressure on it. They're not screwed in all the way, they're just screwed in a little bit. So put number 5 in, which sits here. Again, just guiding it at the bottom so it doesn't skip out. More important when you're putting a bit of torque on them to tighten them up. And then we're going to go for number 7, which is the last one, which is here. A bit of a quick shimmy, just to make sure that the paste is, because it's still movable because I've not done them all down. And then we'll start at number 1, which is this bottom corner. Tighten it until it goes down. Don't have to be over tightened, it just needs to be snug. So we're getting up to the torque point there. And we'll just slow down and just put a bit of pressure on just to twist it and go. Done. Most modern coolers will only let you go so far. This has got guiding feet on, so it locates itself as well. So we're okay with that. But again, just hold it at the bottom and it stops the screwdriver skipping out. So we're done on that. So that is now at a thermal service, thermal thing. Whether it makes a big difference, we will be seeing. So we've got 2 fans. We've got a single output fan and we've got a double output fan. So it's easy to spot. Double output's obviously going at this side. We'll stick a few screws in here to hold it in. One there. A bit of thread lock on that one, so we'll stick that one in. So again, we'll hold it at the bottom. Stop it skipping out. Do that. Just tease it into place. Is the CPU definitely heading up or jut fans? The CPU is right. GPU here takes all 3 pipes. CPU are the top 2. So CPU is really just out of this top fan. GPU is top fan and those fans. But temperature wise, I didn't test his GPU on a standalone test, but they're all on the same cooler. So we'll have a look, because obviously CPU has that 1 pipe dedicated, or the 2 pipes dedicated to it. I think he said it was CPU as well. And I think actually, just thinking back, it was CPU when I looked at it. So we'll get these pushed in. Done. Get his whatchamacallits on. Wi-Fi card. Blurry Wi-Fi card. A pair of tweezers. It's cool, 2 fans. Dreams, hello Dreams. and we'll get that one put on. So if you look on underneath these, again, we have all different people in here. You have a little female opening there. You've got a male receptacle there. So you need to make sure that that's lined up before you push it down, because if not, you can bend that. Probably you destroy the plastic, which is in there. So I bend it up slightly, so it's like that. So you've just got a bit more of a height advantage. And I tend to offer it up until we're somewhere close. A little bit of pressure, and you'll just feel when it's in right place. And it'll just go down. So you don't force it. And again, it is just a case of feel with this rather than... There you go, just went in straight away. So you don't force it, just once it's aligned, it'll be there, because there is kind of a clip on it. So bend it up at a bit of an angle so you're not going in flat. There you go, straight down and in that one. So they're both nicely located on, and we'll just feed this where it goes, which was through there. And we'll stick that into there, and that had a piece of tape on. This tape has clearly been removed in the past, so somebody has opened this or been in this. Can't say any other bits and bobs which would cause any concern on here. So we'll stick the back on. We're not going to screw the back fully down, but we'll stick the back on and see how we get on with a quick test, because if we don't stick the back on, the battery falls out, which is it's always good fun, isn't it? That battery just kind of, it doesn't locate, it just, ugh. There we go, it's gone in now. Yeah, because that piece of tape there had clearly been removed in the past. I cannot see for the life of me that is how it's been stuck on from factory. It's been removed. You can just tell with tackiness and stickiness it's not got, rather than it's got. Yeah, I just take my time with them, with Wi-Fi connectors. Where you care too much, screwed. Yeah, straight. Man, I hate these connectors. They are a bit of a pain, aren't they, Senna? Wicked dent on that heat pipe. I know, that's what we're thinking is causing the overheating issues. We have just had a thermal camera on it though, and it seemed okay. So we'll just clip the back on, but not screw it down, and we'll just boot up and do a quick thermal test. And I've literally put in the back on just to stop. Just gives an idea on, yeah, at least it's lining up, on same thermals for the same scenario. So there's no point in testing it and having the same. Fans are kicking in already, but nowhere near as high, which is always good. We'll plug this in and see what power we are getting. Go back to my pretty face. I'll log on with his username and password. Hopefully this solves the problem. Would it be lovely if this solves the problem? Maybe in the last 25 years, screwed a few of them. Yeah. Fans are kicking straight up, but it is doing a bit now. So we would expect it. As soon as I've logged into the system and got off his personal data, we'll get the temps back up, and we'll have a look how it is. We'll get some thermal readings, and if it is still overheating, we'll get thermal camera back out and just see if we can see anything. Don't think we'll be able to see anything, but we will see. Did he have hardware installed on his desktop? I think he did. Stick that there. HW. Let's get off his desktop. Yes, we want to run that and get back to this computer. And then we'll get it on HDMI and show everybody the big screen. Let's see what's on telly. Big screen going. Must say, guys, just initial inspection, it is sounding better. It is sounding much better than it was. Okay, so before we were even under idle. I was still using a bit at cores, so that's not too bad. But temps were crazy, weren't they? Yeah, we're still thermal throttling. So we're still thermal throttling. Temps are, I mean, we're not doing anything, we're at idle. Oh, there we go. Fans have really kicked in. Thermal throttle straight away as soon as I open Task Manager. Yeah, temps are there. You can see it on the left side of the screen. Depends on what is on power options. I mean, we can see if you look down here, it's running at 50% and his speed is negligible. As soon as it ramps up, its temperatures are ramping straight up and it's having to throttle itself instantly. It's permanently in a state of throttling. I would agree, Arnold. I would never buy an i9 CPU laptop. Certainly not coupled with a 4060. It's just kicking too much heat. Looks like my idling temps of my Alienware. Even if it's on max power though, it's throttling up and down. Let's bang it on battery save, which is going to turn power down. Yeah. It's really hard for you guys to hear because of the fans, but I can hear the fans. They're at 100%, these fans. Well, it's got, Sebastian, it's a really good point that, because it has got, or the customer tells me, he's got an issue with the BIOS. The Acer admit there's an issue with the BIOS misreading temps. I'm going to get the thermal camera in the back and put it under load and just see what we're getting up to. Yeah, well, that's the thing, isn't it? If you look at Core 2 and 3, we've capped out at 100% up here, which is their maximum. But the E-cores are running similar, if not hotter. But the E-cores do kick in, so P-cores might have been switched off and reduced. So if you look at the graph down here, the E-cores are actually running at a higher percentage. So, yeah. Yeah, your TPM doesn't dry. Yeah, no, it'll be hot. This is virtually the same. There's something in the background because as soon as it ramps up to 4 gig, do you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to run. I'm just going to shut this down because I want to boot it into a. Oh, crikey! I'm going to turn this off. I'm going to run it in a Windows PE because I want to see if it's doing it in test environments. Now, it won't have full drivers, but it's not throttling as such. Even under idle, it's coming to that. I'm wondering if he's a gamer and he's put some game cheats on it, whether there's some static background what's hiding itself from Task Manager that's eating his resources up, and CPU and everything else is actually peaking at 100% usage, but it's on reporting low usage there, which is actually killing it. So let me see if I can boot from a Windows USB, and let's see where it goes on here. But we all know with Acer Nitros as well, it's likely to kick out a yeah, we've got no picture here, so I can't show you. It's likely to kick out a MOSFET if it carries on like that. I'm not a lover of the Nitro series. Yeah, BIOS temp's 81 degrees. And this is sat in BIOS. Can we see that? So it's a 13th gen 13900H i9. He specifically said, I said to him, do you want me to do the BIOS? And he said, no, I do not want you to touch the BIOS. He was really adamant about me not touching BIOS. Because I actually said, look, I'll have a word with somebody online called Arnold, who is just the god of BIOSes. I says, we might be able to flash it and whatnot. He went, no, I don't want you touching BIOS. I said, not even if there's a new version. No, don't want you touching BIOS at all. So he's been really adamant that he does not want me touching the BIOS on here, because I had suggested it to him. So let's see if we can boot to... yeah, he's said, James, that he won't let me... He doesn't want me touching the BIOS at all. Really specific about it. I just want to see if he's got any overclocking enabled. No, it's got nothing on there. Yeah. I'm sure a lot of us have been in this situation where, how can I put it? Some information feels right, some information doesn't feel right. And then when you're discussing and you go, well, should we do, no. Well, that's contrary to what you want. Don't know. I just can't seem to put my finger on it. I know. Well, apparently the new BIOS still has the same issue, according to customer. That's why he says that he doesn't want the new BIOS updating, because it has the same issue. I said, well, there'll be other fixes. He said, but it don't fix things. What's wrong with it? I said, fine. I won't do it. Won't do it. So let's see if we can. No. But BIOS, it's an older BIOS. Well, that's the other thing I said. Well, if the older BIOS is right, do you want me to flash it back to an older one? And he went, no, for that as well. So I suggested that to him as well. I was actually recording at the time. I didn't record. I weren't live, but I had cameras and everything running, because I just wanted to make sure what he was telling me was the conversation we had. I wanted to make sure was provable, if you know what I mean. So I didn't misunderstand anything. Again, Sebastian, there was things which was conveyed and not conveyed, and a bit of coming from there. But he was very knowledgeable about his BIOS and everything else. So again, I'm not sure what it is, but you know, we respect the decision ultimately of the customer. Yeah, Senna. But anyway, let's see if I can just boot to a exit discarding changes. Is it F10 to get onto BIOS to get onto a boot thing on here? Is it F10? Yeah, I'd say you probably hit the nail on the head there, James. Not F10, by the way. I would say it didn't feel like, and as more I dug, there was, I don't know, it became a bit muddier, is probably what it is. There might be some, I can't see anything in the BIOS because generally BIOS, it's a Nitro this, so generally in the BIOS stretchable, the BIOS will be pre-configured for the actual processor which is fitted, because obviously these are built for a specific platform rather than a PC as such, which might give you different profiles per CPU. I don't think this particularly would. Yeah, EDH, I have said to him, and I said this when we did it on stream the other day because I took the call on the stream, and I said, I'll do it, but it might not fix the problem. And I said, certainly if there's a hardware problem. So I have made it very, very clear that what I'm going to be doing and going to be charging for might not fix the problem. And I'm struggling to be able to boot from from a USB because it's not letting me boot from it, not even an override. It's not even letting me put it as my default one. That's a bit weird, isn't it? F12 boot menu, there we go. We've now turned boot menu on. We'll do save, changes and exit, and we'll see if we can get F12 for a boot menu. Yeah, it is. It just weren't on, Senna. That's where it was. That's why it weren't letting me in to go on here. There we go. Yeah. Install keys from disk, install, enroll, continue, yes. Reboot, and back to F12. I would say even with the fans, if it is a BIOS issue, the fans are kicking in the BIOS, I think Windows PE might still show us the same issue. But we'll see. We might get a picture in bottom right. If we get a picture in bottom right, I'll flick over to it, but we probably won't. Reminds me of Morse code. It was sending a call out for help. I'm so squealing, it's too hot. I also said to him, I said, look, you might end up having to go back to manufacturer anyway. So that's why I was keen to get it done in 1 or 2 days, because if he's got to go back to manufacturer, he can then go back to manufacturer. I had a 1.26 that failed for a tech repair. I sent to 1.53 and it worked, yeah. Right, I'm just going to bring up, we ain't got a picture on screen, and we're not going to get one because Probit drivers aren't installed, so best thing I can do is just point it to here. God, it's 2:10 already. I did ask that question whether any overclocking or undervolting had happened, and he said not. The video he showed, I think I showed it on stream the other day, was in Roblox, where he was struggling even to play. But that's because it's thermal throttling. But it's only just started thermal throttling. So I don't know whether he's had it somewhere else and they've done a thermal service on it and they've damaged the heat pipe, got it back and it's this, so he's brought it to me. He may have tried a thermal service himself, damaged the heat pipe and brought it to me, because then it's causing an issue. But you would think if that dent had been present from day one, the issue would have been present from day one, if it's the dent causing it. Or is it, if he's not updated the BIOS, because he knows it's a known issue with the BIOS issue should have been there from day one as well. So it's a tricky one, isn't it? So I know you can't see temps too easily on here. I will try and zoom in the best I can. But the temps seem a lot more stable. Bear in mind, we're running Windows P, so we're not running all the crud which comes with Windows. So let's just bring a diagnostic up. Yeah, same idle temps. I'm just looking to see if they're going to peak when it's loading stuff. Yeah, even just loading, it's going to 73 degrees, 92 degrees. Yeah. We're either getting a misread in the BIOS. What is the clock speed? Clock speed were actually pretty decent at 4 point something when it was clocking up. 4.5, 4.6, fluctuating. Right, clock speeds, temps are down here. Performance cores, CPU's at 83% and it's running at 100% load. So look at frequency it's running at. And it's running at yeah, it's not running at anything anywhere near what it should. It's running at less than 1 gigahertz at that. Clock speed 800, yeah, less than 1 gig, so it's clocked itself down to 1 gigahertz as soon as I put it under a load test, because the temps are sitting at 65 degrees at that. It's not throttling, but it's not throttling because it's clocked everything back to, yeah. So this then could be an issue with if you look down here, its temps are sitting at 65 degrees. Bear in mind, CPU is at 100%. I'm running at 100% usage on here. So you can see 100% usage. So temps are at 65 degrees, but that's the reason why. If we click on frequency, and we're running at 1 gig. Sparta, good afternoon. So if we look at the graph at the bottom, this is your frequency graph, which has just suddenly clocked down. When I started the stress test, it dropped straight down, picked up, and then dropped back down because this was when thermal throttling would have kicked in. So this is thermal throttling, which is doing this. I don't think they'll cover it. I would agree with you, Senna. I think I would say they'll have a similar view to me. If that was on from day one, it's an issue from day one. So why didn't you complain 12 months ago? I think if it's been damaged by a user or somebody, fortunately I was streaming when I opened it, so we could see it was already present when I took the case off. It's obviously customer damage or user damage or technician damage, whoever's damaged it, or not manufacturing. And there is a few dents on it. So I think on this, I think the best case scenario we can do is put the screws on. I'll have a chat with the customer. We will ring the customer now once I put these screws back in. Actually, we will ring the customer now because he might want to see it, and he might have FaceTime. So this will be, ooh, got a notification 18 minutes ago.
That it came up with
Hey! Right, let's see if we can get this customer's telephone number off this piece of paper. Let me see if I can speak to him. We will type his number. I'll have a chat. I'll see if he's okay coming live. That. Okay. Okay. I'll put you on mute, and if he's happy, I'll put you back on. Is that Josh? Yeah, good. Doing the same. but there are some issues with it. I'm actually just streaming on YouTube. Have you got access to YouTube? Because I can show you live on stream if you want. Are you happy with me talking to you whilst you're on YouTube? That's one thing. Yeah. I mean, what I will say. Yeah, I can see that. I could see it had been opened. But if you want to log on stream, I will show you live on stream what I believe. If you just look under my username, which is PCDD Repairs, and I should be live. I come up first. There we go. I should be live on there. Yeah, so you can see me on stream. So right. So what I'm going to do, I'm just going to put my microphone back on because obviously I've got other people in chat as well. So and then and you're all right being on stream as well with your voice, because I'll put you on speakerphone. 1 second. Okay. Right. So I've got the customer on the phone as well, guys. Chat. So we'll talk to everybody all at once. I'll just get this case back off. Whoa. So it's easier this way for me to show you whilst we're on stream, Josh.
Thank you.
No problem. Right. So I've done all thermal service and whatnot. But what is noticeable is you can see it better when I go onto this screen here.
Oh, you got a really nice setup, you haven't you?
Yeah. Right. So can you see this? You will see it in a couple of seconds, probably.
Yeah,
right.
I can see that.
So there's a dent on your heat pipe here. So really strange dent because it's not a shot. It's obviously an impact mark, but it doesn't like it's been done with a screwdriver because there's no scratch on it. So there's one there. There's another slight one here, but you've got a hole. I've put fans back in. You've got a hole in your. You've got a black plastic thing under there. You've got a hole there, and then there's another slight dent here as well. Your fans are absolutely spotlessly clean. I've not even touched your fans because they're that clean. There's no point cleaning them. Your radiator was clean. It was like new. So I've had all this off, and just got a subscriber on there. The horror story. Thanks, guys.
That's me.
Oh, is that you? Sorry. There we go. There we go. So I've changed all your thermal paste on here, which is your CPU, and I've changed it all on your cooler. We've put new goop on all your VRAMs as well and everything else, and we've had thermal camera. Now, your thermal camera is actually still reading pretty much okay. There's only probably 0.4 of a temp difference between this side and this side, and when you get round to it, it's absolutely fine and everything else because we've got thermal camera on it all out of it with hot air and whatnot. So what it's looking like is, and I think most of the chat agree, there's two possible scenarios. One, this is affecting it, but if this dent has been present from new, you would expect that the temperatures would have been risen from new, and you're saying it's only happened in the last short period of time.
Well, the temperature problems that I've been having have been mostly noticeable recently because I've been obviously I said I've been trying to play Minecraft. So it can be quite CPU intensive.
It is, but even in idle, when I've been running software, and I've done it in a Windows PE environment as well, even under idle, it is still pulling 100 degrees and it's clocking itself down.
That's strange because that wasn't happening before.
Yeah, well, all I've done, I've booted it into your version of Windows, and I just brought hardware info. I didn't even run anything, and you could see under hardware info, even without running any software under Windows, that it was coming up there and it was capping itself down. I've done it in a Windows PE environment, and I put a load test on it, and brilliant, it didn't throttle, but that's because it clocked it didn't overheat, but 100% it was clocking itself down to 1 gigahertz. So it's an unplayable situation. So the solution is, we believe it's one of two things. We believe it's either the damage on this heat pipe, which is restricting the cooling, but that looks pretty much okay, or it could be a software issue with the BIOS. Now, Arnold, who's in chat at the moment, lead farmer, if you can see that. There could be, I think there was a new BIOS out. Was there a new BIOS out for this, Arnold? Sorry, I'm asking chat as well. So there could well be a new BIOS out, but I know you said that you'd explored this and it still had the same issues, didn't you, Josh?
I didn't update to the new BIOS, but I do know that there's been known issues with the new BIOS version, and people are sort of waiting on the next version to come out because of the known. I think there was something to do with the GPU being at 100% all the time, and the fans always going and stuff like that.
Yeah.
And that's with the new one. So I've been reluctant to upgrade to the new BIOS because of that.
Yeah, well, I think you're on 1.26, I think Arnold's just saying.
That's right.
Yeah, and there's 1.53 out, so that's quite a step change.
Yeah.
So it is a step change. So whether it's worth, whether that is the case on things like that, I don't know. But obviously using an older BIOS might have other detrimental impacts on how the voltage and the deliveries, certainly on the 13th gen, which has some known issues. So it's whether you want that trying or not. Obviously we had that conversation, you said don't touch the BIOS, so I've not touched the BIOS. All I did was look what version it was. I've not touched the BIOS. So it's up to you how you want to proceed with this. I would then say to take it to the next stage. I've done the thermal service. It's still not sorted the problem. It's the BIOS, which would be the next course after that. If that then doesn't solve the problem, I think it's more of a hardware issue, and that's where your warranty would kick back in with Acer, and you'd have to make your decision whether you're going to send it to them and conversation you're going to have with them.
Just on the warranty aspect. So obviously my warranty runs out in like a week from today.
Okay.
Is this the same as what we were discussing before about my consumer rights and my warranty? Like, if this warranty runs out, are Acer going to basically not say, well, we don't have to do anything about it then? Or do I still have rights as a consumer until X time?
I can't give you full rights, but I would suggest probably speaking to somebody like Sittings Advice or somebody like that. But the way I understand it, it's all to do with your consumer rights that are illegal regulation as opposed to warranty, which is just an agreement you have with the manufacturer. So they'd often set a warranty period of, let's say, 12 months, 1 year. Your consumer rights are slightly different within the UK. Your consumer rights within the UK stipulate a reasonable amount of time. So your reasonable amount of time comes in as different guises, but if we use it on the basis of you spending £1,000 on a product and it should really have a 5-year lifespan, you would expect it to last more than 12 months without a problem. So if it failed after 16 months, you would have a legal recourse to then say, this is 16 months old, I would expect it under my consumer rights to have a legal recourse. You'd have to take that up as a private situation, because obviously your warranty is like a contract where they say we'll honour the warranty, we'll give you a contract of repair, we'll give you a contract of this. This is why they can set stipulations to say if you open it, your warranty is invalid, like we discussed. If you do this, your warranty is invalid. If you do that. So that's their contract of stipulations, like any contract. Your consumer rights are completely different. So you've got to think about them as two different avenues of that. Obviously, to explore consumer rights, it's a legal standpoint, so you can go to things like small claims, or you've got to go to court and things like that and issue proceedings or whatever you need to do. You'd have to look at that, because this isn't legal advice. I will stress that. It's just my understanding. So it becomes a lot more in depth. Manufacturers generally will try and fob you off. That's the unfortunate state of affairs with it. And is it worth spending a load of money up front to try and fight a case where they might sell you this heatsink pipe, if we believe it's that heatsink pipe, for, let's say, $200? It's a lot of money, I know, but if then that solves the problem, is it cheaper in the long run to do that than it is having an expensive legal battle or whatever you might want to do, trying to prove this, that and everything else? But I think as a first port of call, I think you've got to have a conversation with the manufacturer and just say, this is the case, we've had it looked at, it is doing this. The highlighting, you can obviously refer to my stream. I opened it and we saw the dent, so the dent was there when I opened it. And then it's a case, it would be a case of you having a word with them and seeing how they want to handle it and how happy you are with what their suggestion is.
Brilliant. Well, I do appreciate your time for looking at it for me.
Yeah. So
I appreciate that.
Somebody has suggested in chat. Sorry, I was just reading chat whilst I was rambling about that, of trying it with one RAM stick. So I will try a couple more bits on this for you. But ultimately, if this bits don't sort it, Do you want me to try the BIOS update to the latest BIOS or not?
I mean, I trust you doing it more than I trust myself doing it. To be honest with you, and I do know that they've implemented. I mean, I'm not going to sit here and pretend I know about computers and PCs and BIOS and whatever, but I do know that they implemented something that protects your CPU. Now, I'm not going to sit here and say I know what it is.
Yeah.
But there was something within these new BIOS updates what do have something what can protect your CPU. And I feel like it probably could potentially be beneficial to upgrade to the newest BIOS version.
Okay.
I just wanted to just sort of circle back to what you said about the temperatures.
Yeah.
So you were saying from idle constantly now it's running at 100 degrees. Is that what it is, or is that just when you start the laptop up?
When I started the laptop, even before I'd opened it, I started the laptop just to have a look at temperatures because that's part of testing, and the temperatures were actually thermal throttling and hitting its power and thermal limits just on the first time I turned it on, even before opening it.
Sorry, go on.
Yeah, and I didn't even run any benchmarks because I could see from where the temperatures were sort of 70, 80 degrees from there that obviously there was no point running benchmarks. It was running too hot at that point. So that's when we opened it up, and I obviously did the full strip down clean, noticed the damage and everything else, rebuilt it to say to then test, and it's more or less identical. It's probably not dropped it anything by doing this, and all the thermal paste on there was still wet. There was some dry patches on there, but whether that had a significant impact, it would have probably had some impact, but a significant impact. And certainly on some of the RAM chips as well. But your GPU doesn't look to be throttling anyway. It's more CPU what looks to be throttling. And your CPU certainly had probably about 10-15%, I would have thought, of dry patch on, which it's not got now. But that's, again, made no difference. So the heat pipe here with the dent on, with the damage, is that.
Right. Because when I've had it idle, I can have it down to temperatures about 49, 50. I've had it at like 45 sometimes. Obviously, that's with the fan running full speed. That's with my cooling pad under it. And you didn't see that when you were checking it, did you?
No. Well,
like 80, 90.
Well, it was sort of 70. Well, it was fluctuating so much because your CPU was obviously going up and down continually. There's a lot of stuff running there. I mean, at one point it was running at like 58% CPU usage. So there's a lot of background stuff. In Windows PE, I will say, it is running cooler, but that's because there's not a lot of stuff running in Windows PE. The test environment, so you've not got all the bloat, which is through Windows. So whether there's something else sat in the background, like a virus or something like that, malware, which is using your PC's resources, such as a crypto mine, for example, which are really common on Roblox, that could be hitting it for temperatures as well, because it's literally trying to mine crypto on your CPU while you'll think it's idle, it's actually doing that. So things like that can have a detrimental effect as well.
See, my mate downloaded, because I told him there was this game that I want, and he downloaded this, I don't know, it was like Steam Unlocked or something. He downloaded RimWorld for me with like a pirate version, and he said just have it. I feel like that could maybe potentially have something to do with it as well. But as I said, again, I've had these issues. I've had issues with the heat of this laptop ever since I first got it.
Yeah.
I've sort of mitigated the issues with the cooling pad, and I could deal with the temperatures that were at before.
But
now, obviously, trying it with Minecraft. So I don't know. It feels like I've had these issues since I first ever got the laptop. But yeah, so I think the best. What do you think the best next step from here would be?
Where I've got to go from here, I'll try this thing what they're suggesting in chat, which is doing it with one stick around, seeing if that gets around any of the heat issues. If that then doesn't, I think the only thing I can probably suggest after that is then the BIOS, just to see if that, because that might alter the way the power delivery to the CPU and all sorts. Because even in BIOS, it was reported as 81 degrees in BIOS, which should be nowhere near that. But that could be a sensor issue if you're saying there's sensor power issues in the BIOS. So that could be a sensor issue. So that might fix that. So it's one of these now. It's trying stuff until one of them works. If we run out of stuff doesn't work, it's then changing hardware, which I think the first port of call, because of the damage on there, has to be probably the new heatsink. That's probably the first place I would recommend. There are other things we can try, like reinstalling Windows and whatnot, but that wouldn't affect the BIOS. So it's not solely software within there. It's more so hardware, I think.
Brilliant. Well, well, not brilliant, but so I think if you're comfortable with doing the BIOS update,
Yeah.
I think I'd be happy with that.
Okay.
I just wanted to say the BIOS did cause even more heat issues, anything like that. Would there be a way to revert back to this BIOS version I'm on now?
Yeah. There is. I can do a backup of the BIOS, and I can save that as a bin file when I'm just scouring the board. Oh yeah, BIOS chips down here. So yeah, we should be able to do that. I've got might need to. Oh no, crikey. Yeah, your BIOS chip. I think that's your BIOS chip's down here. So that's your BIOS chip down there. So the thing is, I can't program that in situ, so I'm going to have to remove that BIOS chip because I can't program that in situ. So I'm going to have to use hot air and remove it. And we've got a plastic connector here, and a plastic connector just to the side here. I can cover those up and tape them up, but because you've got to use hot air to blow down onto it, there is a possibility, as much as we try not to cause any other issues, that it might cause some melting to it. Certainly this plastic, because that plastic will be a lot softer than that. I will try and...
Would you have to remove the BIOS chip to
yeah, on that one, if you're wanting it backed up, yes. Because if we're updating it, no.
Yeah.
Because I should be able to update it via USB, and that should give me a good enough indication.
I think I'd probably be more comfortable with it being updated via USB than having the BIOS chip took out.
Just bear in mind, if we do that, then I can't go back unless I remove the chip, and then I won't have a backup copy of it to go back to.
See, I'd be worried about any sort of further.
Yeah, I know what you mean.
I know you're careful and stuff like that.
Yeah,
I get that.
It's only warnings, Josh. I will stress it's warnings because I've got to show due diligence that I'm warning you about these things rather than ringing up and saying I've melted your plastic. We've got to make sure we're there. So if you want a backup of this chip making, I have to remove that. I've not got the adapter to actually read directly from it on the board. I've got some coming, but they're not here yet. So I would have to remove that to do that. If you're wanting it updating, as long as nothing goes wrong, should be able to update it via USB, and then this will update the BIOS. It just means you've not got a backup of your old BIOS to go back to. So that's why I was saying, if we do go forward with USB, you're then on that version. I can't revert back. If we take the chip off, at least I can read it and go back. But you then do run the other risk of maybe having some superficial damage to the plastics.
Do you think it'd be worth having the BIOS saved? I mean, I do know there are ways to, so I don't want to keep you on phone too long. Right. We've been on for about 20 minutes. I know there are ways to sort of deal with the issues what are caused by the new BIOS.
Right, so
the new BIOS update.
Do you know worst case scenario, if the new BIOS is worse and we need to revert back to it, we have to take the chip off at that point. If we put it on USB and it works, well, you've got a working laptop and we've updated BIOS, not causing any other damage.
Right.
We might be able to back it up via USB, but again, I wouldn't always rely on it. They can be unsuccessful sometimes. So again, I'm trying to give you an indication of what might happen rather than what will happen.
Yeah. Right. What do you want to do? What do you think is the best course of action?
Best course of action, if you want it repairing, we've got to do some other work on it. And the next course of action for me would be probably updating the BIOS. But ultimately, it's got to be your decision whether you're happy with me with what we've discussed. We will be updating it. You'll lose your current BIOS, what's on there. We will be updating to the latest one. Brilliant. If it repairs it, you've got a working laptop. You don't have to go to manufacturer. If it doesn't repair it and you want it backdating, we then might need to remove the chip.
Right.
If it was me, I'd be updating the BIOS. But that's my opinion and not advice. That's what I would do.
I definitely want it updating, but I'm just sort of asking you, what do you think would be the best way to do it?
I mean, there's a new BIOS out for a reason. They just don't bring it out because they've got nothing to do on a Friday afternoon. They brought it out because it's going to give you enhancements, whether that's security, whether that's enhancements in power delivery or whatever. There's different reasons they bring the BIOS out, because they found bugs and flaws and things like that. And often it sorts the issues out. So like any piece of software, whether it's your Windows, whether it's your BIOS, whether it's whatever, again, you update it because it's going to give you a better functionality and more reliability and stability. That's always the aim for software updates.
Right, I can see that Lead Farmer in chat said to
Arnold's
update first.
Lead Farmer in
Arnold.
chat. He is amazing. What he don't know about BIOS he is the BIOS king. They run scared
He
from him.
said update, but first back up the original. So I think I'd be happy for you to do that. I'm just worried about what you said about it melting the chip or whatever.
It can do. I mean, I'll be as careful as I can, and I tape up. And if you watch it on stream, you'll see what I do. But with hot air, it's got to, I've got to be blowing 300 odd degrees of hot air down there. So hot air is going to escape, and it is going to get into place you don't want it to get. I've got special heat shields and stuff like that. I can't guarantee it won't. All I can say is I'll try my best not to, and it's uncommon that it would, but there's always a possibility it might.
What would happen if it did melt the chip?
It won't melt the chip. It'll melt a bit of this plastic. So a bit of that plastic. You'll see some melted plastic there. Chances are it won't damage it. Really, it'll be visually, and same on here. It won't damage it. It'll be visual more than anything else.
Right. And you don't think that cause any real issues, do you?
It's a definitive question you're asking me. I've done it lots. Let's put it like that. And sometimes the plastic melts, sometimes it's never broke something where it's a case of never worked ever again. But like I said to you the other day, there's always a first time for everything. So this is why I've got to explain it to you.
Right. I think I do trust you, obviously, doing it. I'm just worried about what you said about melting the plastic around it. But I think if you think that's the best way to go, and if Arnold thinks that's the best way to go, then I think we should just do that.
Yeah. Okay. So I'll back the BIOS up. We'll take the BIOS chip off. We'll back the BIOS up. We'll get it updated to 1.53 and see if that sorts the problem. If it's the same, I would say stay on 1.53 because it might offer you different security issues and things like that. And Acer, first thing they'll say is everything up to date? And one of the things they will probably ask is, have you updated the BIOS? So if you are going to be talking to them, that's one of the things they'll ask you to do anyway.
Right. And say I did want the BIOS backdate into the current version, how would that work?
I take the chip back off, reprogram the chip, and flash it back. So as long as there's no issues, we should be able to do that. Again, we never usually run into issues. 1 in a million chance, they could be. But yeah, I've done it. Arnold's done it thousands of times, and I've done it numerous times as well. You can never say never, but there's very little risk to worry about.
Yeah, let's do it then.
Okay.
I'm happy for you to take the chip off.
Right, so we'll do that on the understanding of everything we've discussed. If you leave stream on, you'll see what we're doing, and then hopefully it'll solve the issue. But I'll speak to you later on then.
Brilliant. Thanks, Martin.
No problem. See you later. Bye bye.
Take care. Bye.
Right. Sorry, guys. Obviously, I was having a conversation, and the customer is watching as well. So there we go. My first BIOS recovery was in 2002. Yeah, you go back a lot. You and BIOSes go back a long way. I'll put aluminium tape and everything on it, so we should be good, and we'll remove battery. So let's do that then. Oh, let's click on there. Do. My first BIOS was 1990. Oh, Ronnie's in. Hello, Ronnie. Oh. Shouldn't be an issue, but there's always a possibility. Right, I'm going to leave the whatchamacallit in. Let's get some heat shields on down here. I'm getting the aluminum tape. My tape out, which is not that one. Okay. Ooh, there it is. Who's moved my tape? But my tape's there. I am the youngest. You are. We are definitely all old. Yeah, I'm gonna put some heat sinks on it and some heat shields on it. Got some different size heat shields. We'll get some heat shields on it. We'll get some aluminum tape, and we'll see what we can do. And we'll get that BIOS chip off. We'll get it on the T48 board, and we will try and get it programmed up and get done. Let's grab a piece of this tape, just hold it in situ as a tape placeholder.
piece of clear plastic one there, so we'll just get that pulled up, get that off. Okay. I can work a bit of a placeholder. Then we'll give that a sealed out edge. Oh, I did this the other day, I pulled it off at the wrong time. No.
Lift board from underneath, see if keyboard isn't
Fold under. Yeah, it's not. Oh, it's. No, it's not. It's keyboard's here. I don't really want to take board out because it's a pain to get one of these boards in and out successfully. So I don't honestly think we'll get something shoved under the board, but I don't think we'll need the board out, in fairness, Arnold. I'll lift it a bit. And we'll get... There we go. Get this under here to create an air gap. Not too big. Use that. That's better. There we go. Got an air gap under there now, and we'll see if we can put some of these back down. There we go. There we go. There we go. There we go. Go. So yeah, so nobody else has worked on this. Customer did say that he'd fitted the RAM and the thing. RAM and NVMe. Just take that up around there. Need a good air thing there. Yeah, I'm going to take the fan wire off and move it, Arnold. We'll get some. I don't think it's going to go anywhere near that up there. I'm going to put aluminum tape down here. Plenty of this to go around. I bought more. I'm going to put another slice of it down. I'd rather make sure this connects, because I think this is probably the more at risk one, sat down here. And one last piece, just to make sure everything is okay with that. We'll bang that there. So we should be okay on here now. Butter the potato before you cook it. We will be putting some fluxation on the nation. Okay, let's get microscope on. I get my new lights all angled up nicely. Like pin 1 is top right with dot on it. I'm going to put a bit of flux on just to help it on its way a little bit. We'll see if we can just get this off pretty quickly. It always looks easy when you see other people do it, but we all know that's not the case. Can't remember what I had this set to. Needs to be hotter than that. There we go. Okay. So let's see where we can get this off. Let's give it a little bit more air. Get the heat transfer going. There we go. And we're off. Let that to cool down. Yeah, that's what I did. Change angle slightly away from the connector towards the coil. Yeah, I did do. We should be good on that one. It was coming away. I only had it at 30% air. Is he okay? So we'll get that put to one side. Come back to that in a minute. We have a BIOS chip taken out. My thing is now gone quiet. Woohoo! Let's get the BIOS programmer out. Have I not got the right board? Oh, don't tell me I've not got the right board. Oh no, it's a little adapter, isn't it? What am I doing? God, my brain's gone to pot. I know it doesn't take a great deal. Where are the little... There we go. Should have a couple of them. See the one? Oh. I always prevent those light ones, yeah. It's an 86, yep. These make it so much easier, don't they? Just going to give that a quick clean because there is a bit of flux underneath it. Give it a quick touch off. I've got the pogo pins ordered. You know, after we spoke, Arnold, the other week, I have ordered them, but they're just not here yet. It's taking so long for stuff to arrive at the moment. There you go. Close and fasten, take that out. Clip. Yeah, hitting six. Always have 3,000 copper. And yeah. Will there be a VOD saved after the stream? Normally is. Yeah. Horror story. Normally there is. Okay. Let's get this connected up. Power. Yeah, we have blue light. We have blue light. Right, let's get the software loaded. Turn them off. Okay. Oakley. Live, and we go to and auto. There we go. I was just looking for a button, couldn't find it. Oh, I need to change from top chat to live chat as well. I've been on top chat all day, guys. Sorry if I missed anybody. Right, get back to my software. There we go. No OTP. Yeah, not going to fall that for that one again. I can't remember which one it was. Let me have a look. I know they all should do it. Oh, I can't see anyway. Can I? So it makes no difference. Go back to there. Don't know why it's coming up with that one. My USB power ain't low. I've got me adapter in. Yeah, all good. So read. We want it on flash. Read. I'm going to back this one up. Get this on live chat as well. Flash succeeded. Back. We'll save his file, and we'll call this one JOSH, just so I remember. We'll do that, and we'll bang it on the desktop. I'll just save that again because I forgot to put it on my desktop because I'm a nugget. So we will say flash on there and save. Done. Okay. So let's... I'm in a hub actually, Arnold. It's never caused a problem. It's only caused a problem the last 2 times. I don't know why it suddenly decided to start with an issue with low voltage. It works. It just says it's low. Don't know. Really don't know why. Acer BIOS. Let's have a look. Yeah, it could be a dirty plug. Yeah, I do. I have. It's a I don't know, 6-port hub. Yeah, I don't know why it's suddenly done that. I don't want to be on that side. Yeah. I don't like Acer BIOS key. Acer BIOS. There was an original movie, Flash with Queen Shining. I'll just bring me support. Do you want me to send it over to you, Arnold? Be appreciated if you don't mind helping on this one. Yep, I'll send it over then. I'll just watch my quality. Oops. Desktop, I'll just compress it, which is that one. Send to compress folder. Done. I'll do that. Arnold. Yes, we'll send it to him. Oh, there we go. It's on its way. Do you want me to find the latest one or on here as well? Where's my cover so I can see which one it is? Yeah, 9.11 megabytes just fits as well. What do I use no more board for? I didn't realise I got no more board. Didn't realise I'd got no more board on here. Is that something you spotted? Ah, there we go. Thank you, Arnold. He's got the latest one from 2 weeks ago. Thank you. So, if you are wondering what we are doing, gentle people, we have taken... go on to that one because that'll be easier for me to show you. Just minimise that. Okay, so we've taken this BIOS chip out of a Asus V15 Nitro laptop because it's quite an old thing. Customer wanted the original BIOS backing up, so we've taken it off the board. We've backed up the original file. I've sent it all the way to America, to Lead Farmer, who's awesome, absolutely amazing with BIOSes. He's now implementing serial numbers and everything else like that. He'll send me the file back. I will download the file. I'll then reflash it. Oh, Dog's come to see us. Hey, who's this? Up, stand up. You've not said hello to him this morning, have you? Yeah, not said hello to him this morning, have you? You've been asleep all day, haven't you? You've been asleep all day, yeah. So Arnold will do that, send me the file back. We will then put it into the software and we will write it. Hey, they're saying hello to you. She's not interested. Next to Nata, honestly. She just ignores everybody. You ain't got a tennis ball, that's what it is. She needs an haircut, don't you? You need an haircut. I've been sleeping in here all day on my own. So we'll then write it back to the file. We'll put it back onto the board of the laptop and then we'll see if that cures the problem. Fingers crossed it sorts the problem. So it's had a full thermal service and everything else. He is the BIOS. There's a few. I know you do your fair share with it as well, Ronnie. So, guys, I am just going to let her out because she's only come to me for a reason because I think she needs a wee. So just give me 2 ticks. Right. Yep, she needed a pee. Sorry, guys. Glasses. Oh, dear me.
What we're saying here, last name isn't supposed to be what it is. Serials and EC, not BIOS on this one. All right, no problem at all, Arnold. Thank you. I'm just eating my dinner. I had some porridge this morning, but I need to put kettle on as well. I don't know what the weather's like in your neck of wood, guys, but it's absolutely terrible here. We had such heavy rain yesterday. Really, really, really not good. Yeah, not the best. And thunder and lightning most of the day. Really, really not good. Woohoo! 1,032 subscribers. Look at that, going up in the world, guys. Going up. It's bad in Bristol as well, is it, Retro? Well, they forecasted. They forecast it really bad, haven't they, for this week? But hot. So I think 28 degrees for Saturday. But if you look at the weather forecast, it's saying it's thundery showers. So I mean, we just get wet in rain. It'll be like getting a shower, won't it? It'll be a bit crazy. I am just... Stand up. Actually, no, sit down. We'll see if all the way. Right. We'll see if she wants a bit of biscuit. Hold it. Leave it. Good girl. Take it to your bed. Go on. Take it to your bed. No, it wasn't. I did check, and I couldn't see a padlock on the drive seat. Horror show. Do you remember where you put BitLock on it? I couldn't see it. Brilliant. Send it in a minute. Right, I'll just pour myself some hot water before. Okay, we are where we are. I've got a hot cup of coffee. Keep me awake. Long stream today, 12 hours. Oh, we've got a file. We've got a file. Let me download it. Put the microphone back on. Download. Open that. Copy. Let's just put it on. We'll leave it in there. I know where it is. Right, let's go back to that screen there. And open the software back up. Thank you very much, Arnold. You are a star. I think Arnold deserves a big round of applause. Yellow key is fun. Yeah, ignore it then, horror. BitLocker's disk encryption. Now, I did check and it didn't have a padlock on your whatchamacallit. So Arnold has now sent me the file back. So we'll simply load the file that Arnold has sent, which is in download. Which is that one there. So we'll put it onto Flash.
Thank you very much, Tom. He does deserve he does deserve more than that. So we'll do that. It is in binary, isn't it? Yeah, it is in binary that we do. It doesn't have check. Yeah, don't remember ever putting it BitLocker on it. Yeah, no, I didn't. I did check and it wasn't on there. So we've now got the BIOS. This is the updated version, and it's Arnold has kind of extracted all the information from the old BIOS, like serial numbers, Windows registration keys, and things like that, Ethernet adapters if applicable, all the MAC address and everything. He's injected it into the new BIOS. If you're wondering where it all is, it is this information down here. So when we get certainly down somewhere, there we go. See all this stuff here? This is all the information to do. So we'll simply go program and hit program. First of all, it will erase, so it's blanking the chip, so it's formatting the drive, it's formatting the disk. Rest is in EC. Ah, right. Does it program itself off the EC then? After boot to win reflash XE2. Ah, it programs EC. Right, okay. God, that coffee's a bit strong. Oh, I didn't use a spoon, I poured it in. Wow, that's going to keep me awake for a week. So what's happening now is Arnold has kind of sent it back from America. We're rewriting it to the chip. This is what you can see now, programming to the chip. And once it's programmed to the chip, we'll take the chip off out of the reader. We'll put it back on the computer. We'll post the computer, and it should hopefully work. Some people are talented with BIOS editing. Other people's are like Arnold and BIOSes run scared. I think it's such a dark art what you do, Arnold. It's just, it amazes me every time you do it. Amazes me every time you do it. Verifying, come on. Yep, we've got succeeded. So we'll say back. And we will close that and we will go back onto there. So we're now done. So if I turn that off and unplug that, take that out, put my BIOS program down. Dog's wanting to play. Can't play, we're performing BIOS surgery here. I don't think you understand how important this is. Get your head out there, you can't program a chip. Somebody mentioned chips. Right, those are the two readers back. Oh, I'll get this back. And 1 second, guys. My telephono is ringing. 1 second. PC repairs. Hello. Okay. Yeah, what's it for? Okay. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, yeah. Yeah. It is. I can have a look, but it depends on how they've done it or what they've done on it. If you've clicked on something else, it could have exposed you again. So yeah, what we'll do, we'll get the drive in, another fresh install of Windows. We'll get Kaspersky on from day one, and hopefully that'll put you in a bit better thing. And then yeah. But yeah. Yeah, but yeah, if you want to drop it down to us, I'll get that done. I am really busy today, so it's likely to be ready maybe, what day are we on today? Tuesday. Maybe tomorrow or Thursday. But you're going to have to give me a bit of grace with it because I'm just so busy at the moment. But I'll get it done as soon as I can for you. Yeah, well, I'll try my best. I don't want to commit to it, but I'll certainly try my best for you. Yeah. Yeah, no problem at all. I'll see you soon. Bye bye now. Right, sorry guys. Oh, somebody else on their way. Okie dokie. Be positive. Good luck. It seems to have 2 hours of meetings from work. Oh no, how long have we been streaming for? 4 hours. I've got another hour before I need to change my battery. Back onto the microscope. So these are still pushed down and sealed. I've turned my lights off, so turn them back on so we can see. I'll just push these back down so they've still got good seals down here. And I'll give that a clean and we'll reapply a little bit of, I'm going to put a bit of leaded solder on those. My dog's talking to herself. Put a bit of leaded solder on them just to make it easy, flow a bit easier. And then I won't have to put as much heat through the process. Glass half full, glass half empty leak. 1 gem per year for stockholders. Double bubble for bank holiday work. When's bank holiday? It's Monday, isn't it? Yeah, Monday. I'm thinking I might go away. As in just for the day, not... I might take dog out somewhere and do something, I don't know yet. Let's get some flux on there. Where did I put my flux? Can't see for looking. Bit of flux, just make it flow a little bit easier. Bit of leaded solder. Oh, that solder didn't want to. Bear with me 1 second, guys. I've got somebody at the door. My door? Just 1 second. I think I've got somebody at the door. 1 second, guys. Yeah, I thought I heard somebody. Somebody with the same doorbell over at road. Their doorbell go off. Even dog thought there was somebody at the door because I heard it as well. I was going to give that a little bit of a taste and a tickle with some wick. Yeah, that's quite a big blob on there. There you go. Same with that one. There we go. I just re-tin them with a bit. I don't know why it weren't sticking before. It's on there. Just didn't want to flow. Anyway, we've got leaded solder on here now, so it should be a bit better. I'll clean it up afterwards. Nice view of your microscope. Oh no, sorry, Carthor. Oh, sorry guys, sorry. I ain't got my notification on. Should have told me. And then the one that opens the door to go out won't come in. Do you know what's really funny? If I take Maddie for a walk, she obviously barks at my ring doorbell, which goes whatever noise it goes. And if we're walking down the street, if somebody else goes to somebody else's house and either knocks on it or rings the door, she barks. But it's really bizarre. If I go to somebody's house and I knock on the door, she barks even though she's with me because she's that conditioned to do that. It always makes me laugh. I'm like, yeah, she's conditioned to bark at the door. It's just a bit bizarre, isn't it? Bit bizarre. Anyway. These lights on. There's some illumination. we'll give this a shot. Should I be really nervous that customers watching me in chat as well? Ah, dear me. Do the cats chase raccoons? It's honestly, guys, it's really bizarre. I'll just be walking down the street and somebody will go to somebody else's house and knock on the door, and she'll bark, and it's like, oh no, don't do that. Despise putting these little chips on. Let's get a bit of flux there, and it should just flow down into place. I know it looks drunk at the moment, but don't worry too much about that. It will move. Did take a bit of heat to get it off, so it's going to take a little bit of heat getting it on. Looks good. There we go. Oh dear. All good, all good, all good. Oh, we're down there. Right, let's get this unpeeled. While that cools down, then we'll give it a clean, because it should have cleaned enough for us to... It should have cooled enough by that stage. Now we've got two moments of truth. We've got the moment of truth of, did we damage any plastics? Hopefully the answer to that is nil point. It's about what we scored in Eurovision at the weekend. I think we scored 1 point in Eurovision at the weekend, nil point. And then I'm just trying to get this aluminium tape off because it's ever so sticky. Bin. Take this off in one go, actually. There we go. Put my pads up there. I'll give this a clean. Where's my brush? Brush is there. So no damage to the plastic, which is always nice and good. Looks good to me. 8 connections, no damage to any of the plastics around there, which is all good. Get this little spacing heat pad out I put under there, put that there. I'm looking at Discord, Arnold, and am I not on the right thing? I was wondering what the metal tape was. Now I know, yeah. It's just to do all that. So we'll get this in. Took one screw out as well. We'll put one screw back in after we've connected these up. There's that one hiding just up here on BB. that one in. So we've got the cable connectors back in. I was seeing if Pot was alive. All right. You see a huge problem. What's the huge problem, Ronnie? What do we have here? We've got a Nitro 5, I think it is, which has got an i9 processor and a 13th gen i9 processor and a 4060, and more or less it was sitting at 80 to 90 degrees in idle. As soon as you put anything on it, even just moving it mouse and opening a window, it went to 100%, 100 degrees C. Yeah, that's it. It's not on yet. No, it's not on yet. So basically what we've done, there's a couple of DDR5 RAM chips in here, two NVMe's which are sat down here hiding, and two of there. These are a fortune nowadays. Yeah, I've got some desktop DDR5 set up there as well, which is even more expensive. Crazy amounts of money. Yeah, so what we've done on it, we've got it a full thermal service, changed the thermal putty around the VRMs on the GPU, on the CPU. Didn't need anything cleaned on here, but we have noticed a dint on here. So it was still doing it after the thermal service. So the BIOS was quite a bit out of date. So we've removed the BIOS chip, extracted the BIOS file. I've backed it up to the PC, sent it all the way over to America, and then America sent it back to us, did lead farmer, and then put it back on the chip, solder the chip in, and I'm going to take a bow and credit from when it all works. There we go. So, P3 Plus. Yep, I'm going to put the BIOS battery in. I'm going to put the battery back in. And let's see if it's cooking. Everything looks fine there. We'll clip the back on. Okay. Oh, zoom out a little bit there. We'll get the power plugged in. Let's see if we get some power draw. Yeah, we've got power draw, which is good. 200 milliamps. There's power. It's responding to that. We should be able to get it up on screen. 5 amps of current. It is a 6.9 amp supply, what's with it. So we're not going to worry too much because this will take a few minutes to power. We've just had 5 beats. We'll keep an eye on that amp draw. DDR5 is super expensive, yeah. You are right, Horror Story. It's very expensive. I haven't put it back together yet. No, you're not. You don't need that black thing covering it. I've fitted up parts. The black thing there we're referring to is a bit of tape I used on your heatsink, so I could get a heatsink reading. It's just a bit of insulation tape off that roller insulation tape. Yeah. Oh, it's just booting to Windows. I'm just going to shut it down from Windows, guys. So let me turn that off a second just so I can shut it down because I need to go to BIOS. He's testing the black. Help if the screw is dropped, battery is on. Yeah. So let me shut this down. Restart anyway. We'll just get into the BIOS. I don't think we'll get a picture on the BIOS. Customer is actually in chat, guys, which is Horror Story. It's his laptop. So if you think you're nervous, hey, might be on driving test this. Might need a cold shutdown to go into it. You dropped a screwdriver. I remember years and years ago, you know what MacBooks are like. I can't remember what I took out. I think it was a Wi-Fi card or something like that. And I put wrong screw in. And what is it, 0.5 millimetre, a millimetre difference? And it could have caused an issue. Fortunately, it didn't. Right, it's booted to there again, so let me shut down. I remember back in the 80s, computers were expensive for that time. Everything were really expensive back then. What were I watching? I tell you what, guys, fans are still running, but fans would still run. I want to go into BIOS, see if the temps have changed. It's not letting me in the BIOS yet because I need to reset the customer's. I'm going to do a cold shutdown and just try and hit a few keys. It was delete last time. All right, so we'll F12. Oh, F12 won't be activated because I think that let me in that time. Yeah. So 86 degrees, 91 degrees. So can you see temps on here, guys? So that hasn't. This has got to be a hardware issue now. This is BIOS temp. This is it sat in the BIOS, and that's the temp. So it's still. BIOS won't be doing anything for the whatchamacallit. Let me have a look. No, serial numbers there, but everything else. But the BIOS for the EC version is not there. It just says 1.53. No throttling at all. Yeah, but look at temps at 80 degrees, cows. The temps are at 80 degrees, so I can't see that being right. If I'm being honest, it were at 81 degrees before when we had the same issue. So it looks more now like a. Yeah, let's just try that. We'll get online and we'll try the actual BIOS exe file that Arnold's suggesting. Let me get. Might be able to do this on screen. Oh, Horror Show, if you're still in chat, would you like me to do this live with you so you can see what we're doing? But you will obviously see your screen on here. If you'd like to let me know in chat. If not, I'm happy to do it kind of so it's hidden. Yeah, it just with it having known issues on an i9 as well, it would make me think twice. All right, so we have got picture back up. I just need to log in. Okay, customers details. Oh, can't. We need to reset his PIN. Hot air is coming out. Yeah, fans are spinning. Hot air's coming out. It's getting hot. Right, I can't go any further on this anyway, guys, because Josh, I'm just going to ring you. Sorry, guys, I'm just going to ring the customer. Oh, Josh, can you ring me? Because I've had several people ring, and I'm not too sure which one is you. Do you mind ringing me? Oh, them fans are really kicking in. Yeah, now this is. I think this is still a hardware issue. Right, that's in there. Just gonna ring the customer, guys. Hello, Josh. It is, yeah. Right, so Are you alright me putting you on speakerphone so we can all hear? Yeah, alright. Alright, I'll explain to you. I'll just put you on speakerphone, put mic back on, and then I'll explain so you can see on screen and I can tell you on phone. Just 1 second. Right, guys, he's happy going on stream, so I'm just gonna do this so we can hear what I'm gonna do that so we can't see his number, but we can see that. Right, so what's actually happening, Josh, is let me just plug this in. It's now asking for your user credentials, but it's not going to show me until we get there. We go. Because we've updated the BIOS, I'll have to log back in securely online. But what you probably can't hear, the fans are spinning like a windmill on speed. They are spinning so fast. So I'm thinking, and I think quite a few people in here, it's probably a hardware issue. So you've seen exactly what I've done. You've seen what we've done. We've put a new BIOS on. 1.53 has made no difference. I would urge you to leave that BIOS on because it's there for a reason. And if it's not sorted, the old one didn't sort it, you know better off, you know worse off. So leave that BIOS on because it'll give you protection for other things as well. But I think it's probably more of a hardware. I am still leaning towards the damage on the heat pipe causing the issue, or like Arnold said, it could be a resistor which is causing it. We've got some extremely, a lot better than I am, I'll tell you now, Josh, people in chat as well, so you'll be able to see from those. I'm probably at a position where I can't really offer any other solution to it, because if it is something like a resistor on the CPU, it's not a job that I'd want to undertake anyway.
No, I get that.
But also with that said, it's probably as broad as it's long now, sending it back to Acer and letting them do it under warranty. Because if it is an issue with the board or the CPU, they should really be putting their hand in the pocket and doing it, not you.
Yeah, of course. Would they still do it now that you've got into it and put the thing out and stuff like that, or do you think they'll come back to me and say that I've done it?
Well, I mean, it's a difficult one for you. Like I was saying before, with your consumer rights, they should be able to prove that what you've done has caused the issue. Clearly, if you show them the video, they can see that everything we've done hasn't caused the issue, because the issue is exactly the same before we worked on it and after we worked on it. So we've not made it any better, we've not made it any worse, and more importantly, we've not caused the problem. So that's the important thing to remember. Whether you'll be able to talk to anybody with half a brain at one of their call centres who can actually do... Sorry, that's derogatory. I don't mean half brain. Anybody with the right authority to be able to make a decision, that's the obstacle you're going to have to overcome. Certainly what I've done hasn't broke it anymore, it hasn't made it any better. We are kind of at an impasse and a standstill, even with everything what we've tried, if it is a hardware issue.
Right. So I agree. Then obviously the next best step will be to take it back to Acer. That's not a problem. I'll get in contact with them probably tomorrow now.
Okay.
But there's no else I can really say. That I do appreciate you obviously helping me out and looking at the problem and obviously identifying that as a hardware issue.
It's certainly pointing more at a hardware issue than anything else on there. So what I'll do then, Josh, it's not letting me sign in because we have, if you can see on there, sorry, your name's on there. It's coming up with your name and it's basically saying there's something wrong with your PIN. So you need to connect it to the internet, and we'll have to answer a load of security questions, which obviously I don't want to do on stream with you. But you should just be able to connect it to your internet at home and answer those security questions. But if you're sending it back to Acer, you're going to be taking drives out anyway. So I won't even bother with this. I'd just contact them and say, you need to send this back and see what they say. But certainly you can reference the video, you can reference the YouTube channel, you can reference whatever you want to reference to say this is what's happened, this is what they've done, and the problem and because I'd videoed it before and after, they can see there's no change. Yeah, brilliant. And the important one is the BIOS issue with it's still hitting 80 degrees.
Yeah, no problem. I'll have to send it back to Acer then, by the sounds of it. Which I'm happy to do. But thank you for your help anyway.
No problem. I'll screw it all back together, and then I'm going to be streaming quite a bit today, so just drop me a text when you're wanting to come and pick it up. But I'll get it all screwed back together and ready for you, Josh.
Brilliant. Thank you for that.
No worries at all. Thank you very much. Speak to you soon.
You take care.
Bye-bye. Right, guys. Obviously, customer is in chat. Just had a conversation with customer, and I think he probably agrees with us all, which is, as you probably heard, he's going to now pursue it through a warranty issue. And the important thing is, we've not made it any worse. We've not made it any better. From a warranty point of view, he's going to have to have that conversation with Acer as well on regard to that. So we'll get this one screwed together. I think we've tried the best. Thank you so much, Lead Farmer. Star like always. Absolutely. Just bear with me 1 second, guys, because I've got somebody at the door. Sorry, guys. Right, that's another drop off. Okay, so I'm gonna maybe become the Acer guy counterpart and Nathan Dell parts people. Yeah, that's what it is. You could be Acer parts people. The RMP wire, EMP. My guess, it's the heat pipes. I think it's the heat pipes as well, Carth, or physical damage on there somewhere. Or it could be a failing CPU. that's not able to regulate or failing something else. I don't know. Yeah, fans are full speed as well, James. They're going between sort of 80 to 100% all the time. So it's reporting, it's sensing, and it's doing, and it's thermal throttling. So it's doing everything as a thermal issue. Everything you'd expect it to as a thermal issue, it's doing as a thermal issue. So it's I'm leaning towards that heat pipe, or certainly I think the heat pipe needs sorting before anything else. But when we put the thermal camera on, the heat pipe seemed fine. That's the crazy thing is, and we've only got up to sort of 60 degrees, but it were conducting fine. I mean, it might be different. The heat pipe might be working on conductive heat because they kind of three of them welded together. So one of them might have failed. But yeah, you can feel the heat being blown out of the back of the unit. So the actual process of it removing heat is working. Oops. I am finding this screwdriver a lot easier to work if you hold it like a pen. Right. So that's back down. Oh. And yeah, all back. We'll put this on the shelf and we'll move on to the next. Oh, dear me. Oh, we'll get his details in here. All clipped and shut. Yep. Done. Right, bit of a change of pace on this one. I need to do this one for this because customers come in at 8:30 in the morning, and I need to make sure it's done ready for him. So where did I put my solder? Just tidy up. Move the BIOS programmer. Did I put them back? I did put them back. Back on the shelf. Okay. Oh dear. Minimize that. No cooler part is. Oh, is that what the part it is? Ooh, that might be useful for the consumer. Thank you, Arnold. You're a star like always. I've just got somebody text me to say they'll be here in an hour. Who's that? Okay. He's just a collection. He's all paid. He's collecting. So we'll put that phone to one side. There's somebody else coming to collect. So this is a little HP. So the story behind this one is the customer has his email's basically been compromised. He thinks he's been compromised on his laptop. So he wants it fully wiping and Windows 11 upgrade because I think it's got Windows 10 on it. Okay, I can rewind that on there, Arnold. Thank you very much. Yeah, I think it's adding. Do you know what I think it is? I think it's probably in factory where they've put it on top of something and it's rested on something and probably damaged the pipe. He needs to see in emails settings security file. Yeah. You think it's a circuit issue? Okay. Be interested to see if Acer do anything, what they do actually say it is as well. So I'll try and make sure I find out what it is, because that's how we learn, isn't it? That's how we learn, how we get better. And what it is, right. So yeah, story behind this one is he has his email account has sent out 500 emails to people in his address book asking for money that he's stuck on a desert island or whatever, you know, usual one. And he's been notified that. And then he went into his email and they've put a load of redirects in his email. They've deleted a load of emails. They've done all sorts of stuff in his email. So they've clearly got access to his email account. So he's asked for it fully wiping, Windows 11 upgrade, and then he's going to come and see me tomorrow morning for a couple of hours so I can just run through some things he should be doing, references, emails, his identity, what he needs to do precautions-wise, and things as such. So I'm not doing that bit on camera because that's obviously a lot of personal data, but yeah, we'll do the repair on here. So we are going to be using our favourite little tool, our UD 1700. What this will do, it'll help us emulate, on this occasion, HP. So we'll select HP up here, which is that one there. We'll flip this over and we'll say, it's probably going to be that one, which I think is 120 watts. First one's 90, I think that second one's 120. So it will emulate a HP charger. So if we haven't got a charger like we haven't got, this should help emulate it. So flick that on, we should see a current draw on screen. We get current draw. Look at that, 0.1. Go pre-charge. Which bit would be interesting, Carthor? The security talk. Takes about 2 hours. Or to find out which what was wrong with it. I think both are interesting, if I'm being nice. They're on back order for £40. What was that, Alvesto? What's on back order for £40? The cooler. All right, so not interested in me, Carthor. You just want to know what. I know. Yeah, what does it say? The customer's really, really knowledgeable, I will say, about it all. So hopefully he'll let us know what Acer does and everything else, and he can point him towards the video, and you know they should be able to see from the outset that that's what's what. Right, I just need to back the customer's data up, and then we can do a Windows install. Because it is Windows 10, we're going to put Windows 11 on here, so we'll stick this in. I can't show this bit because this has got customer data on, but I will show the next bit as and when I can. Gosh, you don't realise how bad HP whatchamacallits are sometimes, do you? Mouse pads. Some are terrible. Absolutely shocking. And I don't like the way they ain't got Explorer on here. So this PC and go. Why is Office opening? Oh my gosh. And user data. And we'll do a quick Control A, Control C, and we'll go Control V for Victor. Boom, boom. Right, we'll copy this across. This says it's got a while. The cooler's only £40. That's remarkable, that. I would have put that at easily 3 times that price, knowing it were a manufacturer's one. I want to get a laptop to try and fix off eBay, but most of them are the ones that come from China, have all been run through and stripped out. Whereabouts are you based, thank you? Are you based in the UK? Ah, US. I was going to say, if you're in the UK, I could have sent you a few things if you fancied a pop at them. But WA State. I don't know where WA State is, but it sounds like America because they have states, don't they? Why don't you stream? He has got a channel. I'm a member. I'm a member of Lead Farmer's channel, actually. Have I just put the cat out of the bag there? I remember buying my first CD burner from PC World, which was a consumer retail store in the UK. Can't remember what year it was. It was the same year the Xbox 360 came out. Whatever year that was. I sit on the edge of my seat with the subscription button just saying, today's going to be the day Arnold's going to stream. So I bought my first one on the same year as the Xbox 360 came out, and did that. Oh no, bad RAM but wasn't. If I try ready to... On some of them, if it's got a RAM slot though, you can disable the onboard RAM, can't you? Spares for domestic. Reballing. Ooh, it's a brave man. James has got that reballing machine, but I don't think he's got that kicked up yet, have you, James? Right, this is going to take, I don't know. I'm backing this data up. So what we'll do, I'll put this to one side while this is backing customer data up, and we'll do the heatsink on that other one. If I stream, you have to get used to loud music. Hey, we can always turn volume down. That's what they do with me. Not yet. James ain't got it. James ain't got that sorted yet. Right, I'm going to put this to up here. Oh, how much you betting I pull this off? And yeah, make myself cry when I pull it off and go, oh no, oh no, oh no, oh no. I'll get that up there. Right, that is up there. We're going to get this other computer. Do you know one where the customers run me back? Dog, move. So customer's going to have a new cooler in here now. If you remember, he messaged back and changed his mind and said he would go with the cooler. Cool. So we'll get this cooler fitted. I'll keep an eye on that HP laptop. Oh no, oh no, oh no. Got to start somewhere, I guess. Yeah, always start somewhere. $3700X CPU in Son's PC. Oh no, it's not working. If you saw my stream the other day where Arnold were trying to teach me, he was ever so patient, bless him. I was really struggling with what we were doing the other day because we were stripping the stripping the BIOS information out of a BIOS, which takes Arnold a couple of minutes to do, and it took me like 20 minutes. And when you see somebody like me who does it, I mean, that were only, I think that was the first time I'd ever done it, to actually strip the information out. And I'm sure after I've done it 20 or 30 times, it'd become more commonplace, but by heck, I could feel my my blood pressure climbing with that one. Is that right, Ronnie? A lot of people just stream laptops and laptops. I don't really watch a great deal of people repairing computers. I watch Uncle Sorin, obviously, and Nathan. But who else do I watch repairing? James, obviously, JFix when James does his streams. Who else do I watch repairing laptops? Regularly, I can't say there's anybody. I do watch several other creators, but I don't really spend a lot of time on YouTube watching people like Laptop Fix and Circuit Fix and people like that. So I do catch a lot of others, but I wouldn't say regular ones who I watch all the time. I tend to indulge on other stuff on YouTube. Yeah, sadly laptops. And I think, I mean, recently I've had quite a lot of desktops in, so I would think that. But I think Arnold should, Lead Farmer should stream. I think he should stream. I think we should put a petition, not a partition. We should put a petition out that we should get Arnold streaming. Or just some videos like you've suggested. I would certainly watch the videos. Let's put it like that. I would certainly watch the videos. Get that gloop cleaned off. Right, this is he had an i5 5600 and we've put an i7 7700 in here, so it's a nice upgrade that as well. Nice upgrade. Yeah, say yes to that. Right, I'm just doing this Computio at the same time, multitasking me. Look at this, I could be upgraded. I need to order some more coolers. It's my last cooler. Oh no, oh no, oh no. I'm going to buy some more coolers. Which cooler will I buy? I think I bought 6 of these end of March, just before tax year in UK changed, and this is my last one. That's how popular they are. They do work extremely well. Yes, he does. Adam IT does desktops as well. I need to get a PO box though. Once I set up website for BIOS, Lead Farmer or something. I think, I mean, I don't get posting inquiries. I only do local area. Fortunately, Arnold, if you search for computer repairs, laptop repairs, or anything else, I'm actually top, and that's all organic. Just with being in business for so many years, so it's always nice like that. Fix the Pixel, yes, that's another one I've seen from time to time. What if there's an OS made on React that look like Windows with less bloat? Well, yeah, there is one, isn't there? What looks like Windows with less bloat. It's not fully compatible because they have to use wrappers for some drivers, don't they, to get it working. You should share a link to his channel so we can join. What Fix the Pixel? Mainboard Medic also gets. Yeah, Mainboard Medic does as well. Do you know when you start mentioning him, it's like, yeah, watch him. Yeah, watch him. But trying to remember him, I'm hopeless. We can fix that, Arnold. I'm saying I can fix that. There you go. Should be able to do it now, Arnold. I've just upgraded you to a standard moderator, so you should be able to fix. You should be able to post the link now. Give it a shot. So whoever fitted this cooler originally hasn't bothered to put any tape into this. So I can get back up here and do this. And skip. Because at least it's got a load of stuff in OneDrive, which is all well and good. Just exit that. Exit that. I'm not going to pull this back on stream because there's no point. I will install this whilst we're filling this cooler. Let's try multitasking. Look at me. I'm saying let's try multitasking, and I can't even find where I've put my other USB memory stick. There we go. I think it's F10 to get into BIOS on a HP. Or is it F8? I can never remember. It's one of these buttons on here. We'll just bang them all until... There we go. Yes, we don't want to do that. We want to boot from that other thing. Save changes. Is it F9? F9? F9. Come on, F9. Show me the money. Yeah, F9. Dog's even singing with me. USB hard drive. Sorry, I'm just stood up doing this. It saves us doing this on camera. I can do something a little bit more interesting on camera, like show you my crutch. Reboot and F9. We can dance all night. I'll put this laptop on this shelf, but once I've got this started, we can. This is only a Windows install, so no point really doing too much on this. Worried about it, because we know Windows installs are pretty routine. There you go. Mainboard Medic. Last one is BIOS. Woohoo! Be right back. Legit cow. Letting cat out. I'm already subscribed to all of those. The wrong chip guy. Yes, the wrong chip guy. I've seen that guy. I had to create another YouTube account at the weekend, and all I did was go on James's YouTube profile. If you go on JFix's channel, at the bottom it says these are all the channels that I like, and I just go through there and add the ones from there. It makes it so much easier for me. So we are going to do a disk part on here. So Shift F10, DISPART, and then I can't see what it says. So we'll do LISDIS, and then we'll do select disk 1, which is that one, and then we'll go Cutlean. Oh, not with a 4, and the number 4 get pressed. Done. Exit disk part, I'll refresh. As soon as this has started installing, we will move on to the strip down the desktop behind. So we'll go next. Done. Get this stuck back up here, out of the way. Oh, yeah. Oh, that's better. That's better. That's better. Oh, that's tight. Big screwdriver in here. Get that stuck up with a bit of tape. How long have we been streaming? Oh, need to change my. Let me just change my microphone. Turn that one on. Turn this one off. Yep, we're back. Change microphone. Right, just bear with 1 second, guys. Got somebody at the door, as you can hear. 1 second. That was just a collection, that one, guys. Oh. Oh. There we go. What's this one? I am doing on this one. This one is... this is the one that we worked on Friday, and then we finished off this morning. And then I said to the customer that we needed to put a different cooler on because his leg had broke on his cooler, and these coolers are pretty darn pants, as we can appreciate. So the customer said, no, I'll do it with 3 legs. And then we put it away, packed it away, and the customer came back and went, yeah, do that cooler. So hence why I'm doing the cooler. There you go. Hey, there's a lot of streams going round, so we're good on this one. Right, I need a base plate. Please tell me I've got a base plate. Please tell me I've got a spare AMD base plate. We have. We've got a base plate. Oh no, it's Intel, isn't it? What am I doing? I'm not used to fitting these to AMDs. Oh my gosh. Rat's nesting fan. Yeah, there's a bit of dust. What we'll do, we'll get this assembled and then we'll do that. It looks heavy. Is that a power supply fan? Power supply fan is underneath. Power supply is not too bad in fairness. The front fan here is a bit. Yeah. Anyway, it is a what board have we got? PCI Express M.2 VRM. Trying to see what socket it is. Be a 1200? Can't see. H110AM2. What socket is that for CPUs? It normally tells you on the board in great big letters so you can see it. And can I see it? Can I heck? How people memorise what sockets these are for a 7th gen Intel CPU is beyond me. I think that's a 1151 socket, so it's a 1200 socket for this. I think that's what I need, is a 1200. Take them out. Oops. So it'll be that one there. Get some glue pouts, which we need some metal bars. We need those. I can go back in here. I think it's the blue ones we have on these, is it? No, it's the black ones. There we go. We've got to open both because you get the same screws. That's the one. We need the black little rivets, and then we need the screws as well. You end up getting them all out. Slide those in there. Put those there. We're getting there now. Whoop, whoop, whoop. So we're unpacked. Done. Oh. It's written on the board, top right. Is it? Oh yeah. How did you see it up there, James? Yeah, before it says AI. I didn't even see that. It is, it's 1200 socket, isn't it? I think it's a bit cooler on there. Oh, it's the same one, isn't it? Yeah, 1200. That's the thing which I normally look for. But yeah, I was looking at board, couldn't see it. Oh, we've got sticky tabs. We like sticky tabs. All coolers should have sticky tabs. Again, something what Thermalright do spot on. Such a simple thing. They give you sticky tabs so you can stick it down and rip off and then do it. That guy Chris isn't all that. I tried helping him and he's one of those. Oh yes, some people can be like that. Done. And I feel like I have been. These normally go, I just forget which way these go. Do these go sideways or do they go that way? I can never remember. You see that many AMD socketed CPUs nowadays, that when it comes to Intel, you've got to follow instructions. I bet I fit easily 20 to 1. And that's not a time, that is instruction-wise, on Intel to AMD. But that's the I bet that's the ratio. Yep. slotted inwards. I thought it was. So what we now do, we've got 4 of these block little spacers here. One sits on each leg. Like so. We've got these which are designed for this, and they go so short length inwards. So one goes on there, and we'll just give it a quick. They have actually got staggered holes in. The ones these go in are the closest ones to it. So we'll just put those 2 in, like so. We'll give those a quick tinkle down with a screwdriver, which is sat around here, and then we'll move on to the other side. This is just to nip it in, hold it in place until I do the rest. Rinse and repeat. One on that side. One on that side. Don't over tighten one side all at once. Again, work your way around. If you are doing this, slow and steady wins the race on here. And then try and do them crossed. They don't have to be mega tight, it's only holding it down to the board. So as long as it's a snug fit, you don't want to over tighten, because if you were feeling really strong, you might damage something. I think that's why so many people watching PCDD unique content on YouTube and entertaining. I'm glad you put entertaining. It's just because there's nothing else to watch. Yes, Andy's not antisocial. Oh dear. Picture flashed in my mind, and those are straight. Okie dokie. So that's the orientation this is going to go on. Like so. This is going to keep it really cool. We'll give them a splodge of coolant. Need to get my other coolant out. This has got quite a lot of mounting pressure, so it will spread very nice on here. Again, even pressure coming down. We're not going to get a fan at the back, so we'll get one at the front and one in the centre as well. They do tend to create a bit more static pressure with blowing than sucking, but we'll see how that goes. Hey, 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 hey! I've not done. I can't remember his name. I've not done adamantium IT. I've remembered to take that off. I have learnt my lesson. I've still done it. I'll still do it again. Commands don't work. No, they're still not working, James. It's all connected, just still not working. A exclamation hey, I don't think was one. Exclamation oi. I've never created a hey, even though it did work last week. I don't know why it worked last week, because I've never created it's exclamation oi, which is OI. A sign out, a button sign in. Do you reckon that'll do it? I wouldn't even have a clue how to sign out. Sometimes they'll work, e.g. sometimes they'll work on certain screens, but most of the times they just won't. Graham, that's it, Graham. I keep forgetting his name. I want to call him Adam. But obviously I know it's not Adam, but I still want to call him Adam. Right. Just signed out, sign back in. All three connected. We'll do exclamation OI. Nope.
Oh, you!
Oh, yay! It's done it. What about the infamy?
PCDD, you little
Yeah, I
shit.
put exclamation
Oi,
oi,
you!
and it comes up as hey. I wonder why hey comes up as oi. Bit weird, isn't it? There we go. Don't know why. Don't know why oi changes to hey. I've never created a hey. H-E-Y. I don't know whether you see that as well, Dan.
I'm a lead farmer.
I'm a lead farmer. I'm a lead farmer. I don't know if that's coming through. I love that one. Druggers, good day. Hello, hello, hello. Nice to see you. To see you, nice. So we've got the cooler in, guys. That's still installing up there. That's all done. Let's get these fans on. So I'm thinking one fan at the front, which is going to interfere with his power cable. And it'll sit over the top of his RAM, so we'll stick his RAM in. We did this one last week, Arnold. This is the one, me and you, what you instructed me on how to extract all the information. You know, the one we did last week. So this is that one. Come on, get in that hole. Yeah, got a little tiny one. Let's get these clips on. We need a fan header plugging in first so we can get to the fans. Which is that one. I normally do this with the board out, which is so much easier. But obviously this is a aftermarket fitment and it's easier to get your hands caught like that. Real lead farmer. I can't hear them though. I don't know why I can't hear them. Just trying to get this just no room on when you've got the cooler in to do anything down this side. I normally try this for 20 minutes, then get frustrated and go, I'll just take the board out. I now can't see where I'm going. Come on, get in that hole, get in that hole, get in that hole. Come on. Oh, I've only done it, guys. Got it in. I was wondering if he was okay. Very knowledgeable, nice guy, also funny. You on about me again, James? Never seen him after. Oh, you must be on about somebody else because definitely a hurricane here, so I take that back. And he goes, definitely not on about me, Ankia. Maybe something happened to him because he put a message on his channel. Oh, who is it you're on about? Sorry, I missed that thing. I weren't reading chat. His Instagram's closed too. Chipmaster. Oh, right. I think unless you stream, I find it really tiring streaming. So I think unless you stream, I think it's easier certainly to view than it is to stream. I know that's a silly thing to say, but I can understand why some people take a break because it does become people like Andy and Sorin and Northridge and people like that who stream a lot. I take my hat off to them because it's and Joey and people like that. It's really tiring. It's as tiring as a full-time job. That one's in. So we've got that. We'll get this one put in as well. We need to get that plugged in first. So this one will be a push, so we need to go in that direction because air will be flying out that side. And I'm thinking that if I put it in like so, it will be a brilliant. Well, that way's there. But put that on the right way, it might work wonders. User error. It's going to be the hard one to get on. Done it. Look at that. I said it's hard and it's gone straight away. Beautiful. The GPU plugged back in. Ooh. Just enough clearance. Get his screw back in here. Do you know what? I'm going to have chicken and chorizo dinner tonight, I think. Might treat myself to that. Fancy a bit of chicken and chorizo. Oh. You just ate it when you missed the hole. Oh. I used to love building PCs, now I loathe it. I think it's with a... I must say, I enjoy what I do. But I ooh, why has my computer just made a noise? Sound like some unplugging or plugging in? No, USB-C notification. I do get it with people despising it because you do it that often. But I really enjoy what I do. And they say if you do something you love, you never work a day in your life. So I feel extraordinarily fortunate that I do something I enjoy doing. And because I think I've always took a passion in it. I've always been good at, well, capable. I chose my words carefully there, gents. I think that's what it is. But some days, that gets you down. Gets you down with, certainly when it's busy, you can get down a little bit. But is that true for anything? I'm never going to complain too much because I appreciate how fortunate it is to do what I do and do what I like and like what I do. And I'm thankful for that. Right, let's plug this in and see if we can boot to a... Oh, no, it weren't my computer, it was that HP up there. Wonderful. We'll get that one done in a tickle. We can boot to this. And we'll see if we can boot to a USB test stick. Off there. Just eject. I need this USB stick. And eject. Yep. Be-doop. Let's just grab Keeley and Mickey. Plug them in. Only thing I like doing now is trace spares and masks, so I dislike everything else, but it pays the bills. Yeah, I do get that, Ruggers. I find some of the stuff I do not as exciting and interesting as others because it becomes run of the mill. So I enjoy, like you, more component level stuff. I don't do software at all, so more component level stuff and trying to repair and things like that. That's what I enjoy. I find it incredibly stressful though. Yeah, it's that double-edged sword. I enjoy it, but I find it stressful. It's a bit like doing a really hard quiz for me. And certainly when you do it on a live stream as well, or certainly when I've done it on a live stream, I find it equally as daunting, really, more than anything else. Right, so we're just going to drain the board on this one. Okay. Plug this in. Plug that in.
see if I can get a picture in the bottom right hand corner. I'm after a BIOS screen. I like to grill my veggies with olive oil and garlic and salt. Is that for that? Well, I've done a... Ooh, got a picture. Just let me get on here because I can't multitask. Just want to boot to the USB. Boot. And... Can't see them that far away. Oh, do you know what would help if I plug blinking USB in, wouldn't it? Can't boot to it unless I plug it in. Ruggers, I get it exactly the same. I find it. What's it saying? No, I ain't got a CPU fan on. They're both plugged in and both spinning the little hearts out. So we'll ignore that. I'll come back and address that in a second. Come on. I'm just going to boot into Windows PE again, just to see if it's coming through okay. We've got both fans spinning, and they're spinning really nice. I don't know why it's coming up with an error like that, but hey. We updated the BIOS on this last week. This was the one with the removable BIOS chip. I'm just going to quickly run diagnostics, hardware info, that one, and sensor mode, start. I just want to see if temps are okay. Should be absolutely fine. Yeah, 34 degrees. Let's just put it in a diagnostic. We did a whatchamacallit test. I could have used CPU Shark actually. Might have been easier and quicker. CPU's have come off there now. If we use CPUs, that HP laptop has done what it's doing as well. So we'll just do this one, which is nearly done. We'll get this put back together. We will then put the HP laptop back down here. We'll do the HP laptop, and we could well just be cooking CPU, and we'll just do start on that one. There we go. Oh dear. 100% CPU usage. Temps look really good. Ignore this down here, I don't know why that's not reporting temps. But yeah, temps look really, really nice. What's that, 60 odd degrees at full load? I'm happy with that. If we just pop onto there, we should see. So this is a full load test on CPU. We've got 58 degrees on there and 58 degrees on core. And we'll get nowhere near thermal throttling. This cooler is just awesome. I have said this numerous times. These Peerless Assassins, I need to order some more. Shut down. Yeah, 60 at full load, enable XMP in BIOS and save profile. Yeah, I'll get that done. Bear with me 1 second, guys. I have got a telephone call coming through. 1 second.
So if you join on stream, you'll see. I'll look back on stream and have a look at that. I'll ring you back. Cheers, Josh. Right, guys. Oh, let's just look back on. Need to rewind my stream. That was the customer from earlier with the whatchamacallit. He thinks they might have been. That was. So let's get this on. The chance of getting compromised or scammed by a good 80%. Okay. And it will invalidate his warranty. So I have been very, very, very concise, very, very clear with him about all the possible issues. Now let's go back to the repair side. We're going to do a full strip down, strip his fans down, strip his heat
What he's
off,
saying
clean
is
everything.
he's had a look on stream and we
didn't realise I had a sound off. Yeah, it's not that one anyway.
So this is me testing it initially.
19 now 5. Players output. That was the only. I've started. I think it's just the.
We'll be talking to Les.
Strange. Break it down on a few phone.
And one guy.
Stuck there. We'll
do the thermal test. I mean, it had the same power issue before that.
Gets a bit more complex than just, oh, you've got a warranty on me, you've invalidated it. So I have explained all that to him because he wasn't aware of it all. Oops. Let's play. But I have said, look, if I am opening it, take it on the basis that you've invalidated it and it won't be covered, and he's happy with that, and take it on the basis that it might just break it. I killed Chad. I know, cows, you've made them all go home. They're all falling to sleep now, cows. That's what it is. They're all mesmerised. They know full well if cows is in chat, when nobody else needs to talk.
Okay, so we've got the back off there.
Oh,
Can't
yeah,
really
that
see
was a
it's
good idea, wasn't it?
non-reflective.
So we'll do this one. We'll do the heatsink one.
Can we zoom in on this? I don't know if I can.
What we looked at before, and then this is a. I think this is going to have other issues because if we can see here,
No, he's right. No dent there.
nice laptop. This
Oh, that's got dented.
we've got
Can we see
two
if there's a dent there or not?
NVMe's sat down here.
I mean, it's still producing
two
the same
sticks
heat problem, but yeah,
DDR5
not a dent
RAM.
there.
We've obviously got the i9 CPU sat here. We've got
No,
the
that dent
GPU.
happened. Says it's there then.
The GPU
Yeah.
here, there.
Wow.
Two fans, one cooler. I don't like the idea of
So,
just one cooler.
looks like
We've
I
got
must have
side
caught
vents
on
and
something
cooler
when I was
here
doing
as
it.
well.
I mean, it's
But
still
this is
looks
cooler.
like heating up without that because we
Something
tested
when
the
I was doing
temperatures
it.
after that.
I mean, it's
Still,
still
so
looks like
let
heating
me
up
ring
without
the
that.
customer
And
and
yeah,
let me ring the customer. Look back on that. Look, that's a line. Look back on that. Look, that's a line. And put that one back to the correct screen. And put that one back to the correct screen. Okay on that one.
Yeah, wow.
Okay.
Right, let me ring the customer. Just give me 2 seconds, guys. Wow. Right, let me ring the customer. Just give me 2 seconds, guys. Wow. Right, let me ring the customer. Just give me 2 seconds, guys. Wow. Right, let me ring the customer. Just give me 2 seconds, guys. Wow. Right, let me ring the customer. Just give me 2 seconds, guys. Right, let me ring the customer. Just give me 2 seconds, guys. Right, let me ring the customer. Just give me 2 seconds, guys.
Okay. Bear me 2 seconds. I'll just put you on mute. Okay. Bear me 2 seconds. I'll just put you on mute. Okay. Bear me 2 seconds. I'll just put you on mute. Okay. Bear me 2 seconds. I'll just put you on mute. Okay. Bear me 2 seconds. I'll just put you on mute. Okay. Bear me 2 seconds. I'll just put you on mute. Okay. Bear me 2 seconds. I'll just put you on mute. Okay. Bear me 2 seconds. I'll just put you on mute. Okay. Bear me 2 seconds. I'll just put you on mute.
Right, guys. So what that has happened, by the looks of it on my screen, the customer spot that this and I certainly didn't. Is that it looks like when I put the thing down here, it must have got caught on. Looks like when I power supply box thing down here, and that's put a slight dent in there. Power supply box. It's certainly not changed the outcome of it heating. Certainly not changed the outcome of. So now we know that that was not dented when we got it and it was still overheating. Now we know that that was not dented when we got it and it was still overheating. Now we know that. There we go. Now we know it wasn't that what's causing it. That's not going to sort the problem because it were overheating beforehand and it's overheating even with the dent. So looks like I've caused the dent. I've just said to the customer, honestly, I didn't realise. And I think if anybody else in chat I'd have said it as well. But yeah, not realised that at all. So I think we had the part number of that. So just let me have a look.
PCDD, you little shit.
So it is, new cooler part is that. So let me see if I can Google that and search for that and get one ordered. That's not going to solve the problem now. It was overheating before and after. Oh, my Google is playing up. Spares for domestic. Here we go. One moment, please. Accept. And it's available. I will get that ordered. Expected delivery in 12 days.
PCDD, you little shit.
Thank you to, I can't remember who found it for me, but thank you very much for finding that. And I'll get that ordered as well. I will confirm it's the right part number. Oh, it is a Nitro AVS 41, also known as that. So we don't want that because that's America. Yeah, it looks like it's going to be from them. Available. Done that. It says it's available. 12 days. Just let me text him and just say they are quoting 12 days lead for delivery. Are you okay with that? Right, so I'll get that ordered. Fit my new heat pipe and thing. As I say, it's probably not going to repair the overheating issue, but at least we put right what we've done wrong. And guys, we, occasionally we make mistakes. So yeah, hold my hand up. We're only human, aren't we? But yeah, I didn't see it. It's a good job the customer saw it, in fairness, because I'd hate to think that I had damaged it and him not that. Yeah, I don't think it's a heat pipe anymore. Now knowing, after reviewing my video showing it on there without the dent, I don't think the dent is the issue. It could still be the heat pipe if the heat pipe had leaked, if it was a faulty heat pipe anyway. So it's probably a blessing in that disguise. It still might fix the problem. But I don't honestly think that the dent is the cause anymore, because it were obviously overheating to 100 degrees prior to that. It could be a MOSFET issue on that one as well. But that can be one for the manufacturer under the warranty. So we'll just have a look. No, there's nothing wrong on there. It's absolutely spotlessly clean. The fans, the radiator, everything is absolutely spotlessly clean. So yeah, we'll just wait for the customer to come back and confirm he's happy with the thing. So we'll get that sorted. But yeah, we will deal with that. I've got Amazon outside. I know what this is. Let me just take this off my Amazon driver if he comes. Oh, he's coming now. Move. Hello, pal.
I'm keeping it today. See you later, mate. Ta-da. Ooh, we're waiting for that. That's the TV bracket for daughter's TV. Yeah, oh, that's gutted me a little bit. Yeah, pondering that one. Anyway, let's get back onto here. What are we doing? Oh, we've put this in here. Temps are fine. Just need to shut this down, rebuild this, and away we go. Oh, get this side on. Get that one screwed in here. Get that one screwed in there. And, oh, sorry, dog. Thought it was a dog, it wasn't. It was a carpet. I've got 550 wires on my desk right now. What is it you're repairing? So what's the problem? What with 550 wires off with this? This one has just had I still remember Grandma showing me a blue pentameter she worked on at a factory in '84 when I was 9. Ooh. Right, let's just make sure this post to Windows. Ooh, get that one back out. And I've got a microscope. This will be a black screen in a, oops, not that one. I know we've got that in the center, but there is a reason why I'm doing that. There we go. Ooh, there we go. Yeah, thanks, Alstavo. Yeah, I mean, if I make a mistake, I make a mistake. We you know, we're all human at the end of the day. I don't think it's a case of making mistakes sometimes. I think it's a case of holding your hands up and dealing with mistake. I think that's the true reflection of maybe somebody's character, in the fact that if something does go a little bit pear-shaped, they deal with it and do it. And I pride myself on trying to treat customers right and fairly. So yeah, it's always interesting, because not everything goes right every single time. You know, when you work on something as complex as a computer, it can sometimes be awkward, to say the least. Right, I'm just going to reboot this because I don't think I caught the boot process on there. It might be the RAM I've not plugged in. We'll have a look. I think it's the RAM that's not quite. Oh no, there we go. We're in. It was seated right. Just needed a reboot because I changed battery, hadn't I? So we'll see if this gets in here. CPU fan we need to turn off. So let me just shift that out of the way. And just put that there and go to HDMI. So we can see, whoa, pick the keyboard up, slid off my knee. So we just need to ignore that. I don't know why that CPU fan is there. It is plugged in. Thank you. Ignore. There we go. I'm wondering whether it's plugged into chassis fan, and that's the one I could get to, and I couldn't get to the other one. But chassis fan's on anyway, so we are good to go off that one. Save yes.
I took phone apart when I was like, I took home apart. Dad couldn't put it back together. Had to pay $250 for a new one. They were rented back then. Was that what they were? Rented? Wow. Then it'll just got a real butt warmer. Oh, no, restart. Please work. I'm going to try and change it over. I just wanted to get it so it didn't... I'm not ignoring fan speed. Fans are actually spinning. The fans... Because we put a new colour in. So fans are spinning. It's just it's plugged onto the wrong thing. So I just want to do it whilst I'm just configuring it. And then I'll swap the thing over. I must not have been able to get to the correct one. So we're up to where we need to go on this one. Shut down. Let that shut down. Done. Get my little torch out. Oh. And flick onto that one. See if we can see where this is going. It is on CPU fan header. It is on CPU fan header, that. Down there, I bet I can't get it focused, but down there is definitely CPU fan header, and that's where it's sat. There you go. CPU fan header. And that's where my cable's plugged into. See it? Fan cable here. CPU fan. All plugged in. Oh, you can't until I change camera. Oh, come on, you blinking thing. Need to press that button there. There you go. Let's stick that out of the way. So CPU fan header all the way down there. There you go. And that's my cable going to my fan. So that is plugged in correctly. I thought I must have got it into the wrong one, but it's definitely in there. Because fans are spinning for a start. Yeah, all in properly. So, really not sure why. So let me just check that the cables are in correctly. Plug them back in. You need smaller hands to do this, tell you. I've got it out, just need to plug it back in. There you go. There we go. Right, it's back in. See if that's sorted the issue. Yeah. F7. Back to there. Monitor. There you go. Back up. Back up. We are back on there. TFN, hello. Check the CPUs. Now, we've already put a thermal, we've put a new thing on it. So we're absolutely fine. It's had a broken one. We've changed the standard Intel one, because it had broken legs on it, for a Peerless Assassin. So that is actually now all working. So, but good shout. Good shout. Right, so customer is just asking me reference the cooler. So he's okay with me ordering it. So let me just order it now, and then at least I know it's on its way. Add to cart. Expected delivery within 12 days. And check out. We accept PayPal and various credit and debit cards. Well, we'll do that. I don't want to. Do I have to sign up? Returning customers? No, I need to sign up. And we want United Kingdom. Oh no, yeah, we're in United Kingdom. That's always a good start, isn't it? We've got the right country, and we are in Shropshire. And that one is my email address and mobile number. Okay, I've had to sign up for a optional company details. Put my company in. We don't have a VAT number because we're not VAT registered. Copy text. Yeah. I need to order this, so it's on its way, gent. Sorry, there's no way round. I need to get this done.
Who's a good girl? Who's that?
Submit the information. Save. That'll do. Shipping address is correct, and shipping method. We'll get that. Continue. Right, so let me get my. I've read that. Yep. Wow. Then how to charge. Let me get my business credit card so we can pay for this, because this is obviously coming through the business. And the expiry. If anyone wants to order anything, you're more than welcome to. And that one is that. Okay. Ah, okay. Sorry. James has just said might be different. Tell me check part number from original. Okay, I'll tell you what I'll do. I won't order that yet then. I'll put that in there so I don't lose it. It's all ready for me to press pay on. Might be different. Ooh, okay. What we'll do, this one's working. We'll strip that one back down and just double check the part number. Just make sure, if somebody can put it in chat, just make sure you've refreshed YouTube, because it is lagging, guys. It is lagging a lot. So anyway, we have fan speed all done now. Save changes and restart. Save and restart. So we'll get that stripped and do what's necessary on there. I'll just get this rebooted. Make sure this boots. We'll put this case back on, and then we'll get back on with that one. Customer's going to ring me back at 5:30 anyway. So ideally, I'd love to order it before he rings me, and get that sorted. Yeah, we'll take it to pieces, Arnold, again, and we'll just double check on the part number before we go any further. I was using the part number which was in chat earlier. They're both the same, apparently. According to this website, it fits 224 and 001, according to their website. But we will just double check. I'll bring the website up. So just let me shut this down. And then we'll bring shut down. and then we'll have a look. Or a different pad height, maybe. Okay. It could be a batch, but yeah, I'll just get this, as I say, let's get this put to bed. That one's now shut down, and let me concentrate on doing one thing at once. I'm trying to rush. I don't like making mistakes, and I feel awful because you know, I'm not perfect. Things do sometimes go wrong, but I really do take it personally when something does go wrong, and I don't like it because I pride myself in delivering a level of service which it should be not making mistakes. That's what I pride myself in. So I am really, really, really harsh on myself if something does happen. So this will bug me now for a few weeks. I'll just put this one away. And it's not because of the money. It ain't that at all. It's just I tend to, because I take pride in what I do, I try and make sure what I do is right. So it does annoy me a little bit. So let's bring up. Let me pull that onto here. That one onto there. And let's pull that one onto there. Okay. Right, I'm going to try and type in this part number, what I said, 23 point Q. What I'm going to do is take back off. We'll double check, we'll take back off. I'm getting all carried away myself. Dope. There we go. Now, I don't think dent is the issue now, Arnold, because it was still doing the same before and after the dent. Because obviously, if I've dented it, the problem was there before the dent. So I don't think it is, and I think customer agrees with me when I've just had a chat with him that we don't think it'll sort the issue, unless the heat pipe is a thing. That must have just got caused with it, but hey, right, let me see if I can scan that QR code in. Right, scan that QR code in. So I've scanned that QR code in, and you never guess what's come up. Genuine Suzuki Vitara front window. Oh dear me. Yeah, I'll have to have, it's just the way I am. This will bug me now for several weeks. And it's not monetary value or anything else. It's just the fact that I like to think that I deliver a level of service. So if anybody who's used me will tell you that level of service is usually exceptional. But I get all my ratings are 5-star, apart from one that one person put on who lived in Holland, who's never used me, and they give me a 2-star. But I've got, I don't know, 500 odd reviews, all 5-star. So yeah, it's crazy, absolutely crazy. Right, dog, go away. Right, let's. That's what it is. It's more to the point of. I feel I've let myself down. Let myself down with it. So let's just get this part number off here. So copy. Let me Google this. Paste. Acer Nitro. There's a lot of things. Oh, I'll tell you why. It's because it thinks I'm in blinking Switzerland or wherever, because it's on my VPN. A lot of things in Ukraine. By the looks of it, OLX Ukraine. Does the Wi-Fi card get hot? No. No. Wi-Fi card's not getting hot. Now, what's actually happening is it's hitting 100 degrees. It's hitting 100 degrees even in idle, really. Sebastian, yes, the battery fell out, didn't it? I undid the battery. And when I lifted it up like that, battery fell out. Bet it was battery, because battery's not screwed in. Sebastian's hit the nail on the head there. Battery came out, didn't it? Yeah. That's what it is. I bet battery just did it as it was coming out. Yeah, dough. So yeah, pure accident that. Yeah, you can hear the thud. It did when I lifted the when I lifted this up. I had the back cover resting here, and when I went like that to see if it was take the customer details out like that, the battery just came out because it's not screwed in. But it was disconnected, and I think I said, "Oh, we'll leak battery there," and I think that's probably what's done it then, because it's probably the right height from there to the battery. Yeah, it's not screwed down, at all. It's just held in back case. Not even any locating screws. This tab here doesn't even screw into chassis, and this tab here doesn't even screw into chassis. Crazy, isn't it? So it is what it is. But anyway, need to find this. So let me go back over here. We're gonna have to do a bit of searching on interweb agents, and it's not the most exhilarating thing to do, but we will try and get this done. He needs to be hired by his local police. He does. He's a sleuth. So let's have a look what QNAN.00224. So this is the no, it's not that one. 24.QPDN 7.001. Right, this is the one what accept, but there's no picture. No picture on that one. Dolphins at your service, yeah. Detective Dolphins, that could be it. Oh dear. Yeah, that battery's just, I don't know, it's like they've gone, oh crikey, we need a battery, let's put one in out of that other laptop. It's just not a very well designed battery compartment, because the compartment's so much bigger on here. Right, they're about, with delivery, they're about £47.
So we can bring an image search up from Google. Oops, not that one. We want Google. Yeah. Let's see what image search does. Just see if there's anything with the same picture. Yeah, wonderful. Right, so it is also known as that, which is the... Oh, it is also known as that same part number. But again, no photograph. That is the right model. It's a HV 1551. That's a 41. It looks like it's getting to... I mean, they sell them on eBay as well. But we're not interested in eBay ones because they could be way off. Could do one with a picture. That definitely looks like the right one. To the fact that it's got all these bits and everything on. I think that is definitely the right one. Yeah, it does. If we compare it to the one which is actually on the unit, we've got 3 heat pipes going across, 2 heat things coming off, little sticky thing. Yeah, that's definitely the right one. That to me is definitely the right one. 24, that one, which I think is the one which I was just about to order. Oh yeah, I can dent it afterwards though, can't I, Anchor? Let me just go back to my order page because I was doing this on my phone. On that one. So let me go back to this spares one. Uh, 24 QPND 24 QPND 001. That's basically the one I'm ordering. So it's exactly the same. £40.42. Yeah, 45 quid with delivery it is. And I get 40 reward points. Woohoo! So continue and accept. Got to fill the card payments in. Is it that one? Yeah. Confirm order. Payment method. I can't pay on PayPal. I don't want to pay on PayPal. It's asking me to pay on PayPal. I can't pay on PayPal. PayPal. Yeah, I'm just trying to... Oh, credit or debit card. That's one I selected. Let me just type these details in again. Expiry is then, and CCV is that. Done. And go to continue and accept. Yes. Processing card. Wonderful. Continue step 3 to confirm. Still processing card.
Sorry guys, I know this isn't the most riveting thing, but I just need to get this ordered. One moment, I need to open the authorized payment app. Approve, confirm pay. Why is my daughter requesting screen time at exactly that moment? Done, payment approved. Done, confirm order. Confirm, come on. Come on. Brilliant. That is all confirmed. Thank you. We appreciate your business. Your order number is blah, 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 blah. Don't want to do that. I'll take a screenshot of it. That's fine. That's fine. Right. So that's ordered, gents. So that's all ordered for customers. Let me put my debit card back. Or should I say the company debit card? Oh, so we will revisit this one when the part arrives. So we have ordered it from Spares for Domestic, and thank you to, I can't remember who had the part number originally, but thank you to whoever that was, and thank you for all you guys for helping find the correct one. So we'll just pop the cover back on. I'm going to leave the battery out because I don't like storing laptops with the battery in. So we'll just pop the battery out, we'll put that back on, and we will do that. No, yeah, no argument there at all from me. Done. 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 Okay, okay. Three more. Done. Right, let's get this back on shelf with customer details on. He's ringing me at 5:30. We'll have a chat with him when he rings. And all done. Parts ordered. Put that with his charger, which is on the shelf. Right, so let's get back onto this HP laptop here, which is the other one we do. Oh. It will get delivered 20 metres away from my house. Well, they've apparently put evidence forward to say it was delivered 26 metres away, but my bank's still not got back to me about that one. So I still don't know what's happening with that, James, if I'm being honest, but I did find that one quite funny. You missed the CCV. It was 123. If you're wondering what my CC number was, CCV. Oh no, guys! Never guess what's bloody just happened. Oh, I thought I broke my memory stick. Oof, getting a bit panicky then. No, you never guess what it is. Customer's broke his. I thought it was my memory stick, but it isn't. Customer's broke his memory stick. He's got half a memory stick stuck in his. How the hell do you get that out? I got something incoming from my HV840.
Oi, you!
That's a dual mode port. Is it? No, it isn't. It's an H. It's a. Isn't that a cover for it? Oh, is it like the Lenovo's as well? Well, let me put it like this, Arnold. That does not fit in there. Yeah, I was going to say, it definitely... Can't get it out, though. It's... Need my pliers, a bit better purchase on it. They'll get it out. There you go, yeah. I thought it was one of my memory sticks because I had a memory stick installed in Windows, but I must have plugged it into that one. But both my memory sticks are here, so that must be customer who's done that. Bizarre. Oh. Ah, dear me. Right. Oh, ouch. Okay. Do you have rewind the stream to see if it was stuck at the beginning? I didn't look at that one in fairness, James. Can I move it straight up there? So we got that. We got that done in end. Let's see. Let's drop my mouse on the floor. So we're going to egg picture. Just get my mouse and keyboard moved away. Put them back in there. We need some graphics drivers to start with, so we'll get that in there. I'll just bang some graphics drivers on here and then we'll get a picture on screen. This is the customer who's coming 8:30 in the morning for his, his IT security training. So yeah, we will get some drivers on. We will get really outdated drivers on. Oh no, there you go. It was still loading. Thinking 27. I'm sure I updated it since then. 30. There we go. There you go. Don't you start, James. Don't you start. I don't think you appreciate, guys, how much that is really going to bug me. I can feel it building up inside. It's like a sneeze I'm trying to stop. And that's really what it feels like. To stop myself fixating on it. It is that intense a feeling. And again, not for any other reason apart from I feel I've let myself and the customer down. I do take it because I'm a firm believer in you set your own standards in life, and if I don't set standards high enough for myself, how can I expect everyone else to have, to do it? So, yeah. There was no resistance, no argument. I said to the customer when I rang him back, yeah, I can see what I've done. Oh, I couldn't see what I'd done at that point, but I can see that the damage was caused by me. Yeah, I'll order the part, get it sorted for you completely, and whatnot. All right, we'll get the drivers on, and then we'll do it. Yeah, normally they have at least one screw, but it's not even screw through case. That's the thing. What's getting me? Not even screw through the case to where it fits. Oh, I've just got your Discord come through, Arnold. Thank you for that. Yeah, so even with back cover on, the battery still would be loose. It's not even a particularly good fitting, but it looks like they probably use that battery on more than one model, and they've kind of made it fit into that chassis rather than anything else. Yeah, still won't fix it, and I have said that. But I say customer's ringing in about 7 minutes, so I'll have a chat with customer as well. It was on stream earlier, so yeah. he could see everything else I'd done. And I think he appreciates that it was a complete accident. You know, sometimes I can only apologise, but I do feel bad. It's not just words. I do feel bad. I do mean the apology. So right, as soon as we've got this on stream, we will do the rest and get it sorted. Then this one out of the way. We've got another desktop. Got another desktop after this. Well, we've got a choice. We've got a desktop and we've got a couple of laptops. Is this the one with his data on? No. So we'll have a choice after we've done this one to see whether we want a desktop or a laptop. Desktop has got a power issue. It's not coming on, he says. So we're going to have a look at that one. And laptops. Let me have a look what these laptops situations are. Ouch, my blinking knee. Oh. So we've got, this one is a Windows 11 install. That one's a hard drive and Windows 11 install. That one is... Oh, that's one which went off after 20 minutes, so that might be one which is worth looking at. This one came in before, so let me just have a look what this one is. And this is a Dell. Hello. Oh, no post, flash codes. Oh, yeah, that's the one. We've got no post and flash codes. Woohoo, we like them. So we'll do that one next. That one did come in first. Anyway. So we'll do that one next. We have picture. Let's go to HDMI. There we go. Installation complete. It certainly is complete. So we'll go select all. This is Snappy Driver. What this will do, it'll go away and it'll install all the drivers it can find for the hardware. So whilst it's doing that, I'm going to try and plug my, that's going to be fun, try and get my second memory stick in that hole there, the one which we damaged. We've got no hope of getting that in there. So, I said that before. We'll eject. You done? Windows 11 doesn't tell you anymore. Put that one in, because this one's got a Snappy Driver on also. Flash. Woo. When I saw that memory stick in there, and I just thought, oh no. I thought, honestly, my day couldn't get much worse with the... Approve. Right, there you go. Right. Let me paste this into his user data folder. Control V. There we go. Most of it is in OneDrive. Save it of the PC verse. Just let me type this in here. Please ensure you click live or refresh as YouTube lagging. There we go. Need that on one of them timer things, don't I? Right, let's see if we can find... I don't think any of the OneDrive stuff got... No, it's not pulled OneDrive across at all. So that must be it for OneDrive. So we will get Snappy Driver back up. And we will do PCDD, Snappy Driver. Flash, Defender of the Universe. But if not, who else is? Yeah. Flash Gordon. I don't know if anybody's seen that recently. It's not aged very well, that. It's a proper B class movie, isn't it? It's I know it's a classic. Right. But it is a proper B class movie. Select all. Allow. We're not going to allow you to do that. Come on. Yes, select all, install, minimize. Installation completed. Sometimes it does this, and it's because the first one is not. There you go. Don't know why. Don't like installing that Intel Dynamic Tuning Manager with other things. So you've got to do that separately. So just get rid of these. Delete. 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 And come on, you stupid thing. And empty. Grumble, not Gordon. Flash Grumble, defense. Yeah, that's me. Sam Jones didn't either. He is still living. Is that who played him, Sam Jones? Met him 3 years ago. Oh, you met him 3 years ago. All he could talk about. But he's not exactly made a career of anything else. I mean, he's got a better career than I have in film, but he's not exactly. I can't name any other films. I couldn't even name him. Oh, just bear with me 1 second, gents. Telephone ringing. PC repairs, I can help. Hello? Hello, Josh, you alright? Yeah, not bad. Do you want me to put you on mute on YouTube? Okay. I've ordered the part for you. 12 days. 12 days they're quoting on it. They're actually saying 25th, which I know is not 12 days, but I can't. I mean, common sense says I can't fit it until it arrives. So I will fit it when it arrives, as long as it doesn't turn up at 8 o'clock at night. I'll try and get it fitted same day for you, and I can only apologise for that. Do you know, only thing I can think is, and I was just saying, I thought it when I put it down there, but when I lifted it up, the battery wasn't screwed in because there's no screws for it. I think when the battery's fallen out when I've lifted it up, that's what's caused damage. Yeah, one at Peaceable in chat spotted it. No, not really. Mainly because that copper is so soft. So if it hit your circuit board, you'd probably been fine. You'd be surprised how hard they are at doing anything like that. But like I was, yeah. Well, it was. Yeah, well, if you have a look at the temps before I even took the back off, even on the thing, they were sitting at that anyway. But it was using quite a lot of CPU usage at 54% in times, and it was capping up and down. So replacing the cooler, or the heat pipes as it is, would be the next course of action. But now we know that the issue was there before the dent, I can't say the dent's now causing it. So I think replacing it ain't going to sort the problem. It'll obviously sort the issue of the cosmetic problem. So yeah, we'll get that sorted. But I don't think it's going to sort the overheating problem. I think it's probably more likely to be now a hardware issue, or well, it's going to be a hardware issue because it's doing it in the BIOS, you see. So it's going to be something like that. But the only other thing it could be is if there's 3 heat pipes on your cooler. So if one of them had leaked, but I think they're all in one. I think it's all bent round. I can't remember. I've moved the picture now. I think they are actually all in one. Or did one go to the... No, because one went to the GPU. So if one of them had leaked, for example, so you're only using 2 heat pipes, that then might be an issue. So replacing the unit might solve the problem. But that's potentially. But I don't think the dent now is causing a problem, because it was the same problem before and after. We've not made it any worse. We've not made it better. All we've done is cosmetically mark it. So I don't think that's going to solve it. It'll be brilliant news if it does, but I honestly don't think it will. So we'll keep his fingers crossed when it does turn up. As soon as it turns up, I'll get it fitted for you. No worries. I can only apologise. Honestly, I can't tell you how awful I feel about it. Yeah. 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 Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I can only say what it was like, because what I did, you'll see if you rewind stream, you'll see it. I plugged it in. I had to get the right charging end originally, because the charging end I pulled out wasn't the right one, so it didn't charge. And then I got the right one because they're all slightly different sizes. Got it right, turned it on, brought hardware info up and looked at the temperatures. Looked at it for about 5 minutes or so. I could see the temperatures were up there. So I think I said to chat at the time, with the temperatures being so high, there's no reason to do, or no purpose in doing a stress test or thermal test. I can see that the temperatures are high, and you can, because I think, again, when you rewind, you'll see they were fluctuating anything between sort of 60 degrees and up to 90 degrees, and it was actually thermal throttling. And also the fans were kicking in full speed, low speed, and everything else. So there was clearly an issue there. So there was no point me doing any thermal checks or anything before that. So that's when I took it to pieces, and rest is history as such. It's not sort of the problem with the thermal service. So I think with the issue being present before, the heatsink's now getting changed. Fingers crossed that'll solve it. If it doesn't, I think it's definitely going to be that. Arnold and a few others have suggested that it's a hardware issue, maybe a resistance on the CPU or something like that. But that won't be something I would repair. It's beyond my skill set for that. Half the battle is in this job is knowing where your skill sets lie. That certainly isn't one of mine, so it's not something I'd even quote or repair on. But there's a lot of assumptions made on that diagnosis. A lot of assumptions. Not that there's anything wrong with Arnold's assumptions, because it's amazing, but there's a lot of assumptions of, if it's not this, is it this, is it this, is it this. So sometimes, certainly with thermal issues, it's looking. Nitros do have an issue with the MOSFETs, which can overheat, but they wouldn't necessarily do the issue what it's giving. I still think it's some type of thermal issue. I'm hoping it is a leaky heat pipe, and replacing the thing does sort the problem out. That's where I'm probably thinking it is now. But once it arrives, we'll fit it. Brilliant news if it does. But if not, I think it's then one for member manufacturer and whatnot. Yeah. Well, again, if you forget about warranty, because that's just an agreement between you and manufacturer, they'll hide behind saying it's not covered under warranty. But I don't think you'd have been covered under warranty anyway, in the fact that as soon as you open it, like I was saying the other day, they'll invalidate your warranty. So you'd have to go down the consumer law route with them. Now, what that would say is they've got to say to you, for them being a manufacturer, is that what you've actually done has caused an issue. Well, because the problem was there prior to you opening it. I mean, I know you said to me that you'd opened it and put your RAM in and SSDs before you clean. Yeah, I mean, right, so if you've cleaned the fans out, you've opened it for the RAM and you've opened it for SSDs, they'd have to prove that, because obviously the issue was present before you brought it to me, and probably after you, or even before the fans, they would have to prove that what you've done with the fans or the RAM or the SSDs has triggered or caused this issue. But you're talking a legal point there, which, yeah, it's a long process, it's a painful process and things like that. How much success you'll get with Acer, I think you might find that as soon as you get through to their tech support, it's getting through to the right people who can actually make a decision. They'll just end up running you round in rings and rings and rings with it. So I can only wish it best luck on there, but they've got to prove that the initial problem was directly related to what yours is, or what the average man on the street would say is a valid modification what you've done. So if an average man on the street say, well, putting RAM in it wouldn't cause that issue, again, but you're arguing the legal points there, not a warranty, completely different to warranty. Well, you've got the one you sent me as well with it overheating as well, which obviously date stamped a lot sooner, where the problem was persistent even before I even opened it. But it don't make any difference. It's still evidential proof with a date stamp on that the system is overheating. It shouldn't be overheating to that degree. So the problem was there before it even came to me, before everything else. So what you can actually say to them is, this problem is nothing related to what we've done here. This just confirms that there's a problem. Yeah. Yeah, it's my fault on that one. I'll held my hand up with that one. I do think it's when the battery came out because it weren't screwed in, and I think we were all saying in chat, I've never known a laptop battery not be screwed in, but it's not even screwed in when it's in case either, because normally you sometimes have case screws going through it, but that one wasn't even screwed in with that. So yeah, really bizarre that not come across them like that. But we are where we are. Parts on order. We'll fit it when it comes. We might be talking about a relevant point, because if that sorts it, all good. If it don't, it's then moving on to the next stage, probably say with manufacturer, and seeing what they say. No worries. Well, they've said 25th on order, which is 6 days, but they're quoting 12 days delivery. So your guess is as good as mine. I can only tell you what it says on order, which is 12 days estimated delivery to the 25th. How they get them news, I don't know. But what I will do... domestic... Oh, where's it coming from? Parts-wise, shipping, I don't know if you're on about location. The company is sparesfordomesticuk.co.uk. So it sounds like it's a UK one, but they might be ordering it from overseas. Come to about 47 quid including delivery. So it's a lot cheaper than I thought it would be. I was thinking about 100. Yeah, I would have put that part at well over £100. I would have normally said. Yeah. So it's all good. So I'm just hoping we've got the right partner, because there is 2 or 3 part numbers, but I've cross-checked it against, again, if you look back on stream, you'll see we cross-checked it against Arnold and a couple of others, so there was a couple of alternates. So we cross-checked it against some pictures, and it looks identical to it. But sometimes manufacturers they'll have same part in many laptops, and they'll just give it a slightly different part number so they can do it under a BOM error or something like that for a bill of materials, and different SKUs for different production runs and whatnot. So we'll know when it arrives, let's put it like that, and hopefully it'll arrive quick and not damaged as well, because they are pretty fragile. They are pretty fragile. So but we'll have a look. No worries. I will. As soon as it arrives, I'll let you know. And if I remember, I'll drop you a text, and you can always watch it being fitted on stream as well. And if you are about. All right. Speak to you later. Cheers, Ross. Bye-bye now. Right, gents. That was the customer who is that laptop who we've ordered that. I've just got confirmation to say it's been ordered. Wonderful. And you heard everything on my side, and he was just very happy with that, I was getting it done and whatnot. So yeah, we'll move forward from there, and live to fight another day on that. Just feel a bit it will, honestly guys, it will still bug me. I know it's silly, and I know I said it, but it will still bug me. Where we're going with this is still loading, drivers. Yeah, don't forget to like. Thank you, guys. My wife 14, myself older is 54. My wife 40. Your wife's 14, cows. Myself older, she's now. Oh, you're 40. 15. Started dating, I think it's over 4. No warranties. She's I think the problem is, Ronnie, it's like I was trying to explain to the customer, is there's a big difference between a warranty and a consumer rights in the UK, and a lot of people mix them up to some degree. And I'm not offering legal advice, and I'm not fully versed. It's just how I understand it in respect to that. The unfortunate things, shops and manufacturers just keep bleating on saying it's a warranty. Warranty is irrelevant to all the bits and bobs. So we'll get on there. But yeah, I think warranty wise, because that's just literally a contract, they can put any stipulation to say, if you sneeze 3 times in a year, we invalidate your warranty. And then you've got to pursue it on a consumer rights.
from a legal standpoint. It's tricky. Thank you, TFN. Yeah, I do. I despise, and this isn't a customer at all, but I do. That's why it annoys me. Like when we've had a couple of customers in the past who've been quite aggressive and things like that. And that's probably what annoys me a little bit with some of these, is that I pride myself on trying to do the right thing for all my customers. And you get some customers. I've got one at the moment who's proven a little bit challenging with payment. And I'm like, do you know what? When I go that extra mile, I would expect you to be a little bit. But Josh has been absolutely sound a pound, really commendable. Yeah, no issues at all with that. But we only do what we do. Anyway, we will get this sorted. But I don't think it was I think Sebastian were right, it's the battery thing. Right, we're done on here, we're done on that. I just need to open Internet Explorer and reset his home page and make sure we've got Wi-Fi. We have Wi-Fi. So let's just open Edge. We need to reset that to Google. I still haven't got around to doing this, and I need to get around to doing it. Clear. For all people which weren't with us this morning, I'm looking at doing solar. In the UK now, they've got something called plug-in solar. They've had it on continent for a while called balcony solar, and I think they've had it in the States and places like that. Well, they've just made it legal in the UK. So you can put 800 watts worth of solar panels, which for most people is a couple of solar panels, hang them vertically on a fence. I'm going to put mine on my single story extension at the back on the roof, and you put them into a small inverter, and all you basically do then is plug the other end into a live mains outlet. So it then backfeeds 800 watts of power into your main system, and then obviously if you're got a drain on that, another plug socket, it'll feed it into that. So you basically got that. You can actually get battery systems as well, which will help do that as well. But you can buy them in the UK for somewhere between £350 and £500, let's say, for 2 panels and an inverter. And most YouTube videos that I've seen say they are done within a day. I love it slightly more than I hate it. I put google.com on because he goes abroad to Spain and whatnot. So I thought if I put google.com on, it might be more apt for a global search because he does travel. He's got a couple of holiday homes. He's going to give data, give it to your government, yeah. Task manager. We'll do a quick restart on here. Don't know what's there you go. Don't know why that weren't restarting. Just didn't like that. He's retired now. He is retired. So yeah, guys, I'm going to do. That's why this is rebooting. I'm going to put 2 solar panels. They're about 2.2 by 1.5 meters, I think they were. Mount them on the roof. 2 cables come off each one, negative and positive, because I think it's DC, which goes into the what they call micro inverter, or an inverter which converts it to AC. That kicks out a 13 amp plug. You get the 13 amp plug it into a socket. That then doesn't become live until it detects a 50 hertz signal, which obviously mains. It then pumps it back into there. Because I work from home, I'm hoping that I can probably cover about 80 to 90% of my home workload when it's sunny. So that's going to be a video that I'm going to be doing. I'm really keen to get that done, so I'm going to order parts hopefully this week. But I'm acting for the battery-less one because the batteries are on back order and just can't get the staff, can't get the parts. with that. Just looking at this. Oh, it is booting. I'm trying to get it to boot, and you just didn't want to know. Just looking at power meter up there. It's now coming on. Oh. Yeah, the battery one. I'm not a lover of the Nitro series anyway. I rarely work on Nitros because they have MOSFET issues on GPU where they go open circuit, and it takes GPU or CPU out. Keyboards can fail on them. The newer ones are better than the older ones. Which I didn't like working on as such. Right, so we're back up and running. We'll close that. This is another one on. See if battery's loose on that one. Be right back. Feeding the kitties. That blinking lamp. Sound like a plan lead farmer. Acer off the market here at the moment because of the patent lawsuit. Oh, what's all that about? Same as Asus. I had two choices. HP new model that flexes a lot on hinge, or this. I'd rather fix MOSFETs than hinges. Yeah. Some customers will say to me when the laptop's blown, what should I buy? And I'll go, there's not a good laptop out there. There's just not a good laptop out there. Just need to text this customer from this morning. I think all laptops are inherently flawed. Laptop all done. See you at 8:30 a.m. Right, he's coming at 8:30. I'm going to have to set my alarm in the morning. I'm going to have to get up. Right, it's another one done. Oh, put that one in there, so that's done. Right, I'm just going to grab the other one. We're going to do this laptop next, aren't we? We're going to do this one next. This has got flash code and power issues. See if Nathan can help. Just 1 minute. So how does this go? So, another day, another repair. What we've got here is a nice little Dell. I've messed that up, Anna. Nathan won't be proud of me. We've got a £99 Dell. And the wrote password on top. Can't even see what model it is. Latitude E5470, there we go. Got microphone on. So, another day, another laptop. We've got a Latitude E5417826, and the customer says he turned it on and it decided to start smoking, which is really unusual because it's only 3 years old, it's not old enough to smoke. It says it's nothing to do with the pint of water he spilt on it, but it could have been when he dropped it down the stairs. Let's see if we can repair it. Nathan does it so much better than me. They say emulation is, no, what is it? Is emulation the best form of flat? Oh gosh, I can't even talk. Best form of flattery. I don't know. Oh dear me. I've got somebody in Twitch. Woohoo, we've got somebody on Twitch watching. Hello to whoever that is on Twitch. I can't see your chat because my chat's not working. But we have somebody in Twitch. I don't know where Twitch chat is. No, not that one. Do I click on? Oh, there we go. Welcome to my chat room.
PCDD Repairs chat room, just in case somebody decides to talk on Twitch. At least we can see it. Hey! Tony, hello! Not seen you in a while, Tony. Oh, gosh. Right, let's plug this in. We're going to use our little magic box, since I've got it all linked up. And we will select. We'll turn it off. Gosh, it's a bit warm. We'll select Dell. Oh, 1 second, I've got a customer coming through on messages. That one there, that one there. That fell yesterday and today has decided not to work. There's no reason that the keyboard is playing up and doesn't respond. Yes, let me know when. Ooh. I got a customer with a 3-month-old laptop that they dropped yesterday. I worked on it in March 2022. This must be a new laptop. I was just looking because there's a video of me holding my phone up showing a computer working in my old office. That's really bizarre. That is really bizarre. Woo. I close at 6 p.m. but open from 9 a.m. tomorrow. Better send her my new address. If not, she might go to my old house, and that's never good. There we go. We'll see if she comes. Are you busy at work with that trailer still, Tony? Oh, very nice. If you send them, I'll show them on stream if you've got them handy. Tony is doing a... did he send it on WhatsApp before? Am I right showing it on stream, Tony? Oh, my neck. Stiff neck. He's doing a trailer for a radio company. Oh no, sorry, it was a radio trailer. When I say trailer, it's like a burger van sort of style, a big thing like that. Yes, okay, and he's converting it, and it was. I know this one's for you. I think it was from a radio station originally, weren't it, Tony? So that's what it was like, and he's putting new stickers and everything on it. So it's a big burger van, and Tony's stickering it all up. So obviously all outside and everything, you can see he's started peeling it all off all around here, and he's converting it all, and it's going to be for their company to take to trade shows and whatnot, and whatnot. But he's doing loads and loads of work on it. So yeah, that's Symbol Tech Tony. I don't know if he's doing that as a video as well. Be good for one of your shorts or something like that, to show on there. Anyway, let me just do this while Tony sends that. So we're going to select Dell. We're going to select Dell on here. We'll select the 150 watt, because I think it's probably what it is. It would have been an older Dell, and we will get. It's the big fat chunky one, a bit like me. Pop that in there. Oh, sling that in there. Turn it on. We have current, we have power. So this was described as flash codes. So we've got flash codes. That's what the customer had said. So what that really is, I don't know. So we've got 0.5 amp current draw, as we can see. It is moving slightly, but it looks, this could just be a frozen BIOS, do we think? Doesn't respond to power button. Press and hold power button. Let's see if EC chip is alive. Got a couple of blips on trace if you look. No. I think with that it's probably time to just pop the battery out. Oh, and see what might be causing some issues on this one. If there's anybody sat in chat who's not hit that like and subscribe, it would be much appreciated to do that. I'm going to have to get a glass of water actually. I'm roasting. My head's roasting. Oh. I've got my tea out. So I will need to go put it in the oven soon. Is this a slidey one or is this a pop-off one? It looks like it might be a pop-off one. A little plastic spudger under here. Use one of the little screws to persuade it off. There we go. Done. Got a mechanical, old rusty, old-fashioned mechanical drive in here. Wi-Fi, a couple of sticks of RAM, and there we go. The battery is now disconnected. So we'll give it a couple of seconds. Daytime battery is 2017. I've done it now. Thank you, Cartho. I don't know what you've done now, but well done, you've done it. I presume you mean refresh. Are you already reached the threshold? I have. I'm at 1,000 and... oh, what am I at now? I can't remember. It doesn't tell me on YouTube anymore. You've got to... Not on YouTube. Yeah, don't tell me on that YouTube. You've got to go into Create a Warehouse. I'm at 1,034 as it stands at the moment. So just do that thing. It's all about world domination for me, though. That's the only reason I'm doing it. You need to flick it. What am I flicking? I don't know what. I need to flick it. Right, let's. Oh, yeah. I'm gonna plug this back in. See if we still get a current draw. There we go. So we've got a 0.5 amp per current draw. So I think this is definitely not good. So we're going to unplug that because 0.5 amp per current draw would say to me that there could be a hotspot somewhere on here. Half an amp per current draw could be an issue. Let's take the battery out, which is actually screwed in. So it's good. Thank you, Mr. Dell, for screwing the battery in. And we'll put the battery to one side. Let me go fill my water up, gents. I'm absolutely gagging. Let's get a full glass of water. Right, we are back. Back. Oh, Animal's back as well. We've both been at the same time. It's the Wi-Fi card. Is that what you think it is? Should we unplug it then? I was going to test the board for shorts, but we'll see if it's just the Wi-Fi card. Let's get that back. No, still got 0.5 amp. Next thing's out, RAM. Both RAM modules out. Still got 0.5 amp, so it's not going into any post cycle.
So we're still getting half an amp without any RAM in it. It's one of the things Nathan gets quoted on. Oh, is that what it is? It's the Wi-Fi card. You need to flick it. Yeah. I've taught Nathan everything I know. I had a spare 5 minutes because I didn't know a great deal. Some of the stuff that Nathan does is absolutely amazing. Did you see the one he did the other day, which was one had been involved in a car accident and a train wreck, apparently. And he was rebuilding it. And didn't he change about 13 things in it or something like that? I think it was a fair few that he went and changed. Let's just pull our drive out. Oh, it's an SSD. We've got a Crucial solid state. It's not a mechanical one. It just felt like a mechanical one because Crucial are solid. So we'll plug that in. We've still got half an amp of draw. So I'm thinking this is a short of some description. The good thing is we haven't got a short on the main power rail. Or is that not a good thing? Because if we have a short on the main power rail, the charger would actually cut off on this. Yeah, go thermal. The problem is, it's this great big plastic on Dells. That's the issue. I can see a couple of the coils. I can see a couple of the additional there we go. Well, that's really interesting. It's not a screen either. So it's got to be board, because that's the only thing left connected. Keyboard's out, touchpad out, and fingerprint reader, do we think? And something else here. Don't know what they do. See if it's got the same. Yeah, it is actually pulling voltage down very slightly as well. I've got my current limit set. Oh, let's knock that current limit down actually. That one, let's set that to there. It's not need that much. Let's knock it down a bit. Why does it have a cap top? What's the cap? Oh, Captain tape. I don't know. It's clearly a used laptop. They bought it from a whatever. I don't know. Some type of probably second-hand shop or something like that. I would say Cash Converters or something similar in the UK. There's a price at £99. They bought it, I'm assuming, in 2024. I have quoted him a bench fee for diagnostics and repair attempt, but I think it's going to be a tricky one, this, because if it doesn't work with what they paid for it, would they want to pay a bench fee? I don't know. We will see how it goes. But I do need to take this plastic shroud off, and I think it's 4mm screws. Thank you, Mr. Dell. Which is good, because the reason why Dells are so good is because they're held together by screws, and lots of. Password there, the answer. Let it sit for 1 minute. I've tried it, Arnold, without power as well, just to see if it discharges. We've got a constant for 450 half an amp of current draw. I would say that majority of that is going to be pointing towards some type of short, but obviously with this plastic covering I cannot get to the circuit board.
Yeah. Captain tape and password and no power equals someone tried. They've done something with BIOS chip. That's why they've done that. Yeah, it's a strange place really to put that Captain tape because it's plastic. This cover, what you can see on screen, is plastic. It's not like it's even metal. So it's not like it's going to short anything out. But yeah, right, is there any more screws in there that I can see? I don't believe there are. There's probably a shed load of screws at the other side. I bet you've got to keyboard out to get this out. No, we've got one screw there. Feels like there's another screw in it somewhere. Is there them two? One there. One there. Top middle. Ah, up there. Hiding them all over, aren't they? Do I have to take that plate off? I bet you ought to take this plate off to get in there, do we think? Slightly longer screws, wonderful. Yeah, all of them. Yeah, everything or nothing. Nothing or everything. There we go. Look at that. At least we're off now. We'll get a microscope on this and just see. Right, visual inspection. I cannot see anything blown up, which is, well, sometimes that's a good thing or a bad thing. I'm not too sure which. But there's no big holes in anything. But a half an amp short is something liking to have a drink. Unplug HDMI cable because we don't need that for the time being. And let's get my, I think it's that one. Get my thermal camera up, or one of the thermal cameras up, should I say. Another swig of water while I'm sat waiting. Okay, come on. Come on, thermal camera, start playing. There we go. Gotta love Miniwave. Hi Andy, just subbed to you. Like me, tech, but no. Andy. Oh, Psychic. Good afternoon, sir. Not seen you in a while. Good afternoon, good afternoon, good afternoon. Arachnoid equals Andy. I'm on. I think I'm on Arachnoid's thing as well. All right. So we've got half an amp. Pretty much. Oh no, let's do something different, guys. We've got a different result here. Can you see that point? Oh no, it's doing it again. Thought we had a different result there. No. I'm getting all excited. So let's plug that in and just see if there's anything under this really terrible thermal camera. Anything really glowing. I don't think there is. There's one thing ooh. There's one thing glowing. There's one. Ooh, what's that there? So let's see if there's any shorts. Get rid of that. That is definitely in the wrong place. There we go. It jumps up and down if Dell 2 times. Andy King, yeah. I've been working on Xbox Series X that belongs to my son's mate. Busted HDMI port, took it to local shop and they replaced it for 90. Is that what they are? They didn't solder the anchor points. Oh my God. Is that what HDMI ports are? I get so many phone calls on consoles and I turn them all down. They've ripped all the tracks as well. Oh my gosh. Somewhat. Yeah, I've only ever done 2 in fairness, and they were both for friends. I think it just shows you there is quite a lot of charlatans out there with problems like this. So anyway, let's just get the multimeter on, just see if we've got any shorts. I'm just going to put it on beep mode, so at least we can hear the machine that goes beep 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 beep. So we've got 1 coil good. I'm just going to check some of these coils, make sure we've got no direct ground shorts, and we currently do. That's CPU. Right, got no short on main power rail. I'm going to have a look under this Kapton. I know I've got it on the wrong camera and to put it on that. I'm going to have a look at this Kapton tape, what they've kindly put on for us. Don't know why they have done that. Nothing under there. Open circuit, or as good as on there. Just strike me as being a bit strange why they have got a Kapton tape there. So that's good. There's a 10 ohm short on that one. 10 ohms seems a bit of a funny reading. There's a 5 ohm short on that one. PQ808 is a MOSFET for CPU, normal to get warm. Yeah, that was what was getting up there. That was getting a bit warm, but not toastedly warm, just a little bit. But there is, I'm presuming these are the power stages for the CPU. Dear me. Now there is a cap right next to that that MOSFET, which hasn't shorted. Yeah, 10 ohm could be CPU. It just seems a silly, not silly, because that's the wrong word, but 10 ohms on a CPU seems a bit wrong, if you know what I mean. That's all I was thinking. It seems a little bit of a wrong thing. Yeah, there's no short on there because that's there. That's the gate there. And there's no on output either. But that's obviously working, so that's giving us power down here. And it's delivering power down there, but we've got a 10 ohm short. It's beyond resistance so it doesn't beep. Got a 10 ohm short there. We've got a 5 ohm short there. I wonder if that's chipset and that's CPU. Because I would have thought 5 ohms. And BIOS chip. Can't even see BIOS chip on it. Just I'll get it under the scope in a second. Yeah, BIOS chip looks fine. Yeah, that's why I'm thinking 10 ohms to chipset and 5 ohms for thing. I think it's graphics. Because I was thinking that was chipset and that was graphics, but then again, sorry, that was chipset, that was CPU. This will be for docking station, won't it? Power delivery for docking station, I would have thought. I would have thought this side might have been maybe GPU side. What charge side? Oh, he's back, he's back, he's back. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Just let me see who's outside. Nobody, next door neighbour. But we've definitely got current, half amp of current sucking its way through. See if we've got any voltages on anything. Let's move that out of the way and go to there. Sorry, just ignore it, dog. Next door neighbours are just coming in. Maddie! So we've got us 1.2. Nothing. Obviously, that's CPU, I would have thought, at point. I do micro soldering as well. We did some soldering on the laptop. We had to remove the BIOS chip and whatnot. It really does depend on what comes in Senna. 25Q64, yeah. So we've got us. That's going to be chipset. I would have thought. That's a 5 volt. I haven't found my 3 volt as yet. Main power rail. 19. So 19 comes in. MOSFET switches it down to 13. Yeah, it's definitely on. Micro D. Soldering. My dyslexia is there as well. I tend to use spell checker for everything. It's been on X too much. I don't have any socials. I don't use socials either. So we've got all the voltages that we should have at powering. It's just not switching on. Do we think this could be a BIOS? I honestly don't think this is a BIOS issue. Right, there's no voltage to... CPU's getting warm. CPU's getting hot. There's two BIOS chips. There's one up here, but I would imagine that's something to do with, I don't know, is that a backup BIOS, do we think? And there's another one there. So there's two Winbond BIOS chips. But I've got to know, is it pin 8 where you get voltage? There's no voltage on any of the pins. And if we look at the other BIOS chip, which is sat up here, we've got 3 volts on that BIOS chip, so we've got power on that BIOS chip there. Oh, sorry. Yeah, we've got voltage on this BIOS chip. We've got nothing on that BIOS chip though. So that must be... Will it have a GPU BIOS on, do you think? That's not going to be GPU BIOS, is it? Oh, I've got 3 volts on that now. But CPU is doing its job, it's getting hot. Where are we looking at? What on the... Oh! Oh gosh, guys, I'm gonna have to shoot. I'm sorry. Just got a text message. I'm really sorry. Sorry, guys. I've just got to shoot off. Oh, damn. I am going to be streaming tomorrow, and I'm going to stream until I'm done tomorrow, like I was planning on tonight. I have got a customer coming at 8:30 in the morning. I'm not going to move this off the bench. It's literally going to sit here in this situ because I need to go. Sorry. I'll be streaming from probably around 10:30, 11 o'clock tomorrow. I'm really sorry, guys, for having to shoot very abruptly like that, as we've just got into the middle of this one. But I will catch up with everyone tomorrow, and I do apologise for that. And I will see you all. I'm not even going to move it. Not even going to move it. It's going to literally sit here in situ. So I'm going to shoot off and do this, and then I will see you all whenever, sometime tomorrow, if you want to join us. It should be, the customer's coming at 8:30. If we say somewhere between 10 and 11:30, depending on how long he is. But yeah, do apologise for having to shoot off abruptly, guys. But yeah, just got a message, so I need to I need to go and sort that. So I will I'll shoot off and do this, and I will get back. But yeah, again, guys, sorry about that. I'll catch you all tomorrow. I need to shoot off. Sorry again. See you later, guys. Thanks a lot. Bye bye.